and welcome to Startup Canada Mississauga 2025 tour. Woo! This is so exciting! So excited to be in the house. Now, they've trusted me with the clicker, so I'm gonna do some clicking, but if it goes a little bit wrong, you'll know. I'm Julie Cole. I'm going to be your host today. It's funny with the clicker thing, because I've got like a whole bunch of kids, and they're all teenagers, and I asked one to help me with Instagram last week, and she's like, Mom, I'm not gonna gentle parent you with your social media anymore. Rude. So, of course, before we get started, as uninvited guests on Turtle Island, we must acknowledge the lands which constitute the present-day city of Mississauga as being part of the treaty and traditional territory of the Mississaugas of the Credit First Nation, the Haudenosaunee, the Huron-Wendat, and the Wyandot Nation. We recognize these people and their ancestors inhabited these lands long before settlers arrived. The city of Mississauga is home to many global Indigenous people. So me, who am I? Good question. I am Julie Cole, the co-founder of Mabel's Labels, which is an award-winning company that grew from a basement in Hamilton, Ontario into a multi-million-dollar brand and a Canadian business success story. I'm a recovered lawyer. I'm a mom of 6. I'm a best-selling author, speaker, and media personality. But most of all, I am a passionate mentor and fierce advocate for small business, which brings me here today, and what an honor it is. Now, I have to ask, did anyone stay up last night to watch a little bit of baseball? Right? So it got me to thinking. I'm terrible. I'm one of those fair weather fans. I watched baseball for the first time this season last night. Yeah, I know. We got stuff to do. I got to make labels, raise humans, come to things like this. So it did get me thinking about how there are some common things between baseball and being an entrepreneur. And I think the biggest ones are that you have to have an appetite for risk if you're an entrepreneur, and in a way you have to embrace fear. And as Babe Ruth said, never let the fear of striking out keep you from playing the game. And I'm looking out at this audience today and seeing a lot of game players, and that is awesome. It's also been said that progress involves risk. You can't steal second base with your foot placed firmly on first. So I love that we have a room full of people who are ready to steal second base, and also embracing the failure. Babe Ruth said, every strike brings me closer to the next home run. So that's it. There are no failures, only lessons to bring us forward. Okay, now let me click. Did I do it? I did it, but it didn't go on this one. Okay. There it is. Small business make up 97.7% of all businesses in Ontario. That's the heartbeat of the province's economy. And Mississauga plays a significant role in Canada's startup and innovation landscape, ranking as one of the country's best locations for business and investment. It's become a bit of a magnet for entrepreneurs and investors alike, thanks to the energy, innovation, and collaboration of this ever-growing startup community. So today, we want to celebrate you. We want to celebrate Mississauga and celebrate the incredible momentum we have going in Ontario with our entrepreneurs as we continue to build stronger, to grow, and have a more resilient future together. Now, this year's startup tour is only possible through the help of our presenting sponsors, UPS and the Pizza Hut Equal Slice. It's now my pleasure to introduce an incredible champion of entrepreneurs and long-standing partner and friend to Startup Canada, Paul Gaspar, who is the Director of Small Business at UPS Canada.
You dreamt big. You made the leap. You and your "we're not stopping at small" business. Doesn't matter you've never done it before. You unlock those problems. You adapt to change. You learn to evolve. You're pioneers in challenging times, finding your own frontiers. Wherever you e-commerce, UPS is with you. So nothing is going to hold you back.
All right, good morning, everyone. How are we doing? Oh, come on. We're about to bring Michelle Romanoff out here, and that's how you're going to present yourselves? Come on. She's not going to believe we're in a room of entrepreneurs, right? How are we doing this morning? Okay. We're getting there. All right, well, I want to start off by actually thanking all of you, the entrepreneurs, the future entrepreneurs that are here today. As you just saw in the video that we just played, you took a leap of faith to be where you are. Your unstoppable spirit and perseverance to overcome anything that comes your way is something that's very admirable. I've had an opportunity to talk to a lot of you from previous events, and you all know that I'm a corporate person. I do not have what you have to be an entrepreneur, but I am incredibly impressed with what you do. Just like Julie said, I mean, with the Babe Ruth analogy, you need to take the chances, and you do that to obviously be here to take your business and your ideas to where it needs to be. So that is extremely passionate, that is extremely contagious, and that's what drives us at UPS and the rest of the ecosystem that's here today to work just as hard for you to make sure that you succeed. I'm also very pleased to say that we've been on a remarkable journey with our long-standing partnership with Startup Canada. This is our 11th year partnering with Startup Canada and supporting you and all of the other entrepreneurs across our great nation. Together, we've seen a national community of entrepreneurs emerge across our country, and it's amazing to see what the entire startup team's commitment to entrepreneurs is. We've seen many come, learn, and flourish with startup support. And of course, we're very, very proud and thankful to have this partnership. And we can't wait to see what continues to happen as we move forward and the impact that we continue to have on Canadian businesses in this great and impressive landscape across the country. So how about a round of applause for Startup Canada for putting on this event? So at UPS, we've been and we continue to stay dedicated to providing Canadian entrepreneurs and small businesses the tools and support that they need in order to help businesses grow. I'm proud to be working for an organization, and I won't tell you how long, but for a long time now, that's helped entrepreneurs drive their businesses forward. And in fact, if you don't know, this is our 50th year here in Canada. So we're celebrating in a very important milestone that support not just your larger brands, but businesses that are shipping their very first package for that very first customer as they're starting off. In fact, we have 13,000 employees across this country to help deliver what matters, which is your business, your ideas to your customers. Later today, I'm also going to be presenting a workshop on stage here that talks about tips to reduce your shopping cart abandonment. One quick fact I want to share with you is that studies show that 70% of items put into a shopping cart get abandoned, 70%. And what I'm going to do during my workshop is share 8 tips and 3 exercises that you can do to help you reduce that number so that it's more palatable and that hopefully give you more success in growing your business. I've also got a great team here at our booth, and come join us and talk to us, ask any questions you might have. Especially if you're exporting. It's been a bit of an interesting year, I think. We can all agree with what's transpiring south of the border and around the world. And we're trying to do our best, and we're trying to help our customers as best as we can navigate what's been a very interesting year, to say the least. But we've got a lot that we can offer, including dedicated programs for startups. A lot of people ask us all the time, it's like, well, I know UPS, but don't you deliver to Amazon and the Costco and the Home Depot packages? We do. But we also deliver the packages for companies that are just starting with dedicated programs for them as well. So I'm looking forward to hearing about your businesses as we network throughout the day. And any of you that are pitching during the pitch competition, the best of luck to you in that competition. And I'm looking forward to judging the finalists later today and crowning this year's winner. With that, I want to turn it back to Julie and wish everyone the best of luck and enjoy your day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Paul. We look forward to our continued partnership with UPS. And yes, things have been a little bit tricky with the south of the border stuff. However, we're also super proud to have Pizza Hut as one of this year's Startup Canada Tour presenting partners. Their support is helping us shine a light on the importance of creating equal opportunities for entrepreneurs from coast to coast. Now, let's watch this video that shows how Pizza Hut is supporting entrepreneurs, and go. Wait, I think I do that. Look at me. Okay, so not only are they supporting entrepreneurs, they make really yummy pizza. Okay, so next up, I want to introduce Startup Canada's interim CEO, Jen Juby. She's going to come on stage and share a little bit about Startup Canada. Come on, Jen. Yay.
Hey, Mississauga. Wow, you guys showed up today. So welcome. This is the final stop on our tour this year for Startup Canada, and I'm so thrilled to be landing here in Mississauga. We've had such a great time partnering with the City of Mississauga, Idea Mississauga, and Visit Mississauga, who've treated us so well and brought us into the city, and now I see why. The energy here, the entrepreneurship here is incredible. Startup Canada serves early stage and scaling entrepreneurs from coast to coast to coast. We're thrilled to be here with you today. You know what, I want to tell you more about Startup Canada, but I also want to give you some time to connect with some of our incredible keynote speakers that we have coming up today. So I'm going to hand it over to Julie, and then we're going to have some great energy coming on the stage. Thank you, Mississauga.
Okay, Jen, thank you so much. Now, we're going to do a little bit of housekeeping, and I'm going to run through it super fast because it's not my forte and I have a house to prove it. So first of all, we want to make sure that you're set up through Wi-Fi. So make sure that you download everything. Your wireless Mississauga is your username. There's no password required. We want you to download the mobile event app, which is called FeedLoop. Go there. It's on the, oh wait. Oh, one more. Sorry, I didn't cue it. Okay, so if you just scan that or go to your app store, this is a lot of fun. This is going to tell you everything that's going on. Speakers, follow along. There's also a gamification on there. And if you do the challenge, you can win a $250 Lululemon gift card. So just open the feature on the app and you can earn points. Just make sure that you use the app, the scanner, the picture scanner in the app, because the one in your camera won't work. And keep an eye on the leaderboard to see if you're winning. And then also Memory Keeper, ways to capture your experience and share them. So let's do that. They are a platform where you can easily upload and share your favorite photos and videos. So let's do that. We want to see everything that's going on. And check the photo booth outside the Galleria. Thanks to our friends at Ivory Studio booth. Grab some new friends, hit the booth. And then this is where you can tag us on social. Make sure you use the hashtag and tag us at Startup Canada as well. Now we're going to do a quick run through of every track that's going on today. Again, I will move quickly. You want to visit our Entrepreneur Zone. It's presented in partnership with RBC, and it's running until 2 p.m. Here you can check in with exhibiting partners who will share valuable programs, funding opportunities, all that stuff that entrepreneurs and small business owners need. While you're there, kindly, UPS has set up a barista bar. You need the caffeine, get the caffeine into you there, and RBC has a headshot lounge. Come on, we need to update those like LinkedIn profiles or your website, get a nice refresh. You're all looking really sharp today. Go get a fresh headshot. We also are having the Ask the Expert Lounge. So we've got lots of mentors and experts in there. They're in the staging room on the first floor. You can get advice on all topics around marketing, fundraising, all that jazz. If you go to Feedloop, you'll be able to see who's there and what the schedule is. And of course, you can hang out with me here on the main stage. We're gonna be running until 5:10, and we're gonna be featuring a dynamic lineup of successful entrepreneurs, industry experts, all the people you want to see, panels, workshops, you got it. For more details, obviously, go to the Feedloop app, which you've already downloaded, so you're all good. I need to quickly, of course, acknowledge our presenting partners, of UPS and Pizza Hut, Equal Slice. Very appreciative of what they do to support us. Our exclusive main stage partners, Scotiabank, our keynote speaking partners, Idea Mississauga and Visit Mississauga. We thank our program partner, Competition Bureau, TD, and eConsulate. Our event partners, we thank BDC, Constant Contact, Futurepreneur, MasterCard, Government of Ontario, Power Play by Dayforce, WagePoint, and the Women's Enterprise Organization of Canada. And our Entrepreneur Zone partner is RBC. And big thank you to our ecosystem partners, Brampton Angels, Brampton Innovation District, Canada's 2S LGBTQI+ Chamber of Commerce, the Conrad School of Entrepreneurship and Business, Essential HR, H&R Block, Immigrant Entrepreneur Canada, Ivory Studio Booth, the John F. Wood Center at the University of Guelph, the League of Innovators, Owner, 5 Redo, Ripen, Sheridan Eng, The Forum, The Peak, TMU, and Zensurance. And of course, our exhibiting partners, thanks to everybody in the entrepreneur support organizations exhibiting in the support zone. We appreciate everything you do to support entrepreneurs at every stage of their journey. And our final thank you has to go out to our marketplace entrepreneurs who you all have the opportunity to meet. They're outside of the entrepreneur zone from 9 until 2. Okay, I now want to bring onto stage Kate Karn, who is the Director of Public Policy at MasterCard and Assistant Coordinator for MasterCard ChangeWorks. Kate will share more about how their organization is supporting small businesses, and then she'll introduce our next panel session. So welcome to the stage, Kate. All right. Apparently Kate's a little MIA. Okay, that's all right. We're gonna find Kate. Oh, is that you? Wait, no, that's you, Michelle. Michelle might come back. All right, she's here. That was all right. I was gonna start telling stories about when we started making labels in the basement 22 years ago. And like back then, people wouldn't even we were an e-commerce business and people were still even nervous about putting like the visa into the computer machine. Those are fun times. All right, Kate, have we got you? All right, come on out, Kate. Woo.
Hi everyone. Apologies, we were having a great chat with my panelists in the green room and I guess kind of got caught chatting. So we promise we'll keep those great insights and share them back again with you today. So it's a great pleasure to be here today. My name's Kate Karn, Director of Government Affairs and Policy at MasterCard. I'll confess, the slides are bright. I am a bit nervous to be up here, not just the usual imposter syndrome piece, but because my daughter has her City of Mississauga dance recital on this stage every year. So I'm much more accustomed to being where you are rather than under these bright lights, but I'll do my best to work through and give you a great program for today. So those are my Mississauga bona fides in terms of why is MasterCard here on stage. MasterCard is a global technology company in the payments industry. Our mission is to connect an inclusive digital economy that benefits everyone, everywhere. We're committed to powering small business and communities through inclusivity, trust, and innovation. Now, brief word about MasterCard, and then I'm going to bring my panelists up, something that you might be of interest to you. Earlier this month, MasterCard launched our Small Business Navigator in Canada, and that grants small business owners and entrepreneurs access to resources designed to simplify your operations, control costs, and empower efficiency, things I'm sure you're all very attuned to. This suite of resources offers free economic insights, cost-saving opportunities, and I am always going to push kind of heavily on this one, cybersecurity resources. No business is too small to need cyber. So please think of that beyond payments, kind of creating a small business community. It's an inclusive digital resource hub that is available to all small business owners and entrepreneurs in Canada, whether you hold a MasterCard in your wallet or not. We'd love it if you do, but if you don't, it's open to you as well. We've heard really great early feedback on the product, which includes economic trend reports, cyber resources, and MasterCard and partner offerings to drive cost savings. So I hope you check it out and would love to hear how it works for your own operations. Now, with that in mind, on to the panel, which today is going to be Emerging Technologies and the Future of Small Business. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Amanda Parker, General Manager for Canada for Constant Contact, and Ali Taib, Director of Partnership and Ecosystems at the Vector Institute for Artificial Intelligence and Chair of the Board of Startup Canada. Thank you.
Can you guys hear us? No.
Okay.
Hello?
Hello.
There we go.
There we go.
I work for a technology company, and we're always happy to see these little blips sometimes. It softens the ground to start us off. Before we dive in, please introduce yourselves and share how you see technology making entrepreneurship more accessible for small businesses.
Sure. Good morning, everyone. Maybe, Kate, if you don't mind, maybe we could just do a quick survey. Who's a small business?
Mm-hmm.
Raise your hand if you're a small business. Awesome. Ooh. Most of you. Awesome. Great to be here. So as Kate mentioned, I'm the GM of Constant Contact Canada, and we work to make powerful marketing tools easy and accessible for the likes of you. Our whole goal is to make life simple for small businesses. You are experts in your craft, so why should you also have to be an expert marketer? You can hire expert marketers, but we're really here to help you make that simple, specifically when you're starting up. I've spent most of my career supporting small businesses, either with my own small business or in the various different companies I've been at, now including Constant Contact. And so to answer your question, what do I think technology is doing to make your lives more simple? I think there's been a huge democratization with technology over the years. I mean, we say this every year, but it has never been easier to start a business. And that is even more true with all of the AI tools out there. Now you can essentially run your business from your pocket, from your smartphone. All these tools are meant to make your lives easier, to help you get insights faster, and let you do things quicker to engage with your customers a lot faster. So I'm excited about what's to come with AI, and also how small businesses can better leverage AI to really go smarter, go faster, build bigger.
Thanks for that, Amanda. Firstly, a round of applause for all of you in the crowd. We can't see everyone, but good morning, everyone, and thank you for coming here. And of course, go Jays go. How does everyone feel? A little tired from last night? Firstly, thank you to my fellow moderator, panelists, for this opportunity. My name is Ali Taib, and I am the board chair for Startup Canada. I've been with the board for about 1.5 years. And I also wear a hat as the Director of Partnerships and Ecosystem at the Vector Institute. For those who are not familiar with Vector, Vector is a leading AI research institute with the mandate to use the transformative potential of AI to benefit the lives of Canadians. We work with many small, medium enterprises, startups, and scale-ups, as well as large enterprises as well, to help them safely and effectively adopt AI. There's a lot of small, medium enterprises here today, so I would love to connect with you and talk to you a little bit more about our Fastlane program, which is a national program that we have available for you at no cost, and some unique programming that is available specifically designed for you to take that first step towards AI. Or if you're building an AI product, how can we accelerate that growth for you? I also want to take this opportunity and thank our sponsors, UPS and Pizza Hut. A round of applause for our sponsors. As well as Scotiabank. It's not these events bringing everyone together. It's not possible without them. So thank you very much for your support, and of course MasterCard as well. So to build up on what Amanda shared with us in regards to the importance of technology and what that is doing for small, medium businesses, I think it has never been a better time for you to build a business, in my personal opinion right now, because if you are looking to do research, if you're looking to build a product, or if you're looking to scale globally, you can do that from your laptop. And there were some exorbitant costs in the past, whether that is, for folks that are old enough to remember the cost of data storage units and data servers, but now you can access cloud computing. You can access amazing, groundbreaking foundational models through subscription to get your research done, to get a lot of your mundane tasks done through agentic AI, which I know we'll talk about. So there's been never a better time if you're an entrepreneur to build a business, and if you're a small, medium business. We'll talk a lot about AI. It is the largest, most fundamental shift in technology in our time right now. And if you're not thinking about AI, I would highly encourage you to think about it as well. So it's never been a better time. If you're not thinking about building a business, you're at the Startup Canada tour, so you're at the great place as well. There's lots of resources that are out there. And technology has truly democratized a lot of the platforms, the information, and now it's not just about information, it's access to intelligence as well. So I would say I echo a lot on what Amanda shared.
Great, thank you. So Amanda, first, I guess, deep specific question to you. You noted in your opening remarks, small business owners are already experts in their field, so why do they need to also add expertise in digital marketing? Since you're leading Constant Contact's efforts to bring these resources and empower small businesses, especially Canadian small businesses here, what emerging digital marketing technologies do you think can have the biggest impact for small business and how they engage with their customers?
Yeah, absolutely. I see it as kind of three distinct themes. One is omnichannel. So in the past years, and I like how Ali looked at me when he said old enough to remember big engineering teams, but being able to go to one tool and get basically everything that you need versus the days of your when we had to go to 17 different tools. You had a different email marketing tool. You had to go to Facebook. You had to go to Twitter. You had to go to LinkedIn. You had to do SMS literally on your phone, one person at a time. Now you can access all of that in one tool. Obviously, I'm here, so I would encourage you to check us out. But there are a lot of fantastic tools in this area. The second is personalization. So leveraging AI allows you to personalize at scale. You can now have personalized conversations with thousands of people from essentially your phone or from one campaign, which allows you to engage much more deeply and essentially increase your conversion rates. And you can do that very quickly at scale. The third is conversational. So before, where you would have to have huge armies of customer support, customer service, sales, you can now leverage AI to do a lot of that heavy lifting for you, whether it is an outbound email, outbound prospecting, customer support. There will still always be some level of human element, but you can now leverage these tools to help you have tons and tons of conversations at scale. So I think that's where the trends are going, and each one of those areas is highly impactful for a small business. You're trying to do a gazillion things. So by leveraging these tools, it allows you to do those things, but at scale and with at a much lower cost without having to hire those armies of folks. So you can test faster, you can get things to market faster, you can get to revenue much faster than you were before.
Great. So if I'm going to go back even further to the days of yore, I mean, you think we put man on the moon with a fraction of the technology you have on your phone or laptop. So Ali, given your experience at the Vector Institute, how do you see AI transforming the way small businesses operate, particularly if they don't have those massive technical teams or those massive budgets for technology?
So firstly, I just turned left because there's a bright light shining right at me, and I can't see, and it's quite distracting. So just to clear the air. So for me, like I'll build on a lot of points Amanda has talked about. So I think the fundamental shift when it comes to small, medium businesses and engaging with AI is, for me, you don't necessarily have to be technical anymore to do so, right? And I think that's a fundamental shift. So AI is not just in, is accessible if you're in the research community or if you're a large enterprise. If you are able to read and write, and even if you're able to take screenshots of images, you can interact with AI. I think that is a huge fundamental shift that I'm finding, which is a game changer completely. So the opportunity to engage with AI is natural language, which is huge. So the need for very large teams is no longer the case anymore, because if you're non-technical, if you're curious, ambitious, and able to connect the dots, the opportunity is massive. And there's tons of resources that are out there, different plugins, APIs, etc. Happy to chat with you further about that. But I think the fundamental shift really is that, yes, you might need one or two really capable, smart individuals, but the access to what I also referred to in my opening remarks, these massive, large foundational models that have been built on years and years of fundamental research, have been provided to you through really easy to engage, high usability platforms that are out there, like ChatGPT, Claude, you name in the different foundation models that are there, but then also the advances that are happening now with agentic, right? So you can go into ChatGPT now and experiment building agentic models. How many folks have tried to do so far? Okay, so I think I highly encourage you to do so. Try the different advances that these platforms are bringing out. So I would say fundamentally, this shift of engaging with natural language has really shifted the game, and no longer a need for having massive technical teams.
Absolutely. I had a colleague, his high school-aged daughter built a company using a number of AI agents kind of over a weekend for a school project. So I know the youth are very much more technologically engaged than I am, but it really is quite a possibility and offers a tremendous opportunity to democratize.
I know a founder that I worked with, and just again speaking through examples as well, and believe I have 3 members in the team, have completely automated their entire sales workflow through agentic. So whether that's qualifying leads, following up with leads, adding them to CRMs using Salesforce, Einstein, and then also the aspects of sending invoices, all those different important but repetitive tasks that are out there. They've been able to do that through API integration, and then just being extremely curious and fanatical about productivity and efficiency with a small team. So I just wanted to share that. And these are not VC-backed or investment-backed companies that I'm talking about. Very small, bootstrap, grassroots team that understand that for them to be competitive and for them to be lean, they have to utilize all these different technologies that are out there.
Absolutely, and that was a great segue, because our next question was storytelling, and let's bring in a concrete example of a company that's done this. So Amanda, maybe we'll also defer to you.
Sure. I think one of the key advices that I typically give, and we give as a company and small businesses, is pick a problem. AI can feel very overwhelming. Every tool has AI. ChatGPT is overwhelming. Claude, all these things, particularly if you're not a tech company. So pick a problem. What is the most painful part of your day-to-day? And solve for that thing. Get that motion going. And then you can move on to your next problem. But by starting at a problem, it allows you to really focus your energy and your needs and build a solution that's actually going to work versus having all these tools that are just going to kind of sit on your tabs, right? You probably already have a million tabs open. Last thing you need is more an AI doing stuff that you're going to forget about. So pick one problem. And to the examples, there are two that come top of mind. One is a cafe who was noticing that they had downtimes during inclement weather or just kind of dead zones during the day. And so what they leveraged was AI to identify, when inclement weather was coming in. Hey, it's a snowstorm. Would you like, a hot coffee? And here's a promotional discount to come into the shop. Or, hey, is your internet down at home? We have 14 free spots at our cafe. And so this is really intelligent, highly personalized marketing at point of need. And they saw that now their kind of lull periods basically disappeared because they were creating more loyalty. They were engaging with people who had a need or were kind of sitting at home going, yeah, you know what, I do want to go I want to go have a coffee, or I'm going to go out and invite a friend. Or yeah, I do want my pumpkin spice latte right now. And so that was a really exciting example, and it really showed, solving for problem, putting out marketing that works at a time, and then being able to measure the ROI that came through. And the second example I have is a landscaping company, right? One of the businesses where scheduling is a nightmare. You have weather changes, you have people's schedules that change. My neighbor actually mowed my lawn, I no longer need you. And so they leveraged AI and a bot to do all their scheduling and all of their customer back and forth with an omni-channel approach. So whether it was SMS, on the phone, email, or chatting into their website, it was all managed by AI and automatically updated the scheduling of the landscapers who were going on site. And so again, an example of a problem. Oh my God, scheduling is so painful for this business. There's so much back and forth. How can they leverage AI? And they were noticing it was coming in from lots of different channels. They could get AI to do this for them, communicate with the customer without skipping a beat, and not impact the landscapers in a negative way. So rather than having to ping the landscaper, hey, you're actually going to this site versus this site, it automatically went into their schedules and their calendars, so they knew exactly where they were going next.
Fantastic examples. Need more coffee and better approaches for landscaping. So thank you for sharing that. I'll share two particular examples from Vector Institute's Fastlane program and two unique Canadian success stories for that. So one is Pave.ai. So the problem that they're facing is on vehicle inspections, as it's very slow, manual, and labor intensive. And they were using off-the-tool services, which was providing some benefit, but through Vector's Fastlane program, they came in and they were able to increase their efficiency by a significant %. And they were also able to save on headcount, which is extremely important. I talked a lot about productivity and efficiency. So what are companies like Pave.ai, specifically looking at vehicle inspection, manual task, automate that through AI. So that's another practical example of that. And the second one also is a company that has gone through our Fastlane program, which is B3 Systems. They're a Toronto-based manufacturing software company, and they're using AI to turn real-time factory data into actionable insights. And through the program as well, and using AI, they were able to increase a substantial amount of revenue for their particular program. And these are practical examples that I'm showcasing to you because these are members of the Toronto, Greater Toronto, Hamilton area tech ecosystem. These are not large VC-backed companies. These are really awesome examples of how small, medium businesses are adopting and implementing technology, in this particular case, AI, to improve efficiency and productivity. And so can you if you work with many of the organizations. I walked in and there's fantastic representation from our ecosystem. Do connect with a number of the partners that are out there. Do connect with Startup Canada. But if you're able and interested as a small, medium business, taking 2 examples of Pave.ai and B3, working with a partner using AI to increase productivity and efficiency.
Great. Now, time flies, so let's do a quick lightning round. If you can give me 2 examples each of organizations, programs, or resources that small businesses can turn to. Let's take Startup Canada as a given. They're a phenomenal resource for these types of things, but that can help small businesses adopt new technologies, especially if if founders are a little nervous, maybe not as tech savvy. What should they be looking at?
Yeah, a lot of the tools that you are already using or the ones that you're evaluating are definitely leaning into this movement. They have webinars, they have knowledge bases that you can tap into. So that's one. I know Constant Contact, we have that. We have live people to talk you through it through our Ask a Trainer program. So leverage that. And then the second is the tools themselves. So take ChatGPT as an example. You can ask GPT how you can use GPT. And it's actually quite helpful. So, and even better if you put in the problem that you're trying to solve. I'm trying to solve for X. Help me figure out how to use you or other tools. And those are 2 quick ways.
Startup Canada is a given, but further underscoring the opportunities that are available. I talked a lot about Vector Institute as well, our Fast Lane program. We have 2 particular initiatives through that, the Machine Learning Associates program and Darmud, which is focused on data adaptation and model readiness. 2 particular programs that are thinking about small, medium enterprises, the challenges that they're facing when it comes to scaling and adopting AI. So do check that out, fastlane.ai, and happy to connect with folks here. I'm here for the whole day as well to talk more about the program and connect with you. For folks that are not familiar, Toronto, Ontario, Greater Toronto, Hamilton area is one of, and also including Waterloo, one of the richest entrepreneurial ecosystems that are out there in the world. We have so many amazing organizations that are out there, many of them that are here today. Accelerator Center, IDEA Mississauga, iCube, these are all local organizations that are here. Toronto Metropolitan University's Zone Learning Network. I also am a coach with the Social Venture Zone. They're here, speak to Sarah and others that are out there. And I would encourage you, if you are a small, medium business or an entrepreneur, even if you feel that you have all the resources that are out there, don't go at it alone. There are so many organizations that are out there, and their interests, and there's different value propositions for every organization. Do your own evaluation, but truly their interest, because before Vector, I also worked at a support organization called the DMZ, which was another tech incubator. Their interest is primarily for you to win. And when you have an environment like that, it's truly exhilarating when you're not out there by yourself. As an entrepreneur, we've heard that it's a lonely road. People are backing you, they're interested. So connect with these organizations, get the resources that you need, and tap into the ecosystem. When you have multiple organizations and cheerleaders that are backing you up, you're only gonna do better. And as Canadians, we definitely need to own the podium. Go Jays, go, once again.
Never hurts in a hometown crowd to drop a little "Go Jays, go!" We're all rallying around the flag. They said the time would go quickly. We know it did. So we didn't get to a specific question on Agentics, some specific other questions. But Amanda has there's a Constant Contact booth here all day.
Absolutely, yeah. Come visit us. We're one of the first booths when you walk in. We have a great promo for Startup Canada members. So if you do want to try, your hand at leveraging AI inside of a marketing tool, Constant Contact is a great place to start, and we have 50% off for 3 months. So it's a fantastic way to get started. Obviously, unbiased, but it really is a great way to get started. So come visit us. We're happy to kind of show you around the tool a little bit and answer any marketing questions that you might have.
Perfect. And Ali, you said you'd be here all day as well, but you are one person. Is there a vector booth as well people can stop by?
I'm here. There's not a vector booth here today, but I'll cover a lot of ground, I promise.
All right.
Just have to chase him.
Yeah.
And definitely visit the Constant Contact booth and to connect with the team that's out there.
Perfect. So we'll leave off with one piece of advice, one piece of tech-related advice you would give to early-stage entrepreneurs. What would it be? So your advice to those that are here today, what's the gem to take away?
Don't be intimidated. We find that a lot of people have this failure to get started and pausing. I know I get writer's block, for example, and so I often try to procrastinate and put it off. I'm saying do the opposite. Give it a try. There's no better place than getting started. It doesn't have to be perfect, right? It mostly will not be perfect, but get started and start with a problem. What is the most painful part of your day? Start to solve for that.
Get started, test, iterate, adapt, and keep on moving. For folks that are not familiar, Canada was the first country in the world to put together a national AI strategy. We have built the tools for modern deep learning. And the next phase for AI in Canada is not only going to be about research excellence, it's going to be about the entrepreneurs, many of you that are in this room today, taking that first step, or if you have already taken that first step, accelerate that journey towards AI. So if you haven't done so, take that first step. If you have already, keep on going, because this is going to be the most transformative time for technology right now. We're living it. And let's embrace it together. And again, going back to it, Canada has a lot of deep history and roots in artificial intelligence. This is not something that we've started on. We have been leaders, but leadership is not a birthright. We have to keep on seizing the opportunity and owning the podium. So let's go for it.
Your kitchen, your bathroom, they're already as clean as they need to be. Don't take that procrastination excuse. Just sit down and push through. So on that note, I'm looking for a cue on time for questions, or just proceed to the next we're done. Great. Come find us when you can. Thank you so much for your time and attention. Have a great day.
It's just when we thought we lost her, we found her. Thank you to our incredible panel. That was really insightful. And I do want to note also that very generously, did that go up? Oh yeah, you're getting 50% off of Constant Contact. Amanda told you about some of the incredible tools, so that is very generous. Thank you so much for that. And now, if you just scan that, 50% off, just you, because you're here, so get in on the action. Now, it is such my pleasure to introduce Flor Quadio from Competition Bureau, and she's going to detail how Competition Bureau's program and services and what their offerings are. So let's bring Flor out on stage and hear all about it. Flor.
Thank you, Julie. Hi, everybody. Some may be wondering, what does the Competition Bureau have to offer in the current economic environment? Our supply chains are disrupted. Just across the border, new barriers are making it harder to access our biggest markets. With job pressures and budget cuts hitting so many sectors here at home, what difference can competition make if it doesn't even make things harder? Let me remind all of us, past experiences have shown that challenges like the ones businesses face now demand more than resilience. They demand innovation. When times get tough, businesses that respond with creativity and transformation by finding better, smarter ways to deliver value, reach new customers, will pass through and grow. This is why we are here today. not just to talk, but to listen to your experiences and your challenges. At the Bureau, our mission is to ensure you can compete on a fair and open playing field. We work every day to break down barriers from the private sector, but also the public sector, so that your business can innovate and thrive, right here at home and beyond. If you are interested in learning more about how we can support your growth, come visit us at our booth or join our discussion panel from 3 to 4 p.m. in the Mississauga Room North. Thank you, everybody. Have a great day.
That's great. Thank you, Flor. Really appreciate that. Okay, it is now my pleasure to bring Paul Gaspar, who's the Director of Small Business at UPS Canada, back on stage. And he will be leading today's workshop, Tips to Reduce Shopping Cart Abandonment, which is very helpful. Paul will be sharing valuable strategies to help e-commerce businesses optimize their checkout process, reduce friction, which leads to sales, we want that, and ultimately convert visitors into loyal customers. So let's bring Paul back on stage.
Okay, where's that energy? Where's that energy again that I had earlier? Come on, I want to hear that energy. There we go. Good. All right, I've got a lot that I want to share with you in 20 minutes, so I'm going to dive right into it. For some of you that already have a website, you're going to think that some of these points, well, they're common. But as common as you're saying that they are, you'd be surprised. I come across these every single day when I'm talking to entrepreneurs, and I can tell you it's impacting your business. We've got studies. You can find a lot of studies online that are going to show you that it impacts your shopping cart, impacts your sales. So make sure that you're actually following these tips. And like I said, I've got a little bit of homework for you, 3 exercises you can do at the end that's going to help you as well. So we're going to talk a little bit about, again, reducing shopping cart abandonment. But why? Why is this important, right? Well, the main reason is based on the facts that you can see on the screen right here. Think about it, 74 billion Canadian is our projected e-commerce spend this year. I mean, that's a pretty big number. Globally, we're talking 6.8 trillion USD. And if you're saying, well, with all the stuff that's happened in the US, I don't know if I want to go to the US market. Well, the number below at 5.1 excludes the US market. So it doesn't matter where you want to go. If you've want to do sales, you want to do it online, hopefully you're considering not just our great nation, but taking your business globally, the opportunity is huge. But you got to make sure that your website is prepared for that. And that is because today, studies show about 70% of items that are put into a shopping cart are never actually purchased. Think about that. You spend all this time, R&D, all this time developing your product, you're happy, you've got it, you've got your website up and running, you're doing your marketing, you're doing your sales, you finally got someone that's finally putting items into a shopping cart, they're on your website, they're selecting your product, but out of every 10, 7 of them are walking away. Why are they walking away at this point after all the work that you've done? Well, we're going to see some of the reasons why that happens and what you can do to make sure that that doesn't happen moving forward. Again, one of the main reasons is at the very bottom. 41% of online shoppers worldwide abandon it because of the high cost of shipping. Wait a second, doesn't Paul work for UPS? So why does he just give us bigger discounts, right? Well, it is costly for us to service your packages as well too, but I am going to give you a couple little tips as well, how you can compete with the big brands that are out there to offer free shipping and to actually compete when it comes to this part of your business, which does increase your costs and into your margins a little bit. All right, so tip number 1, when you're looking at your shopping cart, make sure that your shopping cart memorizes or knows who's been there. First of all, don't force your customers to create a login ID. If I come across your website, your product, I might not want to be a long-time customer. I might not want to create an ID. That might already deter me and make me go elsewhere. But at the same time, with IP information, you should know that I was on your website and I put something in your shopping cart. And that's important because I might get interrupted and leave. Now, if I come back, don't make me have to go through it again and find your product, right? The one that I want specifically. Now, if you're selling one product, one item, it might be easy for me to go to your website and select that item again. But if you've got multiple products, multiple colors, multiple sizes, I might not want to go through that exercise again. I might want to come back to your website and recognize that the little shopping cart at the top still has that one there, because you recognize who I am, because you've got that information, and I can just select that and check myself out. Studies show that if it's not there, you've got people that are going to walk away and say, I'm not going to go through this again, and just not buy your product. Again, very simple. You recognize this as consumers. Make sure your website's doing that as well. Multiple shipping options. This is critical. We hear about ransomware almost daily and how that impacts larger businesses. Well, it impacts smaller businesses as well too. And from a consumer perspective, if you've had fraud or anything impacted on your end, you're even more cautious. I can tell you it's happened to me. So when I go onto a website, if I'm not very comfortable that I can put in my credit card and it's going to be secured because you've got a verified format, or I might want to use another method like PayPal or Apple Pay. If you don't have those options, I can tell you that 53% of those surveyed walk away. Because as much as they might love your product, they also love their credit. And they don't want their identity to be played with or stolen, right? So important to make sure you have multiple payment options. Multiple service options. Well, Paul, people just want the cheapest method to get the products to them. They don't care about express and everything else. That's wrong. They do. Because if you're based here in Ontario and I'm in BC and I love your product and I want to give that for a gift for somebody, or I need it for this weekend, or I just want it faster, there are people that will pay extra to get the product in their hands faster. Yes, majority want that free, low-cost option. But you will have customers that need it faster and they will pay for it. And if you don't have those options available, guess what? You've lost that sale. So make sure that you've got the one alternative that you want to promote, but allow people to select other options when it's necessary as well. Now we also need to make sure that we're providing accurate time in transit. And again, most carriers like UPS can provide you all of this information, not just the different options and the costs associated with that, but also when is the product going to be delivered, depending on the service the customer selected. Telling somebody that they're going to get their product in 5 to 10 days, well, am I going to get it this week or next week or in 2 weeks? Customers today want to know when I'm going to get it, almost to the minute. And we're getting there, believe it or not. We're going to get close to that. In fact, next year, we're going to be able to tell your customers within a 2-hour window when to expect their packages as well. So that's what consumers expect. You probably expect that when you're buying stuff yourself. So why do you not offer that on your website? You need to make sure that whoever you're using as your carrier that's shipping your products, you pull that information and you actually are able to share that with your customers so that they know, if I use this ground shipping, I'm going to get it in 3 days at the end of the day. But if I select Express Saver, I'm going to get it tomorrow before noon. And customers want to know that. Tracking orders. Why is tracking information important? Well, who's gone online, let's say in the last month, and bought something? Show of hands, online. I'll be surprised if not every hand is up, right? We all are online buying stuff today, right? And as soon as you actually bought that item online, you purchased it, what's the very next thing that we all do? We take this out, right? And we open up our inbox and we start scrolling it and we're like, well, it's been 10 seconds. How come the confirmation's not here yet? It should be here already. I'm confused. Like this is, like there's something wrong, right? It's the world we live in. We live in that world where information's important. We want it. Guess what? Your customers want it. So again, utilize the carrier's information that are going to provide it to you so that you can push that information to your customers. They place an order, there should be an email automatically going to them, telling them you've got the order. As soon as that order is out the door, you've got the tracking number, there should be another email pushed to your customer saying, here's the tracking information. And by the way, when they click on that tracking information, you can send them to us. We will take care of your customer. We will tell your customer on our website, based on our tracking number, where that package is, when they can expect it. And we'll do what we can to inform your customer. But it's your customer. Why are you sending them to us? Again, you can use the technology that's available today from carrier providers like UPS to actually take that exact same information, but bring them back to your website. And why is that important? Again, think about your experiences from other purchases you've done yourselves. If you go and track something that goes back to that website, usually what are they doing? They're saying, well, here's your order, Paul. Here's when you can expect to get it. But on the right side of the screen is saying, by the way, that product you just bought, we have it in another size, other colors you might be interested in. And if you purchase it now, we'll give you 25% off. You can target the customer that just bought something from you. And if you can turn a customer into a repeat customer, those are golden customers. They're your most profitable customers. And if you do a really good job informing them throughout this entire journey, they're going to be advocates of your business. And what do advocates of your businesses do? They go to events like this and say, hey, I was on this great website, bought this great product, they took care of me. Or they'll go to a family barbecue and tell all of their family friends that, hey, you should buy this online at this product. Because again, here's the experience that I had and how great the product is. So you got to make sure you're taking care of these customers through this journey. If you get that order and then you ignore them and move on to the next order and not take care of them through this process, you're not going to make them a repeat customer, and you're not optimizing the experience they can have with your product that's going to differentiate you from your competition. So keep that in mind. Okay, this one is important. Why is this one important? A lot's happened this year, thanks to our friends south of the border. Tariffs, de minimis, a lot of stuff's been thrown out the window. And we've been scrambling to make sure that we can support our customers and scrambling to understand what is the most recent regulations that's happening. One of the biggest challenges today is if you're trying to go globally, especially shipping into the US, a lot of your customers now are a little hesitant, saying, well, what is it going to cost me on my end? Is the UPS driver going to show up at my door and expect me to pay additional duties and taxes? How does all that work? All valuable questions. But guess what? There are ways of adding what we call landed cost on your website. What that means is you can build into your website for your customer the total cost, including, as you can see in the example on the screen, the duties and taxes and all of the fees on importing that into the US. And why is that important? Because now as a consumer, if I love what you have to offer me and I'm on your website, I can actually look at this and say, hey, guess what? I know what the total costs are. I'm not going to have any surprises. This is good for me. Let me buy this now. So there are ways of you doing that. And this is just one example, which we call global checkout. If you want more information on this or to learn about other tools as well, especially in today's environment, come see us at our booth and we'll be glad to help you with more information on that. And returns. Returns is that one item that, it's almost like that cousin you only see at barbecues. You sort of, want to talk to them, but you don't want to talk to them because you don't know. Well, that's like returns when I talk to business owners because they know they got to deal with them, but they don't want to deal with them. Well, it's important. It's important that you deal with returns because if you do it right, it's a great way to differentiate yourselves again against the competition. If you really make sure that you have a proper returns process in place, you will actually grow your sales. Well, Paul, am I not getting stuff returned? Yes, but you're going to get more sales than you otherwise would have. Because again, studies show what 70% of people do when they visit a website for the first time is see what the return policy is. That's what they go do. And I bet most of you have done that as well. Because if I can't return it or, there's some sort of, issue with doing returns, I might not buy it here, right? And putting your return policy on that fourth page under the shipping cart area after I put all my information in and then it pops up at the end, that doesn't help. Your return policy should be something I can access on your very homepage. At the bottom, return policy, here's what it is. And it could be that, you're selling perishable goods. Our return policy is that we don't offer returns. Great, but at least the customer knows, and they're not looking for it and trying to understand it. You're sharing that information with them up front. And again, if you can do returns and put a proper process in place, it's going to help you increase your sales moving forward. Free shipping. Hey, here we go. Who thinks free shipping, by show of hands, is a real thing, that it exists? Oh, we got a smart group. I don't think I saw any hands go up. It doesn't exist. It's a myth. Because if you think that our drivers are out there picking up packages and delivering them and not getting a paycheck, doesn't exist, right? But there are ways of you showing in your website that you offer free shipping, just like you see with the bigger brands that are out there as well too. I'll give you a personal example. I'm not going to mention the big box store, but there was one that we visit frequently. My wife happened to be on their website. And while she was on the website, we needed a very simple light for one of our rooms in our basement. She happened to be on the website. She saw it. She said, hey, this looks perfect for our room. Just can you go ahead and just order it, get it purchased and shipped. So I did. I logged in with my ID, bought it. It was actually $39.99 online, free shipping. It was included. Thought great. What was even better was delivered by UPS. Got it the next day, installed it. Everything's happy. Everyone's happy. About 2 weeks later, I happened to be in the big box location. And what do I see on the end display? The exact same light. Identical. And I know because I took a picture of the box and the SKU, and I still had the other box at home. Same SKU, same box. End display, not on sale. Regular in-store price of $27.99. Yet 2 weeks earlier, I paid $39.99 and I got free shipping. Did I get free shipping? No, it's embedded into the price of the actual goods. That's one of the ways that a lot of businesses actually are going to provide for you free shipping, because they embed it into the actual price of the goods. Another way that you've probably come across is if you spend up to a certain amount, then you can get free shipping. Or if you put multiple items into your shopping cart, you can get free shipping. So depending on what your competitors do, depending on your margins, depending on what you can do with your business, there are multiple ways of you offering free shipping or a way for the customer to get free shipping. And it is important, and I'll tell you why it's important. There have been studies done, and I love this, where they've actually asked people that if you can actually buy this item for $100 and get free shipping, or pay $75 for it and $25 for shipping, which one do you prefer? 100% of the people say they want to pay $100 for it and get free shipping. It's the same. I'm going to pay $100 both ways. But in our psyche, having that free shipping option is driving sales and a decision to that customer, right? So try to do that. There will be costs. There is cost, always. You got to determine how you can actually compete in your space to offer that solution. All right, here's your homework. I've got 3 things that I think you need to do if you haven't done so already. The first thing is you need to get your family and friends to do a bit of intervention. Once you've got your website up and running and ready to go, you need to ask your family and friends to look at your website and really, really try to tear it apart and really give you feedback. Now, don't ask mom and dad, because mom and dad's going to say, wonderful website, I love it, it's great. Get the people that you know are going to be critical. People that are going to look at your website and say, you know what, I don't like this experience, I thought this didn't work well, whatever the case might be. Get that feedback so that you can make the tweaks that you need to improve the experience for your customers. Number 2, go shopping. What I mean here is go to the websites that you have great experiences with yourself, right? So don't necessarily just go buy stuff, but understand the experience. Why do you like that website? Now, hopefully it's not just because of the product, but it could be the process you go through, where the information is, how it's laid out. When to actually buy an item, what updates do I get? What emails do I get? What gets pushed back to me? That's all critical because you need to, again, compare that to your website to see where you might have some gaps. The third homework piece is do a little bit of covert operations. And what I mean by this is go to your competitor's website. If you've got competitors, one of the first things you should be doing is you should be buying from them. Because by buying from them, you are going to understand what that complete experience is. Going on the website and just looking at it is part of it, but if I actually buy an item, when am I going to get it? What are my options? Do they follow up with me afterwards? Right? Do they send me an email to thank me? Do I get an additional offer? All of that is critical, because if you really take care of that customer who's already giving you money and treating them well and make them feel like they're the only customer you have, again, you're going to turn them into repeat customers, and better yet, maybe even make them advocates of your business. All right? So 8 quick tips, 3 bits of homework that I hope you can do when you've got time to help reduce that abandonment in your shopping cart and hopefully increase some of your sales as well too. The final thing is, if you haven't had an opportunity to come and see us at our booth, please do so. We've got a great team of people out there that will love to answer any of your questions and help you. Whether or not you use us or someone else, we just want to make sure that you're comfortable and that you've got the logistics part taken care of, because it's important. I've seen a lot of businesses that think of the logistics at the 11th hour. Everything's done, now we actually got a website, now we've got our first order. Too late. Your shipping needs should be thought of during your R&D phase. Because I've seen businesses tweak their products because they know they need to ship it, so they want to make it smaller or lighter, because smaller and lighter packages, less shipping costs, right? So you need to be thinking about logistics up front, so hopefully that you do that. And we're offering everyone at startup a 50% discount off. Okay, what's the catch, Paul? No catch. In the shipping world, when you create an account, the only time you actually get charged is when you actually use it. So if you create an account and you don't use it for 3 months, you never get a bill from us. As soon as you start using it, you get 50% off. No minimums, no commitments. You get 50% off every time you ship. Hopefully we get to connect a little bit more. Thank you for your time. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul, and don't go far, because we're also going to be seeing you in a minute. Now, we all know that entrepreneurship very much gets romanticized. Everyone thinks it's like TED Talks and book deals. But did you know that mental health struggles impact entrepreneurs at such greater rates than the regular population? In fact, I have a friend who's a therapist and only does therapy for entrepreneurs. It has to do with, the high stakes, the risks, sometimes the isolation, all those things. So I'm really glad that we're gonna try and talk about this, and we gotta shine a light on this and have these conversations. So our next session is Thriving Through Failure, a fireside chat on mental health and entrepreneurship. So let's, we're gonna have Paul leading this conversation. As you know, he is the director of small business at UPS, and he's bringing 2 incredible voices to this conversation. And I know Rachel Wong, who's the co-founder of Monday Girl and is an absolute dynamo. If any young women out there have been thinking about joining Monday Girl, get your applications in. It's a great community. And of course, Sanjay Singhal, who's the CEO of Fourth Space Inc. and the co-founder of audiobooks.com. So they're going to share some real stories, some insights, and navigating those emotional highs, those lows, all the, the roller coaster that is life as an entrepreneur. So let's welcome them to the stage.
Okay. So as we get settled here, how about a round of applause for Julie? Because it's not easy when you've got some people missing and other people sort of looking elsewhere, and she's got to make sure that everyone is out here. So she's doing a great job, and I want to thank her for obviously her efforts as well too. So we've got 2 great panelists here to talk about a very, very important topic. I could tell you that at UPS, mental health is something we take very seriously as well too. And I can only imagine in the entrepreneur world how important it is, right? So it's an important topic. It's one that we need to always be cognizant of and supporting across all ecosystems as well too. So we want to make sure that that is done. So I want to dive into this right away, and I do got some prep questions here for the Rachel and Sanjay. And I want to go to Rachel first. In fact, let's just do this quickly. I'm going to ask if they can both maybe just introduce themselves a little bit, because I'm pretty sure everyone knows who they both are on stage, but just in case you don't, just real quickly, backgrounds, business, just real quick, and I'll start with Rachel first, and then we'll dive into the questions right after.
Sure, absolutely. I'll give you the quick spark notes. I'm Rachel. I'm one of the co-founders of Monday Girl. We built Monday Girl because we were personally frustrated with the state of networking and mentorship, and although so many people were telling us how important it was, me being in the tech world, my co-founder being a creative, we didn't see ourselves represented. So fast forward today, we have over 350,000 women in our network, and yeah, we're looking to expand. So,
Sanjay?
Hi, my name's Sanjay Singhal. I created a company when I was 30 that resulted in bankruptcy and discovering I had bipolar disorder, and then created a company, audiobooks.com, 10 years later, after treatment, after understanding, that actually went on and became quite a success, and then I started a mental health foundation.
Excellent, perfect. Okay, so like I said, a very, very important topic. So we want to dive into some of their knowledge and expertise in how to obviously, deal with mental health, especially when you're in the entrepreneurship world. So Rachel, I'm going to come back to you. Just hoping that you can share a little bit about your journey. You've had the corporate background. Now, obviously, you've leaped into the entrepreneur world by launching Monday Girl. So what are some of the biggest challenges that you sort of faced along the way, and how do you sort of convince yourself on, how to take such a big leap?
it's so interesting because I get asked this quite a bit, but I'll be completely honest, I don't think I took the most sexy version of it. I took the very highly conservative, very risk-averse, very conservative version of it. And I'll tell you why it worked for me personally, and I'll tell you the flip side of it because my co-founder is the complete opposite, which is amazing. But I was at Uber, and this was around a decade ago, and I remember just looking around all these different conferences, and I was like, no way, like there has to be different ways for me to get access to people that might look like me, that might understand my experience, can actually potentially become a mentor. And I realized that if there was nothing else out there, after doing a lot of research, I might as well do this myself. So we side hustled it. We did what, we were gonna do for ourselves no matter what. And fast forward, we realized that there was a lot of momentum, and that's my co-founder, I think 4 or 5 years in, decided to go all in. She's like, I'm gonna do this, I'm gonna take a loan from the bank, I'm just gonna jump right in. And I'm like, that's crazy. I like coming from a first-generation immigrant household where I was taught that, like, a 9-to-5 is like the most honorable and most amazing thing that you can do. Like, this is what you've worked for. It was crazy for me to think about leaving this like big logo job. So I decided to continue to climb the corporate ladder, and it finally was until I believe actually a really strong mentor of ours came up to me and he was like, I don't think anyone's gonna tell you to quit your job, so I'm gonna do that for you. And he's like, I really think you're gonna regret just like not taking this jump. So I actually did. I think I really just needed that push. So fast forward, I was able to kind of go all in, but I will say that in hindsight, the silver lining here was that we didn't actually have to rely on other sources of funding. We're 100% bootstrapped. We have been. I didn't have to rely on other sources of credit to be able to supplement our income at that point. So I would say at that point that was actually a really strategic move for us. Okay,
great. Sanjay, obviously you've had incredible highs. I mean, just the $56 million acquisition of audiobooks is, that in itself is incredible. But you've also shared lows along the way, right? So can you walk us through sort of your journey and share some of those challenges that, that came with both the successes and of course some of the setbacks that you've experienced?
Sure. Well, as awesome as that day was, that the money landed in my bank account, that was about 10 years ago, and I didn't appreciate it at the time. I mean, I would always say, this is due to the hard work of my team and everybody else who supported me, my parents. I didn't realize just how lucky I got. So I'd had lots of failures before that, including the one that led to my bankruptcy. But I've had 5 projects since audiobooks.com, when in theory I proved I kind of sort of knew what I was doing, that have all failed. And not from lack of experimentation or knowledge or experience or emotional stability. I'm on the right medication now for bipolar disorder. But just realizing that you've got to be happy all along the way, right? Have the right support systems all along the way. Because it's not success that's going to make you happy. And presumably we're all looking for some way to be happy. The greatest financial stress I've ever been in has happened since I made all that money. Because losing a bunch of it on subsequent projects is way worse than never having made it at all. The one thing I would say is that it's loneliness, having nobody to talk to, not listening to other people, not having that key mentor who can step up at the right time and say, you got to get out of this job, or you have to stop this company, or you have to go see a psychiatrist. Surrounding yourself with great people is absolutely the key to being happy and to getting success in life.
I love hearing that, just because I was fortunate to do this in Calgary earlier in the year, and that whole aspect of loneliness and getting support around you resonated through that session as well too. So obviously that's a very key point. Rachel, you've obviously built this brand that's polished and empowering, but behind the scenes, I'm assuming there's got to be moments where you've got self-doubt, there's some burnout. What are some of the practices that sort of help you reset that when those things happen?
Yeah, I think it's a really great segue into the point of loneliness and community. I'll be the very first person to say that it's so interesting how people think it's like very glamorized, to be a founder, and we get to do these really amazing, cool things. But so much of it is so unglamorous and so unsexy. But anyone I talk to that is a founder completely gets it, right? Like, they know that this is just like the 1% of what we do every single day. Like, most of it's like, you're buried in spreadsheets, you probably actually haven't showered in a few days, and you smell bad, and you haven't had a coffee until like 2 p.m. So I would say for myself, balance is not going to be like the pursuit. Like, I tried to pursue it, it didn't look so great. I ended up stressing myself even more out. I was like, oh my gosh, I had to plan all those Pilates classes and get everything done before X p.m. and that didn't really work out for me. But what did work out for me was just seeing things in seasons, knowing when to sprint, knowing when to take that pause. I finally had like my first like real summer vacation, and it was so amazing and so great. But it took that time of me really sprinting to get to that point. So I would say for anyone that else is feeling that burnout, feeling like, oh my gosh, I have to compare myself to the Instagram versions of these people who are building in public, like building in public is still very much something that you can post edit, right? You can take out the terrible things that happened that day. And even, for example, we do share some of the highs and lows. I'll be like completely honest. There was like a photo that we posted, and it was like me and my co-founder. It looks like we're really, really tired on this plane, and we're kind of doing this. And we decided, we're like, should we be honest about why we're doing this on the plane? We're like, no, I don't think we should be that honest. The reason why we did that was because someone smelled really bad in front of us. And it was 7 a.m. in the morning, and we're so exhausted, and we had a speaking gig right after. But instead, we're like, it was really early, right? So it's like, there's gonna be certain things you're gonna post edit and cut out. But I would say for anyone that's like looking at social media and it's like, oh my gosh, like, why do other founders have it all together? The honest truth is, talking to my community and the other people that I know, we don't, so.
Yeah, so when we're on stage here, it's one thing, but behind the scenes, there's a lot of other stuff that's happening, right? So, Sanjay, obviously you've both been a founder and investor, but how do you think that the startup ecosystem can better support entrepreneurs, right? So we've got a room of entrepreneurs here. When it comes to that mental well-being, besides capital, what are other things that the ecosystem can do?
Well, capital certainly does not solve the mental well-being, unless that's what you're stressed out over, in which case, just understanding how the ecosystem works helps a lot. And there's so much more support now for entrepreneurs than there was 30 years ago when I started. So one of the things that the ecosystem can provide is mentorship. And unfortunately, a lot of people don't understand how you get a mentor, right? It's like if you come up to one of us after this talk and say, hey, would you be my mentor? That's not how it works, right? When I've mentored people, it's because I've encountered them in the normal course of business somehow. One was a magician at my bar that I own downtown, and he said, I will forego the tip you're about to give me if I could have 15 minutes of your time. And 15 minutes later, he explained to me that he wanted to be a business guy, he wanted to have a chat. Would I mind talking to him once in a while? But because we already had the connection of having met, it was like, okay, fine, I'll talk with you, every few weeks or every few months, whenever you've got a question for me. And over time, I believe I've become quite a close mentor to him. He calls me every few months with whatever grand scope of vision he has and issues he has. And he's not the only one. This has happened many times. One time during a conference like this, when I was giving a speech, the person who was walking me around and handling me asked afterwards if he could follow up with me. That guy eventually went on to Harvard, got his MBA, is one of the most successful venture capitalists in the Valley right now. I wrote his recommendation for Harvard, but it all started from, we were already connected. And then as a result, what's happened for me, I'm sure Rachel's happening for you, is I get energy from those mentoring relationships, but there's only so many you can do. So I would encourage everybody, find a mentor, but it's going to be you've got to have some other relationship with them beyond just please be my mentor. That's not a good basis for a relationship.
Okay, valid point, very valid. I want to start opening up the questions to both of you, and this first one is, we hear about this all the time, that grind culture, that need to push through, to get it done. But, mentally, that sometimes can lead to a burnout, mental exhaustion. So from your perspectives, how can entrepreneurs balance that, that ambition, and maybe even set some healthy boundaries so that, that basically they can continue to move forward, being an entrepreneur, but obviously dealing with, that grind that they have to do that, but making sure that they're taking care of themselves. Who want to jump into that first?
I mean, I wish I had an answer for that. I feel like, the number of times I fell asleep at the office. I mean, people who have good personal boundaries and are well emotionally balanced don't become entrepreneurs, right? I think you go through the grind. You drink lots of coffee. You pop, ADHD medication to get through some days. And then eventually you hope you get successful or get some kind of balance. I'll go back to surround yourself with great people who kind of call you out on your worst excesses.
Yeah, I think my advice is going to be around the latter two, around, if I were to call my parents and be like, I'm not going to pay myself for the next month, I can't imagine that they're going to sleep well at night that night, right? Versus if I were to call my friend who's also a founder or someone who gets it, they're going to be like, yeah, me too, actually. What are you going to do about the next month, right? Like, they're going to be able to talk me through it. They would really understand it. So I do think there's so much, of course our friends and family want what's best for us. They might not understand the journey that we're on, right? And that's something that I talk about with my co-founder. I don't think my parents still understand what I completely do, and that's okay. I think the reality is, you have people around in your corner that get it, that maybe have done it, or maybe they're doing it with you. I would say also peer mentors are really important for me as well. Maybe they've, sped a little bit ahead in this one season, this one journey, and maybe I'm a little ahead now. So I think that's been really helpful for me to have people in the same kind of level and same kind of journey as me at the same time.
There we go. Yes, perfect. So really surrounding people really does help.
An important part of that too is I love what you said about peer relationships, right? The best advice I've ever gotten, the worst advice is calling my risk-averse parents, right? That's just going to make me unhappy. But the best advice is from peers in the industry. Some of the best mentors, coaches I've had have been people that I worked with at one point. We parted ways, but they know me, they know my business better than anybody. They're the ones that you want to have lunch with once in a while and say, this is what I'm dealing with right now. They'll give you the best advice possible.
Okay, very good. What's everyone think so far? Okay, so BDC recently released a study on entrepreneurs' mental health, which found that 36% say mental health challenges interfere with their work weekly, and 50% cite cash flow and profitability as their biggest stressors, right? So do these findings resonate with your own experiences? And what do you think needs to change to better support founders in this area? Who'd like to challenge or take that one on?
I'm surprised. Sorry, you said 36%, right?
36% say mental health challenges interfere with their work weekly.
Yeah. I see Monday Girls in the group chat too, yeah. I agree. I would say, quite honestly, building a business is one of the craziest things you can do, right? Like it's for a very different kind of person. I'll be honest, like it's pushed me to become a fuller person, if you will. I think that's like the best word for it. You really have to check yourself. You have to be delusional at times. You have to be really honest with where you're not great. And I think that kind of self-reflection really takes a lot out of someone. And I'd say, to be completely honest, when I talk to a lot of my peers, like, yeah, like every day can definitely be a journey, right? Like you have like your highs. You might be, say, speaking at a panel and like you've crushed your last like milestone. Maybe Q3 was amazing. And then you're like, now you're looking at Q4 like next year. So I would say every single day is a roller coaster. And while those numbers don't surprise me, what I do think we need to do more of is having less contrast on social discourse around whether it's hustle culture or like, you know, running off to the woods and like not talking to people. I think there must be like this like healthy medium. And I think that's what we do. I would say, I think we do a pretty good job at Monday Girl of thinking through that, right? Like Monday is like meant to be this place where it's like, you do look forward to what we're doing, right? You do think about your career as an extension of yourself. And I would say, while I appreciate that there's like, you know, moments of grind where maybe that like motivational LinkedIn post like did help you get out of bed, there should be some more, I'd say, balance within how we think about that online. So I'm not sure if there's anything else to add.
We're good?
I feel like if 36% of the people are saying mental health is their biggest concern, at least half of them are lying. Like, meaning the numbers should be in the 70 to 80% range.
Yeah.
I've never met an entrepreneur who didn't have that kind of challenge, who called me up at some point, because I've invested in over 100 companies. Every single one of them, partnership problems, motivational problems, burnout problems. It's just something you have to go through. But one thing I'll say that, you know, as much as my bipolar disorder caused me to behave erratically, and I would say the failure of my first company was because of that. People don't typically fail because they burn out. It's that the burnout causes them to behave erratically in other ways, particularly in partnerships. I'd say the number one reason, most obvious reason why companies fail is partnership failures, where the founders just can't get along. It results in some weird equity splits. So maintaining some mental health isn't just about getting out of bed, having your coffee, and going to the office. That's not it. It's going to the office and actually having a productive relationship with people around you.
Wow, okay. So what I'm hearing is that failure is an inevitable part, right? It's going to happen. In fact, one of the things years ago I heard, and it resonates all the time, is you're not entrepreneurs, you're all serialpreneurs, right? There's multiple iterations before you actually are successful. This whole thing about overnight success really isn't a thing. So sort of understanding that, how did you personally deal with the mental and emotional challenges that came with that failure? So and you've already mentioned that you've had challenges. I'm assuming, Rachel, on your end as well too. How did you overcome that? How did you, get up the next day, move forward, and dealt with that emotional aspect of it?
I've asked mentors, I've asked other founders, I'm like, does this ever get easier? And I wish I could look back at all my failures and look at the times I've like cried about them or been really stressed about them. In a way, you become slightly more numb to it. You become slightly more acclimatized at times, but like sometimes you don't. And I think that's the reality of it, right? Like as you're climbing this mountain, each challenge could also get harder and harder. And I think the really interesting thing is that like it's built this new version every single time of the person I needed to be to take my business to the next chapter, even if it didn't feel like it, even if it was like the silliest mistake ever, and I was like, oh my gosh, how did we get here? Then we had to fix it. I think it's always like corrected our business as well to be more also thoughtful about those kind of mistakes as well. But I'll be completely honest, like those mistakes shake me. Like there's moments where I'm like, I'm a mess. I'm definitely like thinking of like co-founder relationships. Like I'm definitely much more of the creative, let's do this. I get really excited, but on the flip side, that makes me like, again, very, very emotional when things hit the fan. Versus my co-founder is just very steady, and she's very, very calm, and she's like, all right, this is what we have to do. So she allows for me to lock in. So I'd say like look for the people around you and your team that can support that and be that rock for you and be that vice versa. I kind of like what we talked about before. I actually talk about this quite often, but there's this really interesting, I think it's a GIF that I saw online one time. It's this guy who is clearly terrible at skiing, or just maybe they shouldn't have put him on this one hill. So he's skiing, he falls, he tumbles, and then like he's taking out every single person on that hill with them. And to me, that's like a really perfect analogy of like a leader that woke up and just like didn't have the best morning. They wake up, they start the team meeting, they're cranky, they're not really giving the best direction or energy to their team members, everyone else is confused. So I would say like you really in those moments have to check yourself, give yourself the space, because otherwise you might show up like that person who's taking out everybody else with them on that hill.
Okay.
Yeah, I've definitely been that person on the occasional morning. Hopefully it was just one day. You know, I've been, let's see here, I've probably had 6 failed companies and I've been fired 4 times. So let's call it 10 instances where it's like, oh, for God's sake, not again. And every single time it was like, I'm done with this. I'm never getting a job again, or I'm never going to start another company. That one has been repeated many times. And every time it was just time that solved it, right? Go recuperate for a little while, do something else for a little while, and then eventually the urge comes back, and you're absolutely right. It's serialpreneurs, right? It's this thing that you just can't kill inside, for better or worse.
I'd also say to that point, there's no better lesson than a mistake, which is so awful because it costs so much money, it costs so much time, it costs so much anxiety, but it's like there's no better way to learn than a mistake.
But it's the only way to really move forward. I mean, we even heard Michelle Romanoff earlier today. I mean, she was talking about, you know, the failures, the challenges, and people are like, well, you know, it took you 8 months to do that. She's like, no, it's been 8 years, right? So yeah, and I think it's important that the audience hears that, especially if they're just starting off, because thinking that, hey, overnight I'm going to have that success, could happen, but likelihood is that it's not, and it's going to take time, right?
Yeah, it never happens. That's not a good story. Can I just add one thing too? Yeah. Is that for everybody to really internalize this, okay? And Michelle's presentation talked about it as well. 95% of the things you try, not the companies you start, 95% of the things you try are going to fail, and that's just the normal stat, right? But the 5% that succeed layer up, and so you know. Once, I mean, I must have tried 20 different ways to get people to find out about audiobooks before we hit Google AdWords. And then that one thing hit, and that made the entire company. So 95% of things will fail, and you just kind of chuck them aside. Failure, chuck, failure, chuck. Hopefully you don't spend too much money on them. Then you find the one that works, and you pour capital into that one. That's but don't let the 95% get you down.
Very, very valuable point. Okay, we're running out of time. So, for the entrepreneurs that we have here in the room that you know, could be struggling quietly, what is the message that you would like them to take away from the conversation we've had here today?
I would say just realize you are not alone. Everybody is struggling. You know, the Instagram profile that people put up, that is not reality. Mine is not reality. There's everyday struggles, and if you reach out to somebody, the best way to get if you think someone is struggling, the best way to get them support is to tell them that you're struggling, and that'll enable them to open up to you.
I would say it's the nature of what we do. You know, it's so interesting. We are professional problem solvers, right? Like that's how we get into the the art of doing business, because we have this problem that we really want to solve, and for some reason we're crazy enough to like pour all this time and capital into it. And with that comes a lot of loneliness. It comes with a lot of, cash flow problems. It comes with a lot of intense problems that might make you feel really, really isolated, but just know, again, like you're absolutely not alone with that. I would say for myself, what's helped me is surrounding myself with really amazing people that get it. I feel safe to talk to. We call it a Monday Girl, like a personal board of advisors. So like try to have people in your circle that are really different to you in so many different ways. So for example, I have someone that is actually not at all a founder, but she's just amazing to like talk me down moments of just like pure despair. So that's like my like go-to person when I'm like having the worst of worst times. But then there's also someone I talk to, whenever it's financial, because she really gets it. So surround yourself with different people, and that should help you.
Wow, I feel like we can go on for another hour or so, but unfortunately our time is up. So Rachel, Sanjay, thank you very much for your insights. How about that? Okay.
Thank you so much to our panel. We really appreciate everything you are talking about because this is a conversation that needs to keep happening. We got to get rid of the shame, and it's conversations and community that are going to do that. All right, so now we're going to let everybody go for lunch. Go and check out what's going on out there, but make sure you are back by 12:45 sharp because we're going to start our programming again right here at 12:45. Thank you. See you in a bit.
point. So from our torches, they're solid metal. Our stickers are solid metal. So we wanted to ensure that, hey, if we are going to do this, we're going to do it the right way. And then it seems like, hey, you're buying our product because, yes, it is sustainable, but you're also buying it just because you like it. So you can kind of feed into the luxury without feeling like you're missing the sustainability and vice versa.
That's so great. So you really found that luxury tag in your journey of sourcing.
Yeah, I would say it was probably unintentional.
Okay.
Because being in the luxury market isn't the easiest, and a lot of founders don't typically look like me and are not the age that I am. So going into spaces, that made it a little bit uncomfortable for me also, but we just leaned into what we did and just accepted it, and now kind of just kick indoors wherever we see fit.
That's awesome. So good to hear. And Nicole, you're on mat leave, so congratulations, firstly. But you are also a teacher while having So Sweets. So what are maybe some helpful tips on balancing? Because we know that maybe you can't always have it all, but what are maybe some skills that, from your teaching that has helped you on your entrepreneurial journey?
Yes, great question. So it's been an interesting journey, a great one. I started So Sweet back in 2020, just before the pandemic. I think I launched like an Instagram page in February, just before the world shut down, so it wasn't intentionally COVID aligned. At the time, I was, I think, substitute teaching. And so I kind of had this nice balance where, with anyone who's familiar with substitute teaching, it's very flexible. You can go in when you want, you can take days off, no one's hounding you. So it worked really well, starting the business and then summers off, obviously, as a teacher. And that was when a lot of like markets were. A lot of my like big seasons are like Mother's Day, Father's Day, and then holidays, which again, pair really well with kind of the teaching year. So at the beginning, it was a little bit one foot in each space. Then in 2021, I started to be like, okay, I want to take this a little bit more seriously. So I kind of substitute taught less. I was like, I'll meet my minimum, keep my job, because I do love teaching. Like, that is my passion. I'm a high school science teacher, although I've taught across the board in kindergarten. During COVID, I was kindergarten, which was wild for anyone who had little kids. You can understand. Anyway, I'm getting off track here. So it's been a little bit of ebbing and flowing with the business kind of being the priority and teaching taking a back seat, and then it kind of shifted to the teaching kind of coming full front and the business taking a back seat. So I think managing that has it's caused me to be really flexible in the way I kind of view my career progression. So I have a hard time committing to things because I'm kind of here or there, exactly how I'm kind of rambling on in this conversation right now. But essentially what I have found, being a teacher, you have to be creative, you have to be flexible, you have to sell your students on your product. I have grade 10 science students who do not want to be there, and it is my sole purpose in life to make them love my product, my lessons. So I think it lends itself really well to the entrepreneur life. At this point in time, yes, I am on mat leave, but I am currently teaching full time. And I'm in this position now 5 years later because I've set myself up with systems in place to be able to delegate and allocate responsibility to people around me that I now have managing my operations, which allows me to do what I love, but also, do two things that I love.
I love that. Yeah. And did you find that with your products, because it's a newer type of greeting cards and incredible different designed cards, you find that you have to teach your audience or your customers about how to actually sow those seeds from your card?
100%. That's actually it's been a big learning piece throughout years of attending markets is, okay, how can I make people understand this like that? Because people don't want to stand necessarily at a market table and listen to an entire spiel. They want to understand what the product is right away, and you need that immediate buy-in. So I have generated massive signs that just say you can plant this card, ask me how, and that'll grab the attention of people who are immediately interested. I also have like set up an iPad where I've created like a stop motion animation of someone planting the card. So there is like a ton of education to it. And then the why, it's like, why even bother? It is a premium product. And like Bilky said, luxury is kind of inherent in sustainability now, which is kind of ironic. But it is a premium product, so people are like, okay, why am I going to pay this much for your card? And then that education piece comes in too. It's like, well, don't you want more out of your products?
100%. Thank you so much for sharing. So maybe back to you, Eddie. So you have built a community-driven gym that goes beyond fitness. How was building a sense of belonging help of your own belonging build that that really allowed your business to thrive? Because I think at the core, your story is also so important to your brand.
Yeah, so when we locked in our first lease in the Stacked Market downtown, many of you may have been there, we knew that, yes, this could be an opportunity for us to really build the brand and build Unchained Athletics, but getting there made us realize how hard it is to access funds, access leasing, property. People, we would go to open houses, or we'd meet realtors and landlords, and they would look at me and my first business partner like, these kids aren't serious. So when we finally found that space, we wanted to call it Unchained Athletics to finally put a stamp and say, okay, it's been 5 years now, we needed our own location, but we called it The Crate. I know it's very clever. The Crate, if you guys don't know the Stacked Market, it's a market made out of shipping containers. So it's called The Crate by Unchained Athletics. And it was a wellness space that we rented out to different wellness practitioners across the city. And we would host things like vendors markets every Sunday that highlighted Black, Indigenous, and women of color-owned businesses. We would partner up with other Black and racialized wellness providers to create more experiences in that space, especially near the tail end of the pandemic when everyone's coming out of their caves and trying to run their businesses again. We wanted to be that beacon where people can kind of use our space to build their brand. By doing that, it built the roots for us to sustain during the pandemic. Because like many other founders, we compare a lot, especially when we're in our earlier phases. And in my head, I was always saying, like, damn, like I should have just waited a couple years to start the business. Look where I am now. I'm eating it. All these other big gyms that opened up with huge VC capital and loans popped up and had all these cool locations. But then when it came to 2021, you would walk around, those gyms don't exist anymore, right? And I bootstrapped Unchained, and we haven't even got a fund yet. We haven't even got a loan yet. I went to the bank yesterday to ask for our first loan. So everything about Unchained I own, and that's something I'm proud of. And it was one of those things I had to learn along the way, that people might come with a lot of money and make a business look great, but if that foundation or those roots aren't there, when something like a pandemic comes, you're gonna be swept away.
Wow. So your community was really,
they held us down.
Wow, that's incredible. Yeah. The power of great community as well. Bill Keys, as someone in the consumer goods space, what lessons have you learned about standing out in a crowded market?
Too many. I would say the biggest one is messaging and understanding your brand. When I first started, my co-founder and I, he was like, who cares about the price? Let's just knock the price down and get orders out. And I was like, no. I said I was luxury before I had one sale. I was like, we're premium, we're luxury. I had to get people to buy into that. So that went down to my messaging, my branding, what my website looks like, who we work with. All of these things matter. Like, we've been approached by big box stores, and this is before we were even at the stage right now. We're still growing. But I was like, we can't do that because there's something I want to launch that I will be launched, it's going to be done in 2 months. And I was like, that won't make sense for our messaging. So I understood from the beginning, to be in the CPG space, you have to find your voice. I'm not for everybody. If you want to find the discount product, you can find that. That's not who we are. But if you want to get a product that is from Ontario, I know where our wood comes from, that our wood shavings are kilned and dried in the sun, so they're not sprayed with pesticides, so we make sure that our consumers are safe. Like, from top to bottom, we can convey our message to everyone that we talk to, and then that also helps us with our partners. So when we approach our partners, I would say that we actually have a pretty good track record. Like, I complain of like, oh, we haven't got a partnership this month, you know, and my co-founder would be like, you know, a lot of people don't get partnerships every month. Right. And I was like, really? You know, so like, it was managing expectation, but that came from my messaging aligning with theirs. So once you come into that space, you have to look, hey, okay, this is my brand. What does that look like for my partner? Because if you're a brand that is someone that would sell, like, you know, I'm not going to name any brands, but if you're a brand that would sell in like a 99-cent store, you're not going to approach a luxury good to sell your product. So you have to go from the beginning, understanding what you need to look like, how you need to position, so that you can attach yourself to the partners that you need to.
Love that. Maybe a follow-up question to that. How do you differentiate, you know your brand, you know it very well, but when are you also having to need that discernment of when you need to be open to feedback? Because you clearly are the expert, you know your brand very well, but when is that time when you do allow that feedback from experts or people around you? How does that shape kind of that continuation?
Literally always. Our product has changed in iterations multiple times. If I see something where, let's say someone gives us a 5-star review, but they're like, you know, this is a touch point I would have liked.
Right.
I look into it and I say, you know what, that's actually an easy touch point to do. Why wouldn't I just do it? And because of the margins we have, we can eat the costs on some stuff. We could, like, even if to make somebody happy, I might just speed up the shipping to get it to them in one day to make them happy. Does that cost more for me? Yes, but what's the cost of it to the customer? It means a lot more to them. So for us, it's just about listening to our customers, because that's our number one critic. I can listen to the experts and whoever, but my customer is who I'm here to serve, and that's who I'm going to listen to. And then also I do listen to people that are like, hey, you know, you might want to tailor this and tailor that. And then we have a discussion about it. But my customers are kind of, they're absolute. They tell me, hey, I need this, I need that. And if I think this touch point makes sense, I'll give it to them.
Wow, love that. Thank you so much. Nicole, so sweet. Greetings. Ties creativity with sustainability. What's been the biggest challenge in balancing cost, design, and impact?
So a lot of what Bilky said I resonate with regards to sourcing.
Mm-hmm.
So our paper is the most expensive component of the product by a landslide. There's only one, I don't manufacture the paper, I'll clarify that. I would love to, I just don't have the space in Toronto to run quite an operation like that. But there is only one seed paper factory currently in Canada. Some of you may be familiar with them. They're wonderful. Botanical Paperworks. They're based out of Winnipeg. And they are, although I've been working with them for a long time, it's by far the most expensive paper I think you'll find, aside from like really specialty papers. So maintaining that commitment to sustainability and design while balancing cost has always been something that's kind of been at the forefront of operations and managing the business. I'm not trying to be the next Papyrus necessarily. Like, I don't need to have the $15 card. I wouldn't consider myself like ultra luxury. Also, a lot of those cards come with a lot more waste than I would ever like to see on my cards. But trying to purchase in bulk as much as possible. So that was something actually that the Pizza Hut grant really helped with, was receiving a large sum of money that I could then apply to a large bulk purchase to get those prices down and my margins up. So prioritizing the way I purchase, having excellent relationships with my suppliers, I've felt has been really helpful. So like, I have gone for a drink with who I purchase paper from before when she's in town. Like, I will make an effort to get on the phone with people versus over email. Like, I'm very unafraid to ask for things, and sometimes people are like, no, absolutely not. And I'm like, okay, no problem, but you don't know until you ask.
Yeah.
And I found that that's really helped allow me to have, be able to maximize the sustainability and the creativity and the design while still optimizing for a price point that my customers are happy with.
Love that. So I love that you also put in a little bit of a Pizza Hut plug from our Equal Slice program. So I will kind of hop on that if that's okay. So I just wanted to know, so we know what you did with your grant. So you bought that bulk paper. How did you hear about that Equal Slice program?
I actually got nominated for it. I think it was a contact on LinkedIn who had been a buyer, like a customer of mine, Chelsea Hamlin. I don't know if you... Yeah. She, I love her, owe her big time, but she had reached out and said there's this really cool opportunity. Not only was it a grant competition, but it was also like we did a mini MBA with a company called Inner City Capital Connections. And I, having a science and teaching background, not a lot of business, and even in my family, like all my family members are like government workers or like
Yeah.
in the healthcare industry, things like that. So having that little
Guidance.
access point to business school, I also found to be really beneficial.
That's awesome. I'm going to ask you, Bilkis, also, how did you hear about our Equal Slice program, and what did you do with your grant?
So my last name is Grant, but I would say I'm also a grant hunter. So I found it on my own. I kind of was searching through the internet, and I was like, oh, I've never seen this before. So the same reason I joined, I was like, oh, there's a program behind it, so there are some things I can learn. And then we had our pitch contest. The Eco Slice actually helped me finish up my prototype that will be done next month.
Nice.
And then also expand into Europe. So I had some contracts that I was unsure about kind of taking the leap over because I was like, oh, well, you know, there's some logistic things and, you know, I was really scared of. And then when I had that money, I was like, okay, well, at least it's something I can take a chance on because now it's not directly from my sales. And now we're in Paris and Spain. So it helped us do that.
Awesome. That's so good. And you, Eddie? How did you hear about Equal Slice, and what did you do with the grant?
So when we were at Stack Market had a lot of small businesses that were running out of there, and our physical neighbor, she told us that she applied for the program, Christina Pack.
Okay.
And she told us to sign up for the next cohort, which I did. And yeah, it was a great time. I learned a lot about the business that I didn't know myself and how to vocalize it and communicate it. And for us, we are in the basement. So we are the basement of a small 4-story office building. So visibility is something that's important, especially when you're in the downtown core, competing with these multi-million-dollar studios. We didn't have any signage outside, so we put that money towards decals on the windows, physical signage to get folks to know who we are and where we are. We're on a small street called Camden Street, if any of you know that, where the Ace Hotel is. It's the Ace Hotel. They're going to build another hotel right next door to us, and there's condos. So it's a very small, one-way street. So visibility is super important for us, and since that, we've had a handful of new members within the first month that didn't even know we existed.
Oh, that's awesome. Okay, well, I'm going to do one last question open to all, and then I do want to let the audience know that after they finish this one question, we will take some questions from the audience. Again, they are entrepreneurs. They've come through our Equal Slice program, but also through funding of their own, and so I'm sure that they have so much to share. So please do prepare your questions. But my last question for you all is, what was the biggest roadblock you faced when starting out, and how did you overcome it? So maybe we can start from Nicole and then work our way back to Eddie.
Sure. So I had mentioned this before, but a business background, or the lack thereof, was something that I really struggled with in the beginning. There was a lot of imposter syndrome, a lot of like, I don't know how to do this, I've never done this. I had a lot of self-doubt, and it ultimately, unfortunately, led me to partnering with someone who kind of took advantage of that, which was a little bit unfortunate. So a lot of learning. We've since split. I bought out my ex-business partner last year, and it was the best thing I ever did for myself and my business. But I would say that was, and it took time for me to be like, no, I can do this. I could have done it.
Yeah.
I don't think I gave myself the time to learn that. So if there's anyone in a position where you're doubting yourself and your abilities, and you're kind of reaching out to someone, and I offered 50-50 off the bat, which is crazy. But at the time, I felt anxious, and I felt like this person had what I needed. And I wish I had taken a little bit more time and trusted in my own motivation, because with the proper motivation and determination, you will figure things out. And I didn't realize that at the time.
Wow.
So move past it.
It's great learnings. And sometimes the solution is actually parting ways, right? Thank you so much for sharing. Bilkis, what about you?
My biggest hurdle was myself. I'm extremely introverted. So I did not have a LinkedIn. I didn't want to talk to people. I tried to hide behind my brand. So that was the biggest one, but I'm also very laid back. In my daily life, I always say, oh, nothing's ever that serious to me, but then I realized in business, some things really are that serious. So I had to get out of that, and that also led to people kind of taking advantage when I was bringing in contractors and stuff that weren't doing the things that I was paying them for, and I would feel bad getting rid of them. And I'd be like, oh, well, you know, my co-founder is not like that. He's a car salesman, so he's like, they gotta go now. But he would make me do it because he said that as like a woman and stuff, like I need to walk into rooms and people need to know that my word is absolute, and that it can't be that he needs to come in and be the bad guy. Like, you need to do it. So now, people get fired. They do. I don't want to, but if they're not doing what they're supposed to do, we get them out of here. So me getting out of my own way and understanding that it's okay to be assertive and also putting myself a little bit out there more, having a LinkedIn and posting on it was definitely like a really big hurdle for me, and it made me network and meet a lot of great people.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Bilkis. And you, Eddie?
Money.
Fair.
Because you can have a dream, you have an idea, you know exactly what you want to do, and you have a vision of it. But if you don't have the capital, I had to take out of my savings to build up the first space. And space, right? Having a storefront, having a physical space is super important, especially for the message that we're trying to put out. I grew up in Rexdale. I could have opened an Unchained in Rexdale, and I know I would have been able to garner a community. But when I moved downtown Toronto when I was 20, I could not see anyone, very, very little folks that looked like me, folks that I grew up with in the fitness space in a leadership role or even an ownership role. So for me, having space was super important, and that was a boundary, that was an obstacle for me. And we were lucky to get that spot at Stacked Market because the space we were in, we were actually leasing it out from another person that wanted to create something similar, but they couldn't sustain it. And we took up majority of their schedule. So we're like, okay, well, we can sustain it ourselves because we have built that community and that business. So we just took over the lease from them.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing. Do we have time for one question from the audience? Okay, I see someone's hand raised there. Oh, I think we have a mic runner. So if you grab the mic, then our speakers can hear. Thank you. And if you could tell us your name and where you're from, that would be great.
Hey, thank you, everyone. My name is Karthik, and I am a podcast host called Karthik Unfiltered, where I talk to business owners and talk about challenges they go through. So you guys spoke about some of the hurdles that you had. When finding a partner initially, I'm sure you would have had a lot of doubt. Okay, is this the right person? Can I give some share of what I do to this person? How did you end up trusting the person that you partnered with when you met them? Because it's 50-50 for me. Sometimes I feel like an opportunity loss, and on the other side, I feel that insecurity of can I trust them or not? And anyone can take this question. Thank you.
I can take this one. So I have had two business partners. The first business partner was actually a client of mine, and she worked in the not-for-profit space. And when I was starting off Unchained in 2014, I was always complaining about how do I reach the population that I want to get? Because I worked in the gym in the downtown core and financial district, so everyone looked a certain way, and I was just like, how do I get to the community I want to reach out to? And she worked in the not-for-profit field, and she said, you have to find them. And she's like, let me introduce you to my executive director, and she made that connection. In our first event, we partnered up with Puma to provide an event for an organization that, I don't know if any of you heard of Black Women in Motion. So they provide programming for Black women who have dealt with gender-based violence. So after that was just the catalyst of keeping on finding those communities to work with. And she was very focused on the community aspect of it, but she didn't really like talking about money and charging folks when we started going into the business portion of it. So eventually during the pandemic, we parted ways. She's still in the not-for-profit field, but now she's starting her own fitness brand, and she's like, I see what you mean. We gotta charge people, or else we can't pay the bill. And now my current business partner, she has her master's in the maths, and she's all about money. And I'm like, I got best of both worlds, but my first partner is now using our current space to help build her brand. So it's full circle, right? And we keep it within the community in that way.
Okay. That is our time, but thank you for the question. And again, our panelists are here all day. I'm sure you can come and network with them. They'll be more than happy to share some of their journey. And again, if we could get a round of applause for our Equal Slice winners, Nicole, Bilkis, and Eddie. Please do look onto our page for all of their information, and we're just so glad to have this opportunity. Thank you, everyone.
Oh, thank you, panel. Priya, that was amazing. Thank you so much for joining us today. All right, and off you go. But yeah, you'll be around if anyone wants to catch up with you. Fantastic. All right. Yeah, great conversation. Thank you for sharing your stories. It's a great reminder that, all these obstacles and stepping stones along the way are true lessons. Now, up next, we have a truly remarkable keynote titled The Power of Starting with Nothing. From his humble beginnings in rural Jamaica to becoming one of Canada's most influential business leaders, and someone you may recognize as a dragon also, Wes Hall has redefined what it means to lead with purpose, with resilience and impact. Wes has built an extraordinary legacy of breaking barriers and creating opportunities for others. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to the stage, Wes Hall.
I grew up in Jamaica in literally a plantation worker shack, raised by my grandmother. I had no running water, we had no electricity. I didn't wear shoes to school. I had a major obstacle that almost prevented me from reaching my full potential. That obstacle was poverty.
Never wait for the perfect opportunity to do the right thing.
If I see something that can make this country better, I change it. If I see something wrong, I call it out. Diversity. Diversity makes us better. It doesn't make us worse.
Being the first black person on Dragon's Den, I'm doing that for a whole generation of people.
This is the life I wanted. And you know what? Nobody was going to stop me from getting it. Think about yourself 10 years from now, where you're going to be, and the world that you're going to live in. Society has a place for people like me. They put us at the bottom of the ladder. But by the grace of God and so many kind people, here I am today.
Oh, go Jays. Who watched the game last night? So I didn't have the pleasure of watching the game last night because I was on a flight from Calgary and there was no Wi-Fi on the plane. And so the pilot kept on announcing, the score, and it was like 3-1 for the Mariners. And then all of a sudden I'm like, man, we're done, right? And he came back on and he's like, when Springer hit the dinger, and he's like, it's 4-1 or 4-3, and it's like, man, we're still gonna lose. And then he came on the top of the ninth when it's over and said, ladies and gentlemen, I have an announcement to make. The Jays are going to the World Series. And the plane just erupted. So it was absolutely amazing. So I'm gonna start with this slide. And this slide is, this article was in the Globe and Mail August 5th, 2025. And this slide is based on the Globe and Mail put it in the front page that this is my company, Kien Environmental, that files for creditor protection because the company owes almost $98 million, $45 million of which was owed to the Bank of Nova Scotia. And so this is my perceived failure, folks. And I'll start with that, okay? So let's start on the premise that this fellow in front of you is a failure because that's the reason why they put that in the Globe and Mail. And it's interesting because the day we filed for creditor protection on this company, a company called Claire's, jewelry company, filed as well, and they owed $700 million, and it didn't make the front page. Mine did. So, keep that in mind. That's my failure. So this is the original. This is where I started. This is me with my grandmother in rural Jamaica. This is the plantation shack that I grew up in. And this was my grandmother and I in 1992 when I went back to Jamaica. And I said to my grandmother, I'm going to take you out of that tin shack. So I was raised there. It's 2 bedrooms. My grandmother raised 10 grandkids in that tin shack, and she worked on a plantation. And that's me saying, I'm going to get you out. Now, that house is built on stilts because when it rains heavily, that whole area would flood. And I remember being a kid sitting where that boy's standing, and my feet were dangling in water. And my grandmother had 10 of us in the house, in that house. So that's the start of my journey. And again, if we go back, right? I don't know if you see where I'm going with that. So my grandmother, if you look at her age, that's her. And she was raising great-great-grandkids in that tin shack at that age. And that's me and my grandmother sitting on that bed in that shack. And again, I made a promise to her on that trip that I'm going to get you out of that tin shack. And over my right shoulder is my grandmother packed her suitcase on that trip. Packed her suitcase waiting for me to send for her to Canada to live up to my promise to her. My grandmother fell off that bed not too long later, hit her head, and she died in that tin shack. And I had to go back to Jamaica to bury her and to unpack that suitcase. And so I had nothing at the time. None of this was a part of my life. But yet, when I think about it, this should not be possible. This so-called failure should not be possible. I shouldn't be in a position where I owe anybody $1, much less $98 million. Okay? And what they didn't show on my perceived failure in this company is the fact that that beautiful picture is the waterfront called the Portlands in Toronto, that our company, QM, was the architect behind designing. And when you go down to that waterfront and you're going to be canoeing along the Don River, I want you to remember my failure. That failure built that. That failure did that. But that said, that failure, in the article, buried in the bottom of the article, that my company was going to put in $14 million to take the company out of CCAA. Right? And that has never been done before, whereby you're able to restructure a company, save all these jobs, and it's coming back stronger than ever. So here's the start of the journey. In 2003, I started this company called Kingsdale Advisors. I had this crazy idea that one day I'm going to build this company that's going to advise all these massive public companies on, hostile takeovers and shareholder activism. Okay? That's what I wanted to build. But again, when I came here September 27, 1985, 40 years ago, to Canada, Lester B. Pearson High School is the one I went to. And I went into the guidance counselor. I came on a Friday. Monday, I was in front of the guidance counselor. So the guidance counselor said, "What program do you want? What do you want to do? What do you want to do?" Well, they put me in the ESL program. I'll tell you why they put me in the ESL, English as a second language. Because I'm sitting there as a fresh Jamaican off the boat, and the guidance counselor said, "What do you want to do, young man, as a 16-year-old? Now in Jamaica, you don't get choices as to what program you're going to take or what subjects you're going to take in school. They just put you in a subject. So of course, they gave me a choice. I'm going to pick a choice. So they said, what do you want? What do you want to do? I said, boy, just give me something easy, Right? So what did they do? I got all my subjects were basic. And because of the fact that I said, give me something easy, now they go, this guy doesn't know how to speak English. Put him in the ESL program so he can learn some English. And I went home and I said to my dad, classes here in Canada, it's easy, man. He's like, what do you mean it's easy? Because nobody speaks English in my class. It's like, okay, he went into class at school and then he found out. And then he said, fix the English part. And then he came back. I said, boy, it's still easy. It's like, what do you mean? It's all basic. Basic is that if you just show up to class, you graduate at the end, but it's a useless diploma. And I went from there to start in Kingsdale to become, and think about it, right? When I just came here, I went into the ESL program, and I went to all basic subjects, basics. And today, 40 years later, I'm the Chancellor of the University of Toronto. The University of Toronto is the #1 university in Canada, top 21 overall in the world. In addition to that, in terms of research university, It is the number 4 in the world. And guess who's ahead of them? Harvard, Berkeley, and London University. They're number 4 in the world. And so I didn't set out to accomplish any of the things that I've accomplished today. Not a single one of them. None. I didn't want to be an entrepreneur. I just want to work and get a job. I was envious of my dad because when I came to Canada, my dad had a house in Scarborough. He worked at a factory. He was getting paid between him and his wife $70,000 a year. And I'm like, that's the job, that's what I want. He had a car. His kids were great. And that's what I wanted in life. I didn't want to be in a situation where somebody goes, Wes owes $78 million, $98 million to anybody. But the thing about entrepreneurialism is you always have an idea in the back of your mind as to what you want to do or something that you think could change the market. The difference is that most people never act on it, ever. So with Kingsdale, I was like, this idea of advising public companies, you got to appreciate. Back in 2003, the boardrooms all looked the same. The C-suites all looked the same. They were populated by middle-aged white men. No women, no minorities. That's what Bay Street was, and Bay Street hasn't changed a lot since then. So here I am with this idea that as a 34-year-old black guy, I'm going to walk into these boardrooms and I'm going to convince them that they're going to need me to deal with this thing called activism. That, by the way, didn't exist in Canada. See, when you start a business, whatever that business is, your idea to tell stories, to sell your product, is absolutely incredible. But I learned entrepreneurialism not from Bay Street, not from starting Kingsdale. I learned it from living in this tin shack in rural Jamaica. That's where I learned it. I learned it from this woman, Julia Vassell. Because when this woman was in that tin shack raising 10 grandkids on a plantation worker's salary, she had to supplement her income to feed us. And how did she do that? She sold pudding at the local market. She sold pudding. And everybody was selling pudding at the market because everybody thinks their pudding is the best. But everybody knew Grandma Julie has the best pudding in the market. And as soon as she shows up at the market, it would sell out like that. And everybody else is still selling their pudding all day. So what does my grandmother do? She can't make more pudding because she only has so much time and there's only so much hours in a day. She has 10 grandkids to look after. She has to send us in the bush to get firewood to cook the pudding. So she started to raise her prices. As soon as she goes into the market, the price will go up. And everybody would complain about how expensive her pudding was. The people selling pudding was saying that she was ripping you off, customers. Don't buy her pudding. My grandmother said, I'm okay with that. You don't want it? Go buy from them. She focused on making a really good product. And as a result of that, she could charge whatever she believed the market will bear for her product. And she continued to increase the price until she get to a price whereby that's the maximum I can go. That's where I learned entrepreneurialism from. And so my firm, Kingsdale, that I started, we have 10 firms in Canada right now doing that work, starting from one when I started it. And we're 5 times higher than our closest competitors in fees. And we're the number 1 in Canada, top 4 globally. Why is that? Right? Thank you. It's because we focus on providing a service. And keep in mind, when I didn't say this, when I started Kingsdale, I was employee number 1. I had this idea, and I thought it was such a brilliant idea that the banks are going to finance me, investors are going to finance me. Not a single one. Not even any of my colleagues in the company that I was with came with me. I offered one of my colleagues 5% of the company as a sign-in bonus plus 5-year salary. If it doesn't work, I'll find a way to pay you, and I'll put it in write-in with your lawyer. And they said, no, not coming. I left by myself. I mortgaged my house. I went to my wife and I said, listen, I really believe in this idea. And I convinced her to mortgage our house for $100,000 to build the company. And 10 years after building that company, with one person with mortgage in the house, the company was valued at $100 million. Now, thanks. You are sitting right now, I'm pretty sure of it, a number of you in this room are sitting on a brilliant idea that could change your industry and could change this country. Because of that one idea built in Kingsdale, we now have 30 companies in our portfolio with thousands of people in our employment as a result of this one idea and taking all this risk. I am pretty confident that some of you in this room have that one idea, but you're afraid to take that leap. You're afraid of doing the things that you need to do to get it to the next level. You're afraid of getting rejection. By the way, let me put that back, the King of Bay Street. Look at that, right? I was always fly, didn't I? You don't have to be poor to be fly, by the way. You can, right? But this is what changed my life. A lot of us in this room are immigrants. A lot of us, this is my Canadian citizenship. I remember my dad telling me, he said, Wes, as soon as you're able, do two things. The first thing you need to do is to get your Canadian citizenship. Because if you get into trouble and you do bad things, they can't deport you. You know, Canada's responsibility. That's the first thing he said to me, okay? So you see all these ICE people running around the U.S.? I wouldn't have to run from them, okay? Because I just pull out this card and go, look, all right? So that's the first thing. And the second thing he said was, as soon as you're able to, buy yourself a house. Our first house, my wife and I, was $112,000. And that house, because of the equity built in, allowed me to get the $100,000 to start Kingsdale. Thank God that my dad gave me that advice. The power of perseverance is absolutely critical. That's a running back. A running back's job is to get hit all the time, but his job is to advance the ball. But he also knows that he's going to get hit a lot. And as an entrepreneur, you're going to get hit a lot. But success is interesting because a lot of us want to go, we hit 90%, hit 80% and all that kind of stuff. The best basketball player that ever lived, in my opinion, is Michael Jordan. He only made 49% of the shots that he takes. Yet he's the best. He's in the Hall of Fame. 33% of the playoff games he lost. But he's the best in the world. Could you imagine if you get this odds as an entrepreneur and you're disappointed? Right? So we have to redefine what success is. According to the Globe and Mail, the reason why they put that front page article is because they view my loss as a failure. Yet, we're hitting massive home runs in all our other businesses. Like I said, the first business is still the number one firm in the country. They haven't mentioned that. They mentioned the perceived failure. But there's all these guys are failures on this. Colonel Saunders, 65 years old, got fired from his job, no money, and he had this idea to do chicken. Could you imagine that? He has no idea. He's not a restaurateur. He doesn't know how to do chicken, but he has this great recipe, and he wanted to franchise it. They went to 1,000 people. They all said no. 1,001 said yes, and now we have KFC today. Look at Henry Ford. The Ford Motor Company is still here today. He went after bank after bank after bank who told him no. They prefer to keep the horse and buggy. He said, I have this innovative thing that's going to come and I believe in it. Here he is, Dyson, delivered for over 5,000 patents and prototypes. And now he has the bagless vacuum cleaner and he created everything today. But he had a lot of no's. Einstein, they told him that he's going to be like nobody. And we now look at, so all these people are failures. Steve Jobs was fired from his own company because they said he wasn't good at what he does. So, failure will happen, but failure should be based on your definition of failure, not somebody else's definition. So what does Maya Angelou says? You may encounter many defeats, but you must not be defeated. In fact, it may be necessary to encounter the defeats so that you know who you are, what you can rise from, and how you can still come out of it. That's what entrepreneurialism is. You may have your first idea, and it doesn't work, your second idea, and it doesn't work, your third idea, and it doesn't work, but you should never feel defeated, because that next idea could be the home run that you're looking for. But once you get there and you start your business, leadership is absolutely critical. As I said, we have 30 companies. I can't run them all, which means that I have to put different people in those different businesses. So the company that filed for CCAA, I didn't run that company. I owned it, but I didn't run it. I had a management team that ran it. You know the mistake that I made? Is the people that I put in to run these businesses. So my job becomes choosing the right leaders to lead the businesses and know when to cut them when they're not executing on the business plan or your vision. So, wrote a book on No Bootstrap When You're Barefoot. It talks about my job when I came from the plantation worker shack with my grandmother to really becoming the person that I am today. The journey was a very hard one. It continues to be a very hard one. I continue to break a lot of barriers. I continue to be the first to do a lot of things in Canada. I put out a LinkedIn post today. Why is it? Like in University of Toronto, I became the first black chancellor in 200 years in the history of the university. We just appointed the first female president in the university's 200-year history, right? So I indicated I'm proud of the achievements of folks who have done things for the first time, but why is it, after 2 centuries and thousands of graduates, that we have our first female president in 2025? In Japan, we just had our first female prime minister. Say it again? Well, she's a woman. Right? Why is that? Why is it that we're still doing the first? So entrepreneurs, it's almost like when you start a business and you're the first. You have to be prepared to take the hits. You do. You have to be prepared that you just got to keep on going and keep on getting up and keep on moving to that next level. But when you start, it's just the beginning. It's not the end of the journey. But you also know that when you're successful as an entrepreneur, there's so many entrepreneurs rooting for you to be successful because you're helping them to get to that next level and to take that journey. So that's my time. I'm going to be respectful of your time. I don't think I have Q&A. No questions? Organizers? No, I'm done. Okay. So thank you very much. I hope you learned a thing or two. And all the best with the rest of the engagement. Bye. Thank you.
What a legend. What a guy. Thank you so much, Wes Hall. Let's hear it for Wes Hall one more time. All right, where's my little cue thing? Oh, I think Wes Hall maybe took my clicker. Did Wes Hall steal my clicker? Thank you, Wise. That guy's been running around like a madman back there. Okay, so next up, I want to quickly bring Laura Sheck onto stage. She is the Vice President of Business Banking Client Solutions at Scotiabank. Scotiabank is the main stage partner for this year's tour and has been a longtime supporter of our efforts, for which we are truly grateful. Laura will be sharing a few words about how Scotiabank supports entrepreneurs. Please welcome Laura to the stage.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. It is a pleasure to be here with you on behalf of Scotiabank. I want to start by thanking Startup Canada for bringing us all together and the important work they do to support entrepreneurs and business owners across the country. At Scotiabank, we are proud to stand alongside Startup Canada as a longtime partner, working together to champion and support the startup ecosystem. A diverse and small business community is the backbone of Canada's economy, and in a year marked by change and uncertainty, your resilience has been remarkable. You've committed to adapt, support local communities, and create opportunities even when the landscape has been challenging. Now, of course, as we know, the complexity of challenges and opportunities facing small businesses is not new, whether it's managing rising costs, planning for growth, or navigating shifting economic conditions. Entrepreneurs have always found ways to move forward with innovation. So for the business ventures just starting out on their journey, or for those who are well established in their respective communities, no matter the size or scope or industry, Scotiabank is committed not only to providing tailored financial solutions, but also being your trusted financial partner. Scotiabank Business Advisors are here to help you manage your banking needs while keeping focus on the big picture to help you succeed over the long term. As we continue to expand our focus on small businesses, our advisors are here to do more than open products to help you with your business. We have a variety of solutions, including business advice, savings programs, and connections with a network of partner companies who specialize in the needs of businesses like yours. So I hope that you'll come and visit us in our booth in the Entrepreneur Support Zone outside. We would love to meet you, spend a little bit of time talking about your business and how we could help you in the future. Once again, I'd like to thank Startup Canada for having us here today. We're so proud to be a partner with you, and I wish everyone a good afternoon. Thank you.
Laura, and also just remember with this QR code, I don't know if I caught whether she mentioned it, but Scotiabank will be giving you $300 if you sign up for a new Scotia account. So we like money, right? So there you go. There's some. Now, the session we've all been waiting for. It is the Startup Global Pitch Competition Grand Finale for 2025. We've got 10 innovative companies coming to the main stage who will present their ideas. These talent entrepreneurs will include 2 winners from each of our Startup Canada tour stops, along with those from our virtual pitch competition. So each company will get 3 minutes to pitch. This is tricky for any of you guys who have pitched. This is like watch, learn the skills, so good. So they get 3 minutes to pitch their concepts, followed by 3 minutes of Q&A with our panel of judges, and we will be watching the timing. So without further ado, let's let's have welcome our Startup Canada director, Isabel, back to the stage. She's going to lead this exciting pitch competition from our Startup Global Pop-Up Pitch Grand Finale. Okay, Isabel, let's go. Have fun.
Hello again. How is everyone? I'm going to need a little bit more enthusiasm than that. How is everyone? There we go. That's me. Hi, I'm Isabel, Director of Programs at Startup Canada. Very excited to be here when what I think is the most anticipated part of the Startup Canada tour, which is the Startup Global Pop-Up Pitch Competition. So there's one very important rule, as you might have just gotten from my tone there. Before and after each of our pitches, we really need you to make some serious noise for our 10 finalists. Entrepreneurship, as many of you are aware, can be lonely and daunting. And this may be some of our pitches' first time getting up on a stage like this or pitching in front of anyone ever. So really let's make sure to give them a big, warm welcome and supportive cheer after they pitch. So let's test it out maybe. So want to give me a little test of how loud you can get? Woo! Okay, so that's going to be our baseline for the rest of the hour. So a big part of the Startup Global program is this pitch competition. We've been running this competition since about 2018, and we're really here to support entrepreneurs with their global aspirations and get some cash into their pockets to help kickstart their exporting journey. And we would not be where we are and not be able to provide these wonderful prizes as well as the rest of our programming without our wonderful partners. So big thank you to our co-presenting partners, Export Development Canada and UPS, our program partner, TD Bank, our ecosystem partner, Forum for International Trade Training, otherwise known as FIT, as well as our community partners, Communitech, GS1 Canada, and WeBC. Also like to give an extended thanks and gratitude to our 10 judges today who helped to adjudicate who the final 2 people would be on stage here today. And a special shout out to Amanda Logan, our wonderful programs officer, for her support and hard work in the lead up to today. Okay, so the top 10 finalists, and I've just realized, Paul, I've just put I have Paul's headshot on here, so I'm really sorry, but it's supposed to be someone else's headshot. But please put your hands together for our top 10 businesses that will be pitching live on stage in just a few moments. We're going to be hearing from Braden Haley, Summit Dogwear, Ranah Chavoshi from PhyCo Technologies, Kien Lamson, Fathom Storage Ltd, Samantha Ong from Joeydolls, David Sánchez, Decarb Technology Inc., Navi Parmanand from Celebrate Your Curves Fashion, Adrian Simone from GrownStone, Vishar Yaghoubian from Toothpod, Akiko Hyodo from Nummy Creations, and Melanie Courtois from Curated Design. So each of these entrepreneurs will have 3 minutes to pitch, followed by 2 minutes of Q&A from our judges. So let's give them a big round of applause. Okay, so there's some prizes that we're giving out today, which is very exciting. So firstly, we will have a People's Choice Award, which will be voted on you, the audience. That's going to be $2,500. So we'll have a QR code up on screen when each of our pitchers are up on stage. So you can open your camera on your phone, and that will bring you to a Google form, and you can pitch for who you think should win People's Choice. We'll also have 3 other prizes that our judges are adjudicating on. So our third prize is $7,500, second prize $15,000, and first place takes home a whopping $30,000. Our judges will be assessing on target market, objective, solution, leadership, traction, competition, and most importantly, their ability to go global. So let's bring on our judges. So I'm very pleased to welcome to the stage Paul Gasper, Director of Small Business at UPS. Let's give them a round of applause while we bring them on. Armin Noorozi, Regional Vice President at Partnerships at EDC. Robin Ginau, who is the Area Manager Small Business Banking at TD Bank. Jamie Savage, Founder and CEO of Leadership Agency. And Carla Briones, Founder and CEO of Immigrant Entrepreneur Canada. Welcome, judges. How are we doing? Okay. Let's start some pitches, shall we? All right, so first up we have Braden Haley, who is from Summit Dogwear. Braden, let's come on up. All the way over here. He's got a little setup going on, fantastic.
Gifts for you all.
Fantastic. All right, they can pass those around while they're listening to your wonderful pitch. I'll count you down when you're ready.
Yes.
One more. Can't leave Carla out. Okay. Okay, Braden, we will start you on 3, 2, 1.
Awesome. So my name is Braden Haley. The company I'm pitching today is Summit Dogwear. Summit Dogwear specializes in premium paracord collars and leashes. Paracord stands for parachute cord. It's an amazing material that is scent, mold, mildew, and bacteria resistant. What makes it really unique is if it ever gets chewed, nicked, frayed, or cut, you can actually melt it back to itself. So it's a little bit different than your average dog product. Now, I like to say this company sort of started by accident. So my dog's name is Summit. He's a service dog that I got after a workplace accident. So we actually, I say he's the real founder, because basically he wore a collar that I made for him that lasted 5 years. And that was before I even thought about starting a business. And then people still pointed it out to me. And I had been working in the outdoor industry for most of my life. Paracord's loved by climbers, hikers, the military. You've probably seen it on knife handles and emergency kits and that sort of thing. So what we've done is we've taken that and turned it into dog products. Now, because the whole story is built around Summit, we also have an initiative called Spreading Positivity, where we donate a percentage of all our proceeds to training service dogs, just to make it go full circle. Now, what makes this really different, though, is when I initially went to buy Summit a collar, I was on a trip, and I basically said, I'm going to spend whatever I need to on this guy. I want to spoil him, as we do with our dogs, if any of you guys love your dogs. And I went into a pet store, and I found that most of the products were the same plastic and the same webbing, and then they would slap a picture of a mountain on it and call it an outdoor product. No. I came from the outdoor industry, so what I did is I took outdoor industry product and turned it into something that works in the dog world. And the pet industry is known for being notoriously wasteful. Usually with pet products, what do? You use it, you abuse it, it gets stinky, smelly, and then you just throw it away. But for us, we use it, abuse it, wash and repair it, super easy, and then at the end of its life, you can upcycle it. So you can use it for camping, hiking, hunting, biking, whatever you do in the backcountry. So none of my products here are ever going to hit the landfill. And then we took it one step further. So the same way that it's plastic and webbing, we found that products are just sort of single use and that's it. So every one of our products has multiple purposes. All of our collars are either quick release or they've got a reflective plate that you can see from way across a dog park. We have leashes like this guy which have 7 uses. They can go to different lengths, sizes, hands-free, all that stuff, or some designed for dogs that pull. Not that any of our dogs pull here. And yeah, so really for us, our whole mission is that we want to be able to disrupt the pet industry and to be known as that tried and true outdoor company. We do really well in outdoor stores like your Banff, Squamish, that sort of thing. And we want to scale that to go across the world, really. So we want to target the Banffs around the world and really hit that approach. So since we won in Calgary, I've been rebuilding our back end and our website so that we can really tackle the new state of pretty much the online presence side of things. So AI ranking and all that stuff. So yeah, thank you.
Woo! Right on time too as well, congrats. Armin, can I pass to you first?
Oh, thank you. You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So thank you for this really interesting product. In addition to this product, what other products do you have for the dog market, and like what other plans do you have for expanding your
100%.
solution suite?
Yeah, that's a great question. So there's 2 things. Number one, I believe in business, it's really important to specialize. So first and foremost, we launched around that 2020, 2021 after that 5 years of the initial collar research by accident. And then for the last 5 years, we've been perfecting. So we started out with just large and medium-sized dogs. We expanded into doing some of the small pups. And then I would say that we're at the point now where we have a term that we say we have paracord perfected for those breeds and those sizes. So we just got into some of the small ones. There's a few of these kits that will have a small collar on them, which was one of the big shifts for us. So we're into there as well. And then it's a little bit under the table still, so you guys are the first to hear it, but we also have some human wear as well as some horse wear, because one of our main partners is Spruce Meadows, which is one of the largest equestrian facilities globally. They host, well over, I think it's like 700,000 people a year at their events. So we do really well there. That's where we usually trial our products in most of the markets, and we also sponsor their agility dogs and their race dogs and all that stuff too.
Brilliant. Jamie.
Great job, Braden. Question for you regarding the revenue growth.
Yep.
Is your, in this moment in time and in the future, what are the goals around? Is it direct selling? Is it through channel, retail, e-commerce? What is your plan for today and in the future?
Totally. Yeah, so I really have had an interesting journey with this. So when we launched, I had come from the wholesale world working in the climbing industry and stuff, so we went wholesale. You'll find us in Pet Values, Bosley's, Homes Alives, all across Canada. But I learned pretty quick. I went into a Pet Value one day, and the person at the front was texting. The products were half on the floor, half on the shelf. No one was really talking to me. And I have a saying, premium products require premium service. So what we have done is we've actually shifted to specialize in e-commerce and markets, as well as those partnerships, which is how we want to hit the market. We want to be able to really specialize on the e-commerce side of things and go direct to consumer. Every product that we ship has a sticker with the person's name, handwritten note, all that stuff. We have what we call treat you like family policy. So behind all of this, essentially we have a rule that if you ever have an issue, we'll make it right. If you bring it back to us, we're going to replace it or repair it, which is the real test because we've been around since 2020. If you have a policy like that and you don't have good gear, you're well out of here by now.
Brilliant, excellent question. That's all we have time for. Thank you so much, Braden.
Awesome. Perfect. One, just to spread some positivity. Does anybody here a dog person by chance? Yeah? Nice. Here. Take that with you.
All right, thank you so much.
I'm going to give this to you so I can get the products.
Fantastic. Maybe we get some music going while we're waiting for our next pitcher to come up on stage. Thank you very much. Cool. All right, thank you so much, Braden. All right, we're going to go straight on to our next pitcher. Please welcome Ranah from PhyCo Technologies, Inc. Woo! Okay, Ranah, we'll count you down in 3, 2. Maybe can we just restart the clock, please? Thank you. We'll start down in 3, 2, 1.
I want you to think about the last time that you ate a piece of plastic. Was it a bite of saran wrap by accident, or maybe you forgot to take the label off a piece of fruit? Or maybe it was lunchtime today, where the food we were eating was contaminated with microplastics. We know plastic is bad for us. We know it's got negative consequences on the environment. We know that it's bad for human health. We consume about a credit card's worth of plastic every week. And the question is really, why? How does it keep getting into our bodies? And the answer really is our food systems. We need 50 million tons of plastic to feed us every year around the world. That's how much we need. And this is a problem because it's poisoning us, essentially. So what PhyCo's mission really is to stop eating plastic. It's simple. What we've done is developed an earth-digestible, non-toxic bioplastic that's derived from seaweed, which is grown in partnership with indigenous nations and coastal communities. And the way we do this is by taking seaweed, using a process that's run at room temperature, uses enzymes and green chemistry to extract seaweed extracts, blend it with localized waste from the communities that we partner with, and then make pellets. And these pellets slot into any plastics manufacturing infrastructure. So it's just a plug and play. We've been really successful at this because we can use any seaweed from around the world in any form that it comes. And what we're targeting is our food system. So the market is agriculture. We want to help farmers save money in terms of labor and waste management fees, and of course, the consequence of environmentalism as well. So we're focused on a $1.2 billion biodegradable plastic agricultural market. We're specifically focused on North America and Europe, which is $500 million, and we're gonna get about 1% market capture from the next 5 years, so that's about $5 million. We're gonna be doing that by selling our pellets directly to plastics producers, so that's the most cost-effective way of doing things, and it allows us to scale rapidly in different regions around the world. And we've obtained $400,000 of non-dilutive funding in terms of traction. We've done 5 rounds of customer discovery to understand the issues that farmers face and understand product market fit. And we have sent prototypes to 5 early adopters. We have an LOI with 1 as of last week. And our team has over 50 years of shared expertise in bringing marine natural products to the market. So our mission really is to stop eating plastic, but we believe that seaweed can be a superior alternative to an everyday product that doesn't have to compromise our bodies, our planet, or our future. So thank you.
Woo! Thank you so much, Ranah. Robin, please.
Yes, thank you. Excellent pitch. I was wondering what the durability is. So I see the plastics on the farms, they cover the crops. Is it going to last the whole season? Like
Yeah, that's a great question. So we've actually, in the last month, discovered a novel technology that has not been patented yet that allows our product to be completely the same durability, flexibility as plastic, handle the same level of moisture while still being biodegradable, like fully compostable. So that's something we're going to be patenting as soon as we can once we get some funding. Actually, if we were to win today, we might use it for that. So yeah, that's in terms of the tech. We're close right now. We're almost there, and our plan is to scale that technology with a pilot that's starting at the end of November, ideally.
Thank you. Carla or Paul, do either of you have a question? No? Okay. Please. Armin? Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, so maybe you can tell us a little bit about your path to commercialization.
Yeah, absolutely. So right now we're in a chicken and egg situation because all our early adopters want product, but we're working through a third-party research facility. They have a sister facility that we're going to plan our next larger scale pilot with. We already have a partnership agreement with them, so the key is to raise capital so that we can do that. So we have the MVP, we have the LOIs, we're going to get 2 more that we're negotiating, and that way we can raise 500K USD or 700 Canadian and continue to scale and get towards pre-commercialization and the commercialization. And we'll be doing that with our early adopters, specifically in the mushroom farming sector and greenhouses, which is indoors. So we're testing in a controlled environment and then moving to the outdoor sector once our tech is really, really established and we can get to that level of scale.
30 seconds to go. Jamie, any quick... Oh, sorry, Paul, please. Sorry, go ahead.
Just quickly, from an adoption perspective, obviously the eco side is critical, but cost is going to be a factor for the people you're targeting. Mm-hmm. How does this compare cost-wise to plastic?
That's a great question. So right now, we're large-scale pilots, so our costs are obviously going to be a little bit higher, but our process is really cost-effective. We're 40% cheaper than our competitors per kilogram of raw material. So we're beating everybody else in the market right now who's operating as something similar. We're incorporating that localized waste that we're getting for cheap or free. And the real incentive why Europe is such an attractive market is they're banning agricultural plastics next year. So there's incentive from the European end, but from the North American perspective, farmers are struggling. Their margins are thin. If we can find ways to save them labor, which they're short of, and save money on the waste management side, that's an easy sell.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Ranah. Great pitch. Okay, picture number 3. Please welcome to the stage Kien Lamson from Fathom Storage. Woo! All right, we've got 3 minutes on the clock, and we'll count you down in 3, 2, 1.
I'm going to ask everybody to close their eyes. Imagine yourself on top of a floating offshore wind turbine the size of the Eiffel Tower, miles out to sea in the windiest places on Earth. This turbine and the 60 others around it that make up a floating offshore wind farm would just simply drift away if they weren't held securely to the seabed. But how is that done? My name is Kien Lamson, co-founder and CEO of Fathom, and I'm going to talk to you today about anchoring for floating offshore wind. Floating offshore wind has a problem. There's a global shortage of anchor installation vessels, and existing solutions for anchoring are both too expensive and too time-consuming. It's preventing wind developers from realizing the full value of their project pipelines. Fortunately, we have a solution. We have a patent-pending technology which sends anchors to the seabed inside of a captive vapor bubble, like dropping them through air instead of water. This process, called cavitation, enables our anchors to fall at incredible velocity, embedding securely into the sediment hundreds of meters below the sea. But most importantly, it takes 80% of the construction time for anchoring out of anchoring for offshore wind and cuts the cost by 50%, from $1 million per anchor to $500,000 per anchor. The global market for anchoring for offshore wind is approximately $7 billion and is growing at a compound annual growth rate of 23% for each of the next 5 years. 44,000 anchors will need to be deployed in order to meet the global pipeline of floating wind projects. My co-founder and I are both mechanical engineers. We've both spent the better part of the decade in clean tech ventures, specifically within wind. We've designed, pilot tested, and installed full-scale technologies on in-service floating wind turbines. And we have traction. We've raised $175,000 in non-dilutive capital and private investments. And we've secured a key partnership with a respected Norwegian anchoring provider who's helping us to certify, pilot, and commercialize this technology. Maybe in Nova Scotia, where floating offshore wind has suddenly leapfrogged into the public consciousness. We have competition, but as I mentioned, competing technologies are too slow, too expensive, or in the worst examples, can be incredibly harmful, scouring the seabed, destroying marine life, and stirring up carbon-rich sediments. To recap, we're addressing a problem that floating wind developers have identified as being critical. We're addressing a global market that's hungry for bankable, clean tech solutions for energy. And we have a clear path to commercialization through strong partnerships, commercial demonstration, and bidding on active wind projects. Thank you for your time, and if you kept your eyes closed this whole time, please go ahead and open them.
Excellent pitch. Thank you so much, Kien. Carla, please go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm trying to understand, like I was really trying to follow up, and I got it. I got exactly what you're doing. But my question is, you're talking about commercializing what you are creating. Have you, and you're opening pathways for that, have you secured any contracts yet? You mentioned something with Nova Scotia, so tell us about your commercialization path so far.
Yeah, sure. So the commercialization path for offshore wind as a sector overall really goes through pilot testing at part scale, full-scale demos, and then you can start to bid on projects. On top of that, you need a certification from sort of third-party bodies. The certification we have, actually, because our solution bolts onto our Norwegian partner's solution already, and their existing certification covers our delivery mechanism, if you want to call it that. We're very close to having a pilot that we can announce with other partners at part scale, so that'd be about a 10% scale project. That'd be a 10-ton anchor. And then that would dovetail into a full-scale demo, and it would actually serve dual purpose. It would demonstrate our technology at part scale and qualify the site by collecting data on the sediment for the full-scale demo. So we're not quite there yet in terms of having that secured, but we're very much on the pathway. And essentially, we've been chasing this particular opportunity for about 9 to 10 months, and we're very close to that, so we're moving fast.
Thank you. Jamie?
With the, I mean, right now you're close to securing 9 months, it sounds like your sales cycle so far. Do you anticipate this to be an enterprise solution? Like, what's your average deal size? Like, what's the cost of the solution? Like, are we like million up, million below? Like, what is prediction there?
Yeah, that's a great question. So when we talk about a commercial project, a typical wind farm would be about a 1 gigawatt facility. That would be about a $200 million anchoring cost for conventional solutions. We would be able to price somewhere between 100 million and 200, depending on what margin we can extract. We have a lot of flexibility there. Our costs are well below 500,000 relative to a $1 million anchor, so less than 50%.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Kien.
Thank you.
Okay, we are welcoming our fourth pitcher to the stage. Please put your hands together for Samantha Ong of Joeydolls. Woo. That's a lovely doll pole. It's very nice. All right, Samantha, I'll count you down in 3, 2, 1.
As a young Chinese Malaysian girl, I remember holding my Barbie each night, thinking, I'm not pretty enough. I don't look like her. At school, I saw my doll in the other girls, but not in me. I didn't belong. There are millions of children around the world that feel that they don't belong. Their story is missing from the toy aisle. Toys shape how children see themselves. It's been proven that many girls still choose the classic blonde doll as the prettiest, even when she looks nothing like her. I didn't want that for my daughter. When she turned 1 during the pandemic, anti-Asian hate was rising. That's when I decided to change the narrative for her and other children. From my living room, I started Joeydolls, the world's most diverse Asian doll line. Unlike other Asian dolls on the market that are plastic, stereotypical, and monolithic, our dolls are soft, safe, and culturally authentic, featuring traditional clothing and a QR code that allows children to learn about their heritage along with their parents. Today, our dolls represent 7 different cultures and 3 skin tones. In 2 years, we have sold over 13,000 dolls and made nearly $1 million in sales. 80% of our customers come in organically, many from them searching Joeydolls by name. We're in over 80 retail locations globally and currently in negotiations with 2 US major retailers. And I've done this completely self-funded with 0 previous toy experience. The global toy market is worth $128 billion, yet diversity remains a glaring gap. Less than 5% of dolls feature Asian characteristics. On one end of the competitive landscape, there are a few Asian collectible dolls, such as Barbie and American Girl. And on the other end, there are plush dolls, such as Manhattan Toy, that lack cultural depth and meaning. But not anymore. The response to our dolls has been deeply personal. A retailer told us about her grandmother saw our dolls in a toy window and she came in tears. She says, "I never imagined I would see a doll that looked like me and celebrated my Filipino culture." Today, 8 in 10 parents want toys that reflect real diversity, and we're answering that call by expanding into additional cultures, such as our Mexican dolls launching later this year. At Joeydolls, we understand that when children can see themselves in play, they are confident, connected, and proud, so that they can finally feel that they belong.
Fantastic. Thank you, Samantha. I heard you got a little whoop from Carla, so I'm going to go to Carla first and then Robin.
I'm Mexican, so I love that. So as you scale and as you grow globally, how are you planning to keep the authenticity while also maintaining, growing your production and maintaining quality and sales? Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. That is a true mission of ours, to keep authenticity at heart. So actually all our dolls are actually co-created with the community. We actually put out surveys, and we want to make sure that that is incorporated in all our designs, so that we really embody the stories and the traditions of the people. And so that is a really important factor for us. So as we scale, we always keep that in mind. And also we wanted to make them as affordable as possible so we can reach as many families. So we actually started off with our larger doll line. I think that was our signature dolls, and then we actually came out with a smaller version, and you can still see that even in the smaller version, we tried to incorporate a lot of the details still, so that children can really connect to their culture and really see themselves, and especially learn and celebrate their culture and holidays with their family.
Brilliant. Robin.
Yes, I was going to ask about more expansion. So you're going into the Mexican culture. If you want to go global, you're going to have to include more cultures. Is there any thoughts on more expansion?
Absolutely. So we actually have a lot of customer demand for additional cultures, such as Mexican. These are all based on community requests, and so we really take that into consideration. So yeah, Mexican was we actually put out a survey and got that feedback that Mexican was one of our highest demand. And so we really do hope that we can continue to expand on that once it goes well. We always want to scale with intention and want to make sure that it does connect and land with people. And so even though we are going into and expanding into larger distribution, that is still, we want to keep that at heart and make sure that we keep authenticity.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Samantha. Great pitch. Fantastic. All right, we are on to picture number 5. So very excited to welcome to the stage David Sánchez from Decarb Technologies. Woo! Okay, David, we've got 3 minutes on the clock. You can start in 3, 2, 1.
So please picture this. You're having dinner with your friends. Everyone is having so much fun. And suddenly you hear a noise in the bathroom, and it's the toilet, overflowing wastewater. In minutes, everything is flooded and is not smelling good. That nightmare can happen because of huge grease clogs in the sewer, caused by restaurants that use large amounts of greases when they cook, and part of that grease goes to the sewer when they wash their dishes. Canada spends $3 billion a year fixing the sewer, and cities around the world are doing the same, but they are enforcing laws. So non-compliant restaurants are facing closure and fines up to $100,000, such as here in Toronto. So that's a nightmare for the restaurant owner because current solutions don't comply. There are grease traps that retain only 60% of the greases, or bacteria that eats 80% of it, still not compliant. Other solutions require big investments, and restaurants don't want to do that for non-core activities. So that's why we have built Waro, the robot that treats wastewater right under the sink where the grease trap is. So we plug it in, and it starts filtering the solids and removing the organics, extracting 99% of the greases and killing the bacteria that causes bad smells. We have a circular economy approach, so restaurants pay a monthly fee for the service, we extract the grease, and we tap a 6 billion global opportunity, because that grease that can make your toilet a monster can also be used to produce biofuels that reduce CO2 emissions. So right now, our target market is 500,000 restaurants in North America and Europe that are part of big restaurant chains that have standardized procedures, that are paying for traditional solutions. That is a $2.4 billion global market. And right now we are raising $325,000 to execute the pilots we need to review with city officials, preparing for the expansion phase, where we will scale to 25,000 restaurants in the next 5 years, selling in Canada, the US, and the European Union, because big restaurant chains will take our solution wherever they operate. And I'm convinced that we can execute this vision because we have an amazing team. I have more than 15 years of experience building a business from 0 to 4 million in revenue, collecting used cooking oil from more than 7,000 restaurants, mainly big restaurant chains, so I know their needs, their pains and gains. We have exported waste greases to the US and to the European Union, and we're obsessed with this problem, and we are solving it. Remember, we are decarbonizing the world by decontaminating water. Thank you.
Woo! Fantastic, thank you so much. Armin, please.
Yeah, thanks, David. I'm now thinking about my bathroom or how much grease is going on in my house. But tell us how you started in this, like what got you in it, and maybe how far are you from commercializing this idea?
Perfect. So it started because I started building a business collecting used cooking oil for the biggest edible oil company in Colombia. So we started that, and we took it from 0 to a national-wide company, business that also expanded to 2 more countries. So there, the only thing we were looking for is where can we find more greases? And we found it there, and there was a big opportunity, and I decided to come to do this. So we right now have a TRL level 6, so we are doing the pilots so we can start our commercialization right now.
Thank you very much. Jamie.
There's, as you know from being in the industry, a very big difference in selling to multi-location, large global restaurant groups versus, a single location, one, restaurant. What is the goal there? Is it to sell multi-location, large restaurant groups, or is it to sell at the SMB level?
We want to start selling to big restaurant chains, starting with franchises that can operate in single cities, preparing ourselves to scale, That gives us critical mass, as we have already learned from my previous endeavor. So yeah, that's how we want to scale, and from there, we're gonna scale to different restaurants as well.
Brilliant, thank you so much, David. Congrats.
Thank you.
Okay, we're halfway through. Can I get an energy check? Is everyone feeling good? Are we ready to see 5 more pitches? Woo! Okay, I kind of believe you. All right, our 6th pitcher, please welcome Navi Parmanand from Celebrate Your Curves Fashion. Woo! Okay, we've got 3 minutes on the clock. Navi, I'll count you down in 3, 2, 1.
Imagine walking into a store excited to find the perfect clothing, but realize very soon that nothing fits because fashion industry wasn't designed with your shape, your size, and your ability in mind. That was my experience as a plus-size woman and my brother who had muscular dystrophy. I wish that I was building this business with him. Unfortunately, he passed away in 2020, but I'm carrying forward his legacy, and that's why I decided to build this business for me, for people that are often unseen and left in fashion industry. Sorry, my name is Navi Parmanand, and I am the founder of Celebrate Your Curves. We tackle 2 major problems: fashion exclusion and textile waste. we make clothing plus size, petite size, and people with disabilities are consistently underserved, and that's an industry of $200 billion market. And then textile waste, over 92 billion tons of waste is generated from only textile every year. And that's where Celebrate Your Curves come. We make made-to-measure clothing for all shapes, sizes, and abilities. And we have our another project, Project Reshape, in which we recycle and upcycle by making new products from the used clothing and then generating employment and income for marginalized communities. The dress and blazer that I'm wearing is from Celebrate Your Curves, my own business, and this is from old jeans sling bag, and it's a product of Project Reshape. Before I talk about traction and competition, I want to emphasize that we are a social enterprise. I am the designer, and my aunties back home in India are the one that are making this clothing, and that way I'm contributing to their employment and giving back to the community that raised me. In terms of traction, I've won about 7 awards in less than an year plus few months in business, and I have secured some funding, 50% of the funding for the Project Reshape from Divert Nova Scotia, and a few other grants for our eco-friendly shipping mailers to ship worldwide that are made out of starch, and $7,500 from for our 3D body measurement technology that we'll be using to expand globally, so that you don't have to go in person for a in-person fitting, but AI will do the things for you to measure you perfectly. Competition. If there is an organization or a brand that is doing sustainability, they're not doing inclusion. That puts Celebrate Your Curves at the intersection of inclusivity and sustainability. Okay.
Fantastic. Thank you, Navi. Okay, judges, who would like to? Armin? Or Robin, go first, yeah.
Hi, Navi, thank you. So you said it is a made-to-measure product. So how are you going to go global? Most clothing is usually mass-produced, so you have things on hand that you can sell to your customers. So can you kind of explain more about your made-to-measure?
Yes, usually we don't do mass production because we're trying to be mindful of what we create. Lots of time, companies make stuff in China and then they wholesale it, and it's adding the products to the landfill because they're not for long term. The clothing that we made, it goes for decades and decades because of the quality. With made to measure, the 3D body measurement comes very handy to have that expansion on hand without the need of going into every city, let me take your measurements, buy the measuring tape. And then we have samples made. When I go to pop-up shops, I have samples that they can feel the materials and fabrics and clothing, but we do make it made to measure so that we are serving all the needs. Because if we look at the size guides that are available in industry right now, they're not really still very useful. For a plus size woman like me, if clothes fit me on the chest area, they don't fit me on the arms. So that's why we wanted to make a made to measure.
And Armin, did you have a question?
Yeah, quickly. So how do you get your business today? Like, how do you get in the leads or opportunities? And then how do you plan to grow that?
Yes, we are 1 year and few months in, and in the first year I didn't make anything but did pop-ups, but I won some awards which gave me a lot of opportunities as well. But in this year so far we had made about $5,000. It's mostly from word of mouth and pop-up markets, and also from the fame that I get from awards and stuff like that. So I'm just using that organic marketing for myself. And then with this one, I think it will go really great with Project Reshape because we are using the old clothing that would eventually end up in landfills.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Navi. Great pitch. Okay, we're going to be welcoming up our 7th pitcher. Please welcome Adrian Simone from interesting products coming on stage today. Okay, Adrian, are you ready to go? I'll count you down in 3, 2, 1.
So at GrownStone, we turn organic matter into bricks. Hello everybody, my name is Adrian Simone, and my team and I are reinventing what a brick is. But why change this timeless material? Well, in the last 5 years, the cost of a brick has gone up by 35%, and the labor to install that brick has gone up by 55%. But it's not just a matter of cost. Construction material manufacturing is responsible for 1/4 of global CO2 emissions and the mining of 40 billion tons of raw resources every single year. And that's the issue. Companies haven't been able to make a material that's both environmentally friendly and economic. Until we did. GrownStone makes easy-to-install masonry using 100% recycled waste. That's half the price. Now we do this because our material is about 20% the weight of a regular brick, which allows us to put it on panels. This panelized installation system reduces costs by 75%. The reason why our material is so light is because it's recycled. So of all the organic, or all the aggregate we use, 95% is organic, which is typically less dense. And what that also means is per house, we are recycling 5.5 tons of waste and sequestering 5.7 tons of CO2, turning every single home into a carbon sink. Now, when you make a regular brick, you throw material into a furnace, it sits in there for a couple days at 1,000 degrees, burning fossil fuels the entire time. We've developed our biogel adhesive, which cures at room temperature, not just saving us money, but also the CO2 emissions. Now our plan is to go into the interior masonry market, which is $9.5 billion, and use our success there to pivot into the exterior masonry market, which is $45 billion and expected to double by 2030 because governments are building more houses to address the housing crisis. And we're solving big problems for companies like Navi. They're Canada's largest home builder, and they're planning to go majority net zero in their exterior facades by 2035. Now, their director of sustainability has said that we are the only sustainable masonry he's been able to find, and he's been looking for 3 years now. We're working with their design teams to get on board with those projects and make sure that we have a seamless integration into those homes. And if we are the brick on just those 350 homes, we're looking at $7.3 million of revenue at 75% profit. And they're number 1 in Canada, but they're 4th in North America. All the top 10 builders have similar sustainability goals, and we're talking to all of them to make sure that we can become a wholesale masonry replacement for the future. Now, our team consists of myself and my co-founder, Daniel. I'm from a civil engineering background. He is from a systems engineering and sustainability management background. We're surrounded by a great group of advisors who are experts in construction, masonry, manufacturing, and biomaterial research. And we're looking at building the bricks that we can build the future with. So thank you so much for listening, and would love to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Adrian. Carla, please go ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned that you're using this with a proprietary biogel. Is this something that is patented? Are these bricks a patent product? Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we have a patent pending for the material. We have 2, one for our interior grade, one for our exterior grade, just because of any differences between those 2. And then we're also working on expanding out that product line. We cast our material the same as cement. So anything that you make with cement, we can cast our material into. And that process we're also working on patenting.
Great question. Robin?
Yeah, so I was wondering with the Canadian winters, the durability and the lifetime, like how long this product will last on the exterior.
Yeah, so my co-founder is from Colombia, and he's had bricks sitting in a rainforest for the last 15 years. So great, fine on humidity and pests, but for the Canadian winters, we've done weathering chambers. And so we've gotten a lifespan of 20 to 25 years off of our initial blend. Looking at increasing that, getting it to about 50 years to match current bricks. As it stands though, our material is much easier to replace than a regular brick. All of the panels and even the material itself can be cut with wood saws. So if a material starts to break or spall, it's as simple as just cutting it out, and you can get another brick and PL it straight back onto the board.
Fantastic. 30 seconds left. Judges, any? Armin, yeah, go ahead.
Tell us a little bit about your manufacturing. Like, is that done here in Canada? Where's your supply chain from, and so on?
Yeah, so we are tackling a decentralized manufacturing process. So we get all of our waste aggregate from the community. Right now we work with prefab home builders, so that brick's made of sawdust, and we're working on making sure that any waste in the system gets reintroduced back into the system. The equipment that we use is kind of standard for the brick market. It's more the mix that is the kind of secret tech. So we can set up anywhere that has construction happening.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Adrian. Okay, we are on to our 8th pitcher. Please welcome to the stage Vishar Yaghoubian from Toothpod. Woo! Fantastic. All right, Vishar, I will count you down.
Is this my X? Yeah, I'm on it.
It is. All right, 3, 2, 1.
3000 BC. That's how long we've had toothbrushes for. So why are cavities, gingivitis, periodontitis, still some of the most prevalent chronic diseases in the world, impacting almost 100% of the population? Let me explain the gap. We're consuming more sugar than ever before, and we're brushing less and ineffectively more than ever. Of course, because having a sink and running water and a toothbrush and a toothpaste everywhere you go is nearly impossible. To give you context, only 1 in 25 of us follows the complete oral hygiene regimen recommended by dentists. So toothbrushes are just not enough anymore for this massive disease. And that's why we invented Toothpod, a dental smart gum to clean your teeth when you don't have access to a toothbrush or toothpaste. This dental chewable cleans your teeth through anti-inflammatory, antimicrobial, and remineralizing agents, meaning it heals your enamel. That's something your body naturally cannot do on its own. When you drink coffee, your pH is at a 5.5. If you chew Toothpod for 5 to 10 minutes, your pH goes back up to an 8.4, which means your mouth is no longer acidic, prone to cavities, and teeth sensitivity. Our research shows that bacteria related to tooth decay, gum inflammation, and bad breath has decreased over 40% after chewing Toothpods for 5 to 10 minutes. And we're doing all of our clinical trials at Harvard School of Dental Medicine and Harvard Medical School. Our model is B2B and D2C, B2B through dental clinics, where the dentist purchases Toothpods at cost, patient tries it, and patient comes back with every QR code that is on the pouch and purchases Toothpods, giving us 60% margins. Our TAM is $53 billion, but let's be real, we all have toothbrushes, and it's archaic, and it's just not working, and we are here to disrupt that entire market because it is just not enough anymore. People ask me, what is our moat? And it's not just our patent-pending, clinically researched dental product. No one has ever put these 3 ingredients into a dental chewable before. It's our team, too. I generated over $20 million, 20 million views in content, so I'm really good at organic content. My co-founder is finishing his biomedical engineering degree in gingival tissue engineering. Amar has led an oral care product to 30,000 retailers across the States. Jaron, who has generated $1 million in revenue for our largest competitor on TikTok Shop. And Colleen, who is in charge of 200 dental clinics across the States. So we have distribution, retail, science on our team. We work with one of the largest dental distributors in the States with over 400 dental clinics, and I've had the privilege to pitch Toothpod several times on different stages, but this is the very first time that I am pitching not an idea anymore, but a real packaged, designed, co-packed, produced, shipped product in my hand with over 20,000 units pre-sold. Woo! Healthcare, this is the future of healthcare because dental health is healthcare. So let's do better and reduce this nearly 100%. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vishar. Well done. All right, Jamie, I see your microphone is up. Off you go.
I like that it's B2B, but I have a question about that.
Yeah.
Is your expectation for these dental clinics or whomever in that B2B space to be selling this product then to the customers? Because often we get a lot of products for free from our dentists. So what is the revenue model there?
We work with one of the largest dental distributors in the States, so we're already in their procurement system because I didn't want to go door knocking on 400 dental clinics because I knew it's very difficult because they get free products all the time. And we're shipping to 2,500 hygienists this week, and the first set of the DSO clinics also this week, because they want to create more premiumness for their products. So sometimes they buy this at cost, and then the patient then goes back and purchases, which gives us 75% margins. 75, and then I assume that's not going to be always the case, because all the pre-sales that we've had so far is through organic. And so as we grow, I assume that it will be a 15 to 20% CAC, even if we're within the dental clinic model, and then the D2C is a separate model.
And quickly, Paul, do you have a question?
Just the B2C side then, are you looking at strictly online, or the organic through the dentist side, or are you looking at retail environments and tapping into having the product on shelf life?
Right now, B2B over the next 12 months gives us $3 million in revenue. B2C, our competitors making $2 million a month on TikTok Shop. They've generated over $65 million actually since they've started 9 months ago. So there was a month that they actually did blow up over Christmas. And I poached their head of their head of content. So B2B and B2C seem to be working extremely well for this market. Retail will be later, because retail will come to you. You have to position yourself in a way that they will give you proper shelf space. They'll put you at the front, and you need visibility for that, which means you have to do really well D2C and B2B for them to come to you, which will be a plan for the next year. But we already have conversations with Walmart, Shoppers, et cetera, just to get in their system, get to know their people, and then eventually when we're ready, go there.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Vishar.
Thank you.
Winners from the Mississauga Pop-Up Pitch today. So they found out in and around an hour and a half ago to pitch. So we want some extra love for them, because they didn't know they were going to get up on stage earlier this morning. So please, with a big round of applause, our 9th pitcher is Akiko Hyodo from Nummy Creations, Inc. Woo! Alrighty, we got 3 minutes. You can start in 3, 2, 1.
The world is fueled by caffeine and burnt out because of it. I want you to think about your morning ritual. The aroma, the comfort, that first sip. But without the anxiety crash and sleepless nights that follow. I'm Akiko, co-founder of Nummy Creations. My husband Corey and I have recreated the coffee ritual for the modern consumer, one that fuels calm focus, not chaos. Caffeine is the most accepted addiction, but what if we could live free from that dependency? Thrive on natural energy instead of chasing the next cup. With anxiety and burnout on the rise, consumers are choosing balance. Alcohol-free cocktails, fasting, and caffeine-free energy. In fact, the coffee alternative market is growing 8% every year, twice as fast as coffee itself. Our target is women 30 to 55 who love coffee but can't handle the caffeine. They're busy balancing work and family and just craving that moment of calm. They don't want to give up coffee, they just want the ritual without the crash. And that's where Nummy comes in. We've created a rich, bold, tasty alternative with none of the caffeine downsides. Crafted from roasted dandelion, chicory, barley, and rye, we've mimicked coffee's depth while nourishing the gut and nervous system, allowing women to actually thrive, not just survive. Let's be real, I know most alternatives taste like dirt or mushrooms, but Nummy's mastered both taste and function with clean, simple ingredients. Our AOV is $28, our LTV is $169, and our customer acquisition is $22, with a customer ROI of 561% or $661 on every $1 spent. We also raised $500,000 to help accelerate production and growth. Corey, our CEO, has spent 20 years in CPG, leading Shark Ninja's Canadian sales to national success. I'm a holistic nutritionist with a background in sales and marketing and a lifelong entrepreneur. I've learned to pivot fast and fail forward. Our CFO has 30 years in venture capital, and our investor learned early that Nummy was built to scale. And we are scaling with purpose and intention. We have launched in the US at Joeydolls with Kehi Distribution, and we plan to expand to 2 other DCs to start in Texas and Maryland through the wellness channels. Chile has a fast-growing wellness market with 3 million women in our target, so that could mean 5 million in annual sales in 5 years. Germany, Netherlands, and France, where coffee culture meets wellness, just 1% penetration is 9 million in annual sales. At Nummy, we're not asking people to give up their ritual. We're helping them reclaim it, because true energy doesn't come from caffeine. It comes from calm.
Fantastic, thank you. Well done, Akiko, thank you. All right, judges, anyone going to go first? Carla, please, yeah.
So your main distribution strategy is through wholesale channels, like distribution channels? Is that what I heard?
Yeah, so we're through retail and e-com, direct to consumer. So we've launched in Canada at several retailers, mostly the health channels to start, and then we just launched in the US a couple months ago. So,
excellent. And Paul.
Competition, very, very competitive space.
Yes.
So what are you seeing from your competition, and how are you going to beat them at this game?
Yeah, that's a fair question. We have found that a lot of the time our competition is quite expensive. They range anywhere from $1 to $2.80 a cup, where Nummy is only 35 cents a cup, so we're quite affordable in today's economy especially. Also with the coffee industry seeing the struggles that it is, Nummy is a great alternative for people that still want to maintain that ritual. But really appealing to people that have the caffeine sensitivity. A lot of our competitors still contain caffeine in their products, so for people that have that sensitivity or are trying to cut back, they're not going to find that with them.
Fantastic. Any final? Armin, please.
Yeah, thank you for sharing this with us. So you said you're expanding in the US, and with the tariff situation there, how are you adjusting your launch there or your pricing to
Good question. Yeah, so we have seen a 15% tariff hit on us, but we have discussed with our distributors and retailers, and they've accepted a price increase based on that. So it's been like an equal absorption, and our margins are very healthy, so we're not concerned about it.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Akiko. Thank you. Picture of the day. Please help me welcome to the stage Melanie Courtois from Curated Design. Okay, Melanie, you can start in 3, 2, 1.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm going to start with a little focus group. So how many of you, by raising your hands, love having nice frames, art, pictures on your walls? Great. And how many of you enjoy hanging those frames and pictures on your wall? That's my people. So, same. So Gallery Grip is a product that I invented, and it comes from that very frustration of having to hang frames on a wall and how intimidating that can be, and also how frustrating that can be. So we have the traditional hooks where it can turn your wall into Swiss cheese, or you have the adhesive, which can basically crash and break your beautiful memories in an instant, usually in the middle of the night. I don't know why. And so when it came to my house, I did some home staging, and this was always the last thing we would do because it was so time consuming. And no matter how many frames we hang, it seems like we could never get it right. And I figured at some point there must be something that I'm missing. There must be something on the market that does just that. And so I did a lot of research, and finding nothing, I've decided to invent it myself. And so here comes the Gallery Grip, which is a very compact railing system that allows you with 2 sliders to move sideways your frame. And there's on each railing, there is a hook that goes up and down. So it's a double hook system that allows you to adjust vertically and then to level. So all you need to do is to measure once, install the gallery grip, and adjust your frame all you want. Simple, unintimidating, and not intimidating. And so while other competitors out there offer, some are reliable, like the hooks are reliable, the adhesive is somewhat flexible and affordable, and then there's also, you can have professional or like professional rating system to install your frames, which is very expensive. With Gallery Grip, you get all that in one tool. No, you don't have to pick just 2. And so it's a big market. We know that there is a gap in the market, and then there is a market in the gap. The last innovation in this area was about 30 years ago with Command Strip from 3M. So they managed to grow this market to $2.5 billion globally, while the hooks and traditional hanging systems have a $1 billion market. And
you can finish your sentence.
And then this market is set to grow year over year. For the next 10 years, it's set to double. So there is really a good market for this product.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Melanie. Okay, I'm going to pass it to Robin first.
Yes, so this system uses both hooks and adhesive on the sliding scale. Is that, and it slides?
No,
Did I miss that?
It's anchor and a screw.
Okay.
And then behind there's 2 little like rubber strip to avoid it from shifting. And so it's like 1 hole and then adjustability. You have a 3 inches range to adjust the frame.
And it has a level in it? No.
You can, there would be a QR code where you can have the level on your phone to kind of set it up.
Very good. Jamie?
Do you have current sales today? What is your revenue?
I'm not launched yet. I'm launching on January this coming year.
Wonderful. And then Paul or Armin? Yep.
Yeah, so tell us, what would winning this competition do for you?
The competition will be the traditional ways of hanging. So 3M will still be a competition for us, and we want to differentiate ourselves by giving back to the art community. So because we support art, literally, we want to support the artists behind the art as well. So we think that by doing that, it would be a really good key differentiator for our brand.
Fantastic. Any final questions from our judges? 30 seconds on the clock. No? All right. Thank you so much, Melanie. Okay, well, that concludes our pitches for the day. I see some people leaving. That's absolutely fine, but don't forget to use the QR code up on the stage there so that you can decide who wins the People's Choice Award, which, as a reminder, is $2,500 cash. So myself and the judges are going to go away to adjudicate, and we'll be back here at 5 p.m. to announce who the winners are. Thank you so much. Passing it back to Julie.
Awesome. You judges have a bit of a job to do, don't you? I do not envy you. Okay, we are going on break, and there's a couple of things going on just in this staging room. Join the Ask the Expert. There's a fundraising and finance essentials session. So you'll have direct access to talk about, like, to financial coaches about VCs, angel investors. Great opportunity to get some personalized advice from these folks. So remember, the main floor now, first floor, all the exhibits are done. So lots going up on the second floor. So head on up there, and we will see you back here at 3:25 to continue our program. See you soon. in my Costco glasses. Welcome back, everyone. I certainly hope that you used that bit of time to connect with everyone in the room, because I'm a firm believer in your network is your net worth. You never know who's next to you, and might be your next investor, your next mentor, your next co-founder, your next brand collab. So make sure you're connecting with people here, right? I also want to take this time to welcome our very special guest to the stage. We've got the Honourable Nina Tangri, the Associate Minister of Small Business in the province of Ontario. Minister Tangri has been a long-standing champion of entrepreneurs and small business owners, working tirelessly to create an environment where innovation and entrepreneurship can thrive. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Minister Tangri.
Well, thank you so much, Julie, for that very kind introduction. And really, it is good afternoon. It's a pleasure to join you here in Mississauga, my hometown, for the Startup Canada Tour. As I look around this room, I see innovators, I see risk takers whose determination is shaping the future of Ontario's economy. As Ontario's Associate Minister of Small Business, it is my privilege to champion leaders like you, entrepreneurs who are resilient, creative, and drive our creating jobs, strengthening our communities, and fueling our success as Canada's economic engine. Our government is proud to stand with you. We've taken deliberate steps to protect and grow Ontario's economy by lowering taxes, reducing electricity costs, and cutting red tape. These actions have provided an estimated $11.9 billion, that's with a B, in cost savings and supports for Ontario businesses in 2025 alone. From seed to scale, we're supporting entrepreneurs at every stage through programs like Start a Company Plus and Summer Company, and through our network of small business enterprise centers and regional innovation centers that offer critical services and supports right across our province. In today's marketplace, we know that digital transformation is redefining what it means to grow. That's why we've invested $7.5 million in the Digitalization Competence Center, or the DCC. Now, this funding will provide $5 million for the Digital Modernization and Adoption Plan, the DMAP, which helps businesses assess their digital needs. It works with consultants to create customized plans and access grants of up to $15,000 to match private investments, and invest $2.5 million in the new Retail Modernization Project Grant, offering up to $5,000 in matching grants to help small retails adopt tools such as online payment systems, inventory management software, customer relationship management tools, digital marketing platforms, cybersecurity solutions, and artificial intelligence. But investing in technology is only part of this work. We're also taking action to protect workers, businesses, and jobs from global economic uncertainty while building a stronger, more resilient, and self-reliant economy. Now, this includes investing in the next generation of entrepreneurs. With an additional $2 million in Futurepreneur Canada for 2025-26, young entrepreneurs can receive financing and mentoring to launch and grow their businesses right here in Ontario. Complementing these services and supports, the Startup Canada Tour is another powerful tool, connecting entrepreneurs across Ontario with ideas, mentors, and opportunities that can help take your business to that next level. I'd like to thank the entire Startup Canada team for hosting these important networking events and for your tireless efforts in supporting our small business ecosystem in Ontario. Together, We will continue to protect Ontario's economy, support our entrepreneurs, and build a stronger, more innovative province for the future. I want to thank all of you for today and for inviting me, and happy Small Business Week and happy Small Business Month. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Awesome. Thank you, Minister Tangri. Really appreciate your words. Now, next up on the docket is Donna Heslin. She's the manager of small business, entrepreneurship, and innovation at IDEA Mississauga, and she'll be coming on the stage to share more about IDEA Mississauga and Visit Mississauga and how they've been supporting entrepreneurs throughout the years. Then we'll give her the task of introducing the next panel that she will also be moderating. So please, Donna, come on out to the stage.
Hi, everyone. I'm excited to be here. I can't see anyone, which is even better. Just excited to be here representing both IDEA Mississauga as well as Visit Mississauga, who we're so happy to have brought Startup Canada to this incredible city. Such an innovative city, 7th largest city in Canada, a thriving hub for innovation, entrepreneurship, and culture. We're so proud to host it here this year. IDEA, powered by Invest Mississauga, is the city's economic development team. We support businesses at every stage, from an idea right through to scaling and supports throughout, right into multinational expansion. We really want to see companies grow in our city. We are in a hub right across the road here at Square One, a physical space that allows you to walk in the door, ask questions, co-work, and meet mentors through so many programs that we have for women entrepreneurs, for founders at every stage that are growing. So come check us out, IDEA Mississauga. As a city, we are the 2nd largest hub in North America for technology. We have over 12 500 tech firms, Fortune 500 companies in the city. And in the city, we have over 145 languages spoken. So we are truly a diverse, engaged city, and we're so happy to have you here. Sharing a little about Visit Mississauga, we are the city's official destination marketing organization, and we lead tourism strategy, marketing, and efforts to grow that visitor economy. They're a big part of why Startup Canada is here today. We bring people into the city to engage and learn more about the culture, the creativity, all the amazing things that are happening here. So whether you are growing a business or you have a business here that wants to host an event, we have supports for you in the city, and we hope you reach out to us either at Visit Mississauga, IDEA Mississauga, or Invest. So now I get the opportunity to bring out our exciting panel, which is Scaling in Saga. And I have 3 exciting entrepreneurs and business leaders with us today that I would like to bring out, starting with Karim Abdur-Rashid, co-founder of Care Chemicals Technology. A round of applause. Second is Nizreen Chams, Assistant Vice President of Business Development at Bell Cyber, which was formerly Stratagem. And next is Nabanita Nawar, CEO and co-founder of HDAX Therapeutics. Come on out. All right. Oh, that was fun. Transition of the mic. Okay, well, thank you so much for all being here. We're excited to have you and share a little bit about the story of growing and building a business in Mississauga, what it takes to get to that next level. So I'll start by each of you just sort of sharing, it's a fun question we threw out there. So if your entrepreneurial journey were a movie, what would the title be and who would play you? And we'll start here.
Ooh, that's a fun question. I would say the title of the movie would be Defying Gravity, facing a lot of obstacles in the very beginning and people not believing in the vision. And if it were to be a character, is there a character in there as well?
Oh, sure. Who's playing you?
Maybe Salma Hayek, because she's very determined and she's always a fun one to watch on TV.
Okay. Karim?
I think if I was to name it as a movie, probably something like Farmer to Pharma. And that hinges on the fact that my dad grew up as a farmer in a different country, came here and entered into the pharmaceutical industry, and that's kind of the trajectory we've built on. So something along those lines, going from where we started or where he started all the way through to where we are and hopefully where we're going.
Amazing. Navi?
I think for us, we thought about two names as I was thinking about this. Firstly, in search of the molecule, we are a drug discovery company that spun out of UTM a couple of years ago. We are trying to develop novel medicine for the treatment of multiple diseases that have high unmet need in patients. So we are tirelessly working towards really the optimal molecule that can bring benefit to patients. So in search of the molecule is probably going to be without the name. And if I were to given a second choice, it would be trial and error, because there are just so much ups and downs, so many trials and errors we need to go through every quarter, every week, every day. That title probably gives a realistic picture of what life is like. It's all about trial and error.
Oh, it's great. And I know two of you have launched businesses here in Mississauga, and I know you've been part of that journey as well. So I'm going to start at the far end with this one. So what helped you launch your business in Mississauga? What inspired you to land here? And what were some of the resources that you tapped into? And Navi, I'll have you start.
Yeah, no, of course. I think for us, it was very natural to start our business in Mississauga, but it was eventually intentional to stay in Mississauga. So as I mentioned, we spun out of the University of Toronto. HDAX Therapeutics is a U of T spin out from the Mississauga campus. So that's where we built the science for several years within academia in serial entrepreneur Professor Patrick Gunning's lab. And in late 2021, we decided to spin out the company. As we were spinning out the company, we were still housed in Mississauga. We actually had a brief stint in Mars Discovery District in downtown, while SpinUp and UTM was still being built, the labs for startups. And once that was up and running, we moved back to Mississauga. So now we are fully housed in Mississauga again. And I think from what I know, there might be 24 startups like us in there now. So we have benefited heavily from being part of the Mississauga community from the inception of HDAX to now the growth of HDAX, and starting from Idea Mississauga to really the incubators within UTM and U of T as a whole, and in really the GTA community, we have had a lot of help.
That's great.
Yeah, so my dad first started a separate company years ago. He was actually one of the first tenants in Mars when they were very new, and then developed that company, and Care was built sort of addressing a family need because my cousin had epilepsy, and we were working on ways of making those medicines much more cost effective. And so when we started building this, well, we lived in Mississauga, so we started just towards the airport, at the very edge of Mississauga, and then subsequently built our own labs and moved in closer to the heart of Mississauga. And it's very, very good as a place to build because it doesn't have the prices of Toronto, but you're still very much accessible to the networks and communities of Toronto. And then being proximal to Idea Mississauga, where we were also part of, and other community hubs in the city, and pretty much just outside of Pill Hill, where a lot of other pharma companies are. It's a very strategic place to be from all those aspects. And then being an alumni of U of T, we still use some of those facilities and networks. So you're kind of able to position yourself to branch from all the community networks, even outside of the city.
So why Mississauga? We always saw Mississauga as a very dynamic business hub, full of diverse thinking and diverse talent. And, I'll step back for a bit and share a little bit more about what we do. Bell Cyber, formerly Stratagem, is the largest managed security service provider in Canada. And basically what that means is we are running cybersecurity management for a lot of companies in Canada and globally. So with artificial intelligence in the era right now, it's allowing hackers to really have a very interesting competitive edge. And so they can breach, they can attack in ways that we've previously never seen. So to give you a quick example, hackers can now go use AI to find, for example, a victim, take their LinkedIn profile and take their Facebook profile and put it in and say, hey, can you create a very convincing email such that this person would be very inclined to click? And so our organization allows malicious activity to be detected in sub 5 minutes and blocked and protect organizations because of the advanced work we've been doing in AI and technology integration. So going back to that full circle, we're very big on empowering Canadian talent. And Mississauga is home to a lot of great colleges, i.e. Sheridan College, lots of different talents that we've been able to tap into and really hire into the bigger ecosystem.
No, that's great, and thanks for tapping into that too. One of the things that's been so great about Mississauga is that ecosystem. You have Team Mississauga with iCube, with SpinUp, Edge at Sheridan, plus the research innovation team there that we've been able to access, and so many of our companies have gone through and been able to develop different technologies, AI platforms, et cetera. So it's the partnership as well as Altitude Accelerator for the whole region and the supports as the companies can go through. So speaking of that piece, what were some of the pieces that you found valuable in working with partners in the city that has helped you sort of grow the companies at different stages? So Kareem.
Yeah, there's a lot of good resources in the city, which makes it really beneficial. One of them being Idea Mississauga, getting support for events, conferences, free access to events that cost hundreds of dollars is nice to be able to actually get there. And then being able to be positioned with other leaders in the community, whether it's people in the city and leaders here that already have established companies, being able to expand on the network of these accelerators to reach people that are harder to reach or you need some sort of introduction, getting those provided to you. And the city's growing. It's not huge. It's not Toronto as well. So you have the opportunity to really make a mark here and benefit from people that can share their network with you and provide. And then opportunities like things like U of T and building off of that network, et cetera. You get the industry side, the government side, and the city itself helping.
That's great.
I think we like to say that HTEX is truly community built because there are way too many people to thank in our journey. There's just so many ecosystem partners, investors, mentors, advisors, and just people who helped without ever wanting anything back, like starting off at UTM, and then we had some space in Idea Mississauga for some time. We had MyTech's postdoctoral entrepreneurship grants that allowed us to get employed and actually take a salary while figuring out how to build a business, then hire the first employees with OBIOS, wage subsidies, IRAP, and so many more, TAP in Toronto. So really a lot of mentorship and coaching as well throughout the city, starting from Health Innovation Hub to TMU's Lab to Market, which is now I think all across GTA and in Canada, but we saw it in the early days just in Toronto. But a lot of mentorship to even help first-time founders and early stage companies figure out what they even need to build value, de-risk their technology further. So really, we started from scratch from the humble grounds of U of T Mississauga, but we've been able to have a footprint now in Boston as well, where majority of our board members are now. But we really started, it's really homegrown in Mississauga.
That's amazing. And then, Nazreen, your company's a bit different. Been around a little longer, been acquired by Bell recently, congratulations. Can you share a little bit, like working with the Invest team has helped? So our side, with the Idea team, we tend to be the earlier stage side of the companies, but we're working from the early growing companies, getting them to get to that next level. The Invest side focuses more with the established companies that are growing to even the bigger level and multinationals. So how have you found supports on that side, and what have you seen has helped for your growth?
Yeah, it's been pivotal, absolutely. The relationships we've built through the city and through Idea Mississauga and beyond have, in the early stages allowed us to help influence our social media position. What I mean by that is we had some early international delegations through the city and through Idea Mississauga that actually came onto our campus and into our offices, and we were able to post that publicly reshare and assist with an elevation of our social media content. That's been fantastic. We've been on trade missions as well to other countries, so to Saudi Arabia, to Kuwait, all facilitated through different connection points throughout our work here. And it's been great. It's all about elevating the profile, and social media today is the best form of attention, right? We all know that. It's attention, and how can you elevate that attention? And through various channels throughout the city's work, we've been able to do that. So we've been grateful.
Okay, that's amazing. And then I'm thinking, switching gears a little bit, each of you are working with teams, some earlier stage, some smaller, some growing. How do you develop a culture within your team? What have you found that's really been helpful, that's helped you grow your company, especially building together and establishing and keeping people who want to stay with you and support that growth? So, who wants to take that one? Okay, Kareem, I feel like you're going for it. Okay.
Sure. I think one of the core things is while you're building and busy and working, you're doing a lot of different things, but you also have a reason that you started in the first place. And maybe it was just you thought, hey, I can make a product and fit this, or it's something else. Like for me, it was my family member, a cousin, seeing if you can make a difference in medical journey for them. Now that we're looking towards opioids and even obesity as things that we can fix in terms of better medicine, it's why are you doing what you're doing? And I think when you ask something like that, you get to values and what you actually believe in. And when you go from there towards who do you want to build this with and who's the right fit to be part of that team, you answer a lot of questions that you should be asking, and then that helps not necessarily in the direct interview, but parts of what you look for in a person that's not on the resume as a hard skill to help you build that team for people that you'll rely on, people that you believe will do the right decision, the correct task. And that goes to team members, advisors. You maybe vet less of that in investors because that's not necessarily everything you'll talk about, but there's still bits and pieces of who you're taking money from, who your advisors are that are going to help guide you and set up relationships, and then your employees. So I think the value part is really, really big.
So I think what I'm hearing is it's not just the culture of your team, but all the partners and everyone you're working with beyond the system. It's true. We've seen that a lot with the mentorship, right? When people really engage with a mentor that they feel has the same values as they do, that really helps them grow to that next level.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can jump in on this one. So culture is critical, as we all know. You know, everyone's coming from a startup background, and how we nurtured culture early on at Stratagem was really empowering people. And how we empowered people is through funding their education, in particular technical sectors. And so, you know, if a team sees that their leadership is very interested in funding their education, it gives them something to look forward to. They want to upskill. They're very excited to come to work. And in addition to upskilling and providing that training, you must also have vision in the organization, right? And the vision is really what drives people to come to work every day. So it's a winning formula. You empower your people, they feel respected, and they're all moving towards a bigger vision. For us, it's really to become the largest managed security service provider in Canada and globally. And beyond that, we want to become a global cybersecurity powerhouse, exporting Canadian expertise all over the world. So that is something bigger than all of us. And so it's very important to keep that hungry talent and never lose the DNA of the startup mentality. We've been acquired, as Donna said, by Bell Canada, a fantastic 145-year-old telco, the largest telco in Canada. And so we really enjoy being part of that bigger brand. And we never lost sight, we will never lose sight of that entrepreneurial DNA, because it's really, if you look at it, anything that's been changed in the world started with an entrepreneur. And so this is why we nurture and we keep that DNA very close, and we keep it in the people that we train and mentor and move up as well.
Great. So I think for us, the mission is where we're going, but the culture is how we're getting there. And how we're getting there and who we're getting there with is essentially as important as where we are headed. And as a small company, we're a team of 10 people, and when you're that small, and I think also when you're as big as you guys are, like really for us, every single person makes a big difference in how we are getting there, so our culture. So we have tried to be very intentional, very purposeful from, with our hiring from the very beginning, and really every team member is genuinely in it because they are mission driven. They truly care about where we're headed, what we're trying to do, but are also really in sync about how we are getting there. We don't just put up our core values on the wall. We actually try to implement it and practice it, and culture is not something you fix and then it's great and it's going to keep going. It's an active effort. For us, we focus a lot on being very ambitious. We are very science-driven. We're very collaborative. And it's a very interdisciplinary work, so it's really important to be collaborative and high integrity. I think those are some of the few things that are our essential pillars, and really I think I feel grateful to say that I think every member of the team is the full-time folks, but also the board members, the advisors are truly they are truly part of this culture and really align with the values that we have, because it's also such a hard journey, and as I mentioned, so many trials and errors. So it is really the culture that keeps you going when you hit bump after bump, and it's really the team that has to push through despite all the hurdles we face.
Can I add to that, if
Yeah,
possible?
of course.
So critical to the culture of an organization is why we are doing what we're doing. So it's very key for the leadership or whoever is leading the teams to be crystal clear on the mission or the why statement towards what we're doing, right? And reason being is, we can always plaster a why statement or a mission statement up on a piece of paper or put it up digitally, but the moment your team sees that you are not really sunken into the vision or the mission yourself, there becomes to be a lack of buy-in, right? When the teams go through the bumpiness that they have to with growth, they can see a solid anchor in their leader that this person, no matter what we're going through, believes in us, has the vision, they continue to see you as a source of light, right? So a big part of our culture here at Bell Cyber is very much that North Star, the anchor. What are we here to do? Not make the most money, even though we are a very profitable business. We are here to solve cybersecurity challenges for enterprises in Canada, globally, and also export Canadian expertise to the national market. We're very proud of that. We have a lot of very intelligent people in Canada. And often, we are always leaving it to the American, the big brother, to go out and do that large-scale exploration. So we're very proud of the fact that we also have that DNA here, and we want to export it. So on a mission we were last year in Saudi Arabia, we are intending to export that knowledge to the emerging markets, the GCC, Kuwait, very interested in what we have to offer because cybersecurity is a global problem. And during those bumpy times, you must anchor your team in why you're doing what you're doing, and they will follow.
That's great. And then thinking back to some of the challenges you've faced as you've gone through this, I'm going off script a little bit here. Thinking forward, what do you perceive might be some of the challenges you're going to be facing in the next, I'm just going to say 12 months, because I know in this journey, if we go further than that, we have no clue, but even 6 to 12 months, what do you think are some of the biggest challenges you're going to be facing? So, Navanita, do you want to? Yeah.
I can begin. I think, if I started to talk about challenges, we'd probably take over the whole presentation. There's so many challenges
we're not going there.
every day.
If we need to, we will, but yes. We have 5 minutes and 30 seconds, go.
I think the most important, probably the biggest challenge, and it's not specific to us at all. I think it's just for early stage companies, biotech, but again, I think also irrespective of the field, given how the market's been specifically in the biotech sector with the interest rate high, no IPOs for a very long time and very minimal IPOs now, investors not being able to exit. We've seen that it's become a very tough fundraising market, especially in the last 18 to 24 months. And in biotech, it's been really tough for companies, especially early stage companies, to de-risk, to raise money. So we see that as a continuous challenge challenge for us, definitely in the upcoming months. We've been successful in securing our pre-seed financing and our seed financing, but we have had to look at the other side of the border, even at those early stages. You know, our last round was co-led by U.S. investors because we needed investors from the other side of the border to really lead the round while Canadian investors followed. But we do see that as an ongoing challenge in the biotech industry, and also specific to being a Canadian startup, because capital there's just a lot more on the other side of the border. So we are, even at really early stages, we start to knock on those doors very, very quickly. But I think, yeah, it'll take some time to fix some of that, but that's definitely a challenge of being an early stage biotech company in Canada.
Okay.
Yeah, I just follow on with that and kind of look at how funding has been cut. Again, south of the border, we look at the FDA, the NIH, several other organizations as well, and these used to be great partnering organizations, or just the ones that you need to give you that approval to the check mark to go forward. And as they get cut, their timelines get longer, information is lost, and then the funding partners also tighten up because they don't know what's going to happen. No one thought it would happen, but there's tariffs on pharmaceuticals, which doesn't usually happen because they're so vital. And so when you look at the next 6 months, where will we go is uncertain. And I think that's the worst part. There's uncertainty, which it makes it harder for investors, it makes it harder for decision makers, it makes it harder for planning. And so I think the uncertainty becomes the biggest risk factor because it's just, you don't know. That being said, with where we're going and what we're developing, we're still seeing some interest, which is really good for us, but it would be better to not have to deal with the uncertainty because there would be more options available, which is always the best case scenario. So I think going forward with uncertainty, you just have to learn to navigate it and know how to work with it. But then the benefit is if you can survive that, you're much better suited for when things stabilize.
Okay.
In the industry of cybersecurity, I would say the biggest challenge is how the hackers are getting sharper with artificial intelligence. And you know, as we get better, here on the good side, let's call it, as we get better, so does the hacker, exponentially better. And the reason being is hackers are operating in two ways that we would never hear on the, let's call it, good side of the world. You can find a 16-year-old North Korean hacker, 17-year-old Russian hacker sitting in mom or dad's basement and has the ability to wield the power of the American military with one line of code through a ransomware attack that he or she can plant, right? So when they have that kind of power and they have no regard for morality, they can easily take the sick kid's hospital offline with no remorse. And they're getting more effective with their AI tools, sharper, and so that's the challenge that we have. The guys on the girls on the other side trying to defend and get smarter. And so the beauty here is we also have artificial intelligence, right? So we can use that to protect ourselves. And so this is a big challenge here. And so at Bell Cyber, we are at the forefront nationally in terms of how we have learned to integrate technology to be able to automate responses. And actually on September 9th of this year, we announced the autonomous SOC. And that is born of 15 years of innovation that we had done here in Mississauga to be able to create what an autonomous SOC is, essentially, is a bunch of digital agents that are working in our favor to be able to, in sub 5 minutes, block hackers because they understand the patterns or the clues that we're seeing digitally in a dark environment, right? So we've done a lot of fantastic work to protect some really big household names in Canada. We're very proud of that. And so the biggest challenge is the hackers keep us on our toes, which is what keeps this business so fascinating. So we continue to evolve together.
So what I heard, biggest challenges are funds, needing a crystal ball, and global domination by a 16-year-old in some country, including our own basements, right? We have a few seconds left. I just want to wrap up with, and they knew this one in advance, so what has been your favorite place in Mississauga to chill, hang, brainstorm? You know, I'll start at the end. Nebonita, you get to go first.
I don't actually live in Mississauga anymore, but I love Arundel Park in the fall.
Where?
I love Arundel Park in the fall.
Arundel Park? Okay, it is beautiful. Okay.
I was actually going to say the same because the hikes, especially after school as an undergrad there, but also with the salmon run that is just about done.
Yeah.
It's really nice to go there. The fall colors are beautiful, and you get away from the city while still being here. So.
Okay.
I would say Streetsville is an amazing spot. There's a little Yemeni coffee spot there called Kamaria. I think I'm saying that right. And in honor of Hazel McCallion. So it's a beautiful little area there.
Okay. And I have to shout out Rattray Marsh as well. If you haven't been down there, check it out. So I'm going to say thank you so much for being here. This is a little sample of some of the amazing entrepreneurs and businesses that are in our city. Just so happy to have you all here sharing your story and your insights today. So round of applause. Thank you. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Well, that was an inspiring conversation. Huge thank you to our panelists for sharing their journeys, lessons, and insights on what it takes to scale and do business right here in Mississauga. It's incredible to see the innovation and ambition that's thriving in this city, and it's so great to be here today. So, next up, we're diving into one of the biggest challenges entrepreneurs face. It's funding your startup. So in this session, Securing the Bag, Financing Strategies for New Entrepreneurs, presented by our partners at BDC, our expert panel will explore practical ways to finance your business. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Miguel Berrez, who is the Chief Community Banking and Impact Officer at BDC, and he'll be moderating the panel. Welcome, Miguel. Then we've got Susan Henry. Woo-woo, Miguel. Susan Henry is our Director of Community Impact and Financial Inclusion at Alterna Savings. Welcome, Susan. And we've got Sarah Pick, who's the Regional Director at the Ontario, for Ontario at Futurepreneur. And of course, Makisha Banks, the founder of Everbella. Thank you, panelists. Looking forward to a very exciting conversation.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Delighted to be here with our colleagues. It's a real pleasure for myself to be here. I was in Calgary earlier this year, and it was a great session there as well. My name is Miguel Barrias. I'm the Chief Community Banking and Impact Officer at BDC. And what does that mean? We work with a lot of partners, many of which are here today, to support young entrepreneur and startup businesses. And that's what we're going to be talking about. We actually made a few announcements. Yesterday, we renewed our partnership with Face Coalition, who support a Black Canadian entrepreneur. And last week, we announced Community Futures, which is a 267 organization across Canada helping entrepreneur in rural and remote areas, and many more that we have amongst other Futurepreneur and Alterna Savings. But before we start, let me allow each of my guest panelists to introduce themselves. So let's start with Sarah.
Hello. Oh, it's working. Perfect. Hi, everyone. Thank you, Miguel. It's great to be here today, and hopefully you'll all enjoy the panel we have today for you. So my name is Sarah Pick. I'm a Regional Director at Futurepreneur here in Ontario. So I lead our team of business development managers who come out to events like this and have the opportunity to meet amazing people and entrepreneurs like yourselves today. So I've been with the organization for about 10 years now, and before that worked at a couple of other organizations in the entrepreneurial space here in the GTA as well. And then really quickly, just an introduction on Futurepreneur in case you've not heard of it before. So we're a national nonprofit organization, and we work to help young entrepreneurs who are 18 to 39 years of age who are starting, buying, or growing a new business. So we co-lend with our partners at the BDC to offer up to $75,000 in collateral-free financing to help young entrepreneurs get their business ideas off the ground where maybe there are challenges that they're facing in securing traditional lending options. So great to meet you. Looking forward to the conversation today.
Thank you, Sarah. Let's go next to Susan.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Susan Henry, and I'm the Director of Community Impact and Financial Inclusion with Alterna Savings Credit Union. I'll start with Alterna. If you're not familiar, we are a financial cooperative. We're a credit union, and we provide accessible, affordable financial products and services to our communities at large. We have about 39 branches, one here in the Mississauga area, and we operate in the province of Ontario. I'm just going to tell you a little bit about our community microfinance, which is under the Alterna umbrella. It provides access to capital for underserved, underrepresented individuals, entrepreneurs, and organizations. We have quite a few loan products specifically for those who may not qualify for traditional financing. We have our women entrepreneurship loans, social entrepreneur loans, or skills professional and trade loans, or professional development loans, and loans for low-income individuals. And we're also proud of our co-lending initiative with BDC, where if you apply through our community microfinance program, you can get up to $25,000, and there's a possible match with BDC for an additional $25,000. This is a very special year for us. It's the 25-year anniversary of our community microfinance program. Thank you.
Thanks, Susan. Last but not least, our entrepreneur, Mikisha.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Mikisha Banks. I am the founder and CEO of Everbella. So Everbella is a product and services line for people that are suffering from eczema, dermatitis, dry and sensitive skin conditions. We are paraben-free, chemical-free, synthetic, fragrances-free. Everything is organic and natural, and we really are here to help support people understand how to treat their skin when it comes to eczema. As we know, it's growing in, I don't like to say popularity, but that's the word. It's pretty much growing everywhere worldwide where people are suffering from that condition. So we're here to help people really support their skin and support their journey.
Thank you, Mikisha. Okay, so let's start. We have about 20 minutes. So my first question is for you, and we'll start with Sarah, but each of you will have a chance to answer. What is one thing you wish all entrepreneurs did before they look for funding?
So I was thinking about this, and there's so many different things because I think a lot of people get excited about the idea of applying for and securing financing that they perhaps miss a few steps. But I was thinking like one of the really big things we see often at Futurepreneur is that step of validating your idea before you have the money to work with to kind of move that idea forward. So whatever your idea is, you're ready to launch your business, just making sure that you get out in the community and you speak to your kind of target market or your best customer to make sure that what you're offering is indeed matching what they're looking for, the price point that they would pay for that product or service, et cetera. The last thing you want to do is kind of have that money available to you just to learn that you've actually missed a point that your best customer is looking for, and you need that time to maybe pivot, iterate a little bit to kind of perfect that offering for your target market. So just taking that step in that business planning journey to really validate, do some customer focused surveying, get on the ground, broaden outside of just asking friends and family, because I think most of the time they're inclined to tell you what you're offering is perfect and they would pay $100,000 for it when, we love our friends and family, right? So just taking that time to really get out there, talk to people, maybe even posting the opportunity for anonymous surveying to give people really that chance to say, heck no, I wouldn't pay $100,000 for that, but I would pay $25,000. So take that time rather than rushing into kind of like the appeal of the funding options that might be out there.
Thank you, Sarah. Susan, anything you would like to add from your perspective on one thing all entrepreneurs should think about before looking for funding?
Yeah, I think, definitely pay attention to those numbers. We know that entrepreneurs, they think a lot about the idea, they think about the product, but it sort of correlates with the numbers. And what I mean by that is you need to understand your costs, you need to understand your margins, you need to understand the in and outflows, what's coming in and what's going out. So, oftentimes we see entrepreneurs who they're sort of chasing the competition, and so they price according to what their competitors might be charging. And they often forget things. They don't realize, well, there's materials, there's labor, there's rent, there's their own time. It's not always all included. So when they price based on competitors, at the end result sometimes means that, you might as well give away that product or service because, you haven't done your homework to realize whether it's financially sustainable. The other thing I would add to that is cash flow management. A lot of entrepreneurs, if you're not doing that cash flow management, you might not realize the type of credit facility you're going to need, lines of credits versus term loans. So, for example, you may not understand that what is your accounts receivable, and if that's not coming in on time, can you pay your suppliers, your payroll? You might then need a line of credit. But if you're looking for expansion, growth, equipment, that is the time to get a term loan. So I think if entrepreneurs understand all three concepts of your idea, your product, your pricing, and the numbers that go behind it, it will bring a lot of confidence to lenders, when you walk into their office.
Thank you, Susan. And Mikisha, as a successful entrepreneur, what perspective would you share with fellow entrepreneur out there and things that they should think about before looking for funding?
I actually would second both Sarah and Susan, what they both said, because I think for myself, especially being in the space where it's, eczema, you think that like, oh, perfect, this is the perfect idea. And when you get out there, people are like, no, I have to go to Shoppers Drug Mart. No, I have to talk to my dermatologist. So you want to make sure that it's viable. So for me, it took a lot of time of really entering that space and making sure that customers understood my product versus just going out and saying, oh, I have eczema products. So it's really understanding the space. And two, it was really understanding my bandwidth, my runway for my cash flow. So yes, I got the funding, and you're so excited when you get funded. You're like, yes, I got the money, perfect. But then it's like, oh shoot, where did it go? So it's like, it's one of those things that when you get money, you have to understand how far you can stretch that money and how much more money you need on your second round or the third round or before you even get to the first round. So it's really understanding how far that cash flow could bring you. So for myself, again, knowing my space, my product didn't really scream and say right off the bat, this is eczema. So I had to go into rebranding. Didn't think about that before when I got my first round of funding. So then I had to kind of figure out where I'm going to get the money to do my rebranding. So it's one of those things that your idea is great, but you have to validate it and you have to understand, does your cash flow bring you 6 months in, 1 year in, 2 months in, or 5 minutes in? So that's where I would find, in regards to that question, that's what I would look at.
Thank you, Mikisha. And so tactically, when it comes to funding, where should they start? Now that we set the stage, let's start with Susan. Where should they start looking for funding?
Yeah, I would say you have to do your research, and when you're looking for funding, you have to make sure that that financing fits your needs. Entrepreneurs can be at many different stages in their business cycle. But from what we know, particularly those who are startups or even maybe those who are underserved entrepreneurs, when you look at traditional financing, and it has a place, it may not always be the answer. So they may be looking at things like historical financials. They may be looking at personal positive net worth, and they may be looking for collateral. And we know that some entrepreneurs, when you're starting, you may not have all that. If you think of a new Canadian or a young entrepreneur may have student debt, so they may not have that positive net worth. And I think that's where some of the loan funds or loan programs who understand this type of financing comes in. I can say from the alternative perspective, we do a little bit of a different type of lending, the more character-based. So we're gonna look at your strength, your skills, we're going to look at your support system, and we're going to look at your character, your business plan. Those are the things that we are going to use to help adjudicate your loan process. And this is why we have the programs that we have with BDC or joint loan program up to 50,000 that does that adjudication a little bit differently. So again, you have to know, what fits into the type of financing that you're looking for.
Thank you. Sarah, you deal with the startup every day. So what would you say where they should start?
Yeah, I think Susan's answer was really great. I will build on that as well to kind of touch briefly on credit. So one of the things we often see working with entrepreneurs applying for a Futurepreneur loan is there's just a kind of unknown in terms of where that person feels their credit might be. So I would say, like, if you're ready to seek financing, you're looking for your lending options, it is a good idea to understand where your personal credit lies. Whether that's in good standing, better than that, a little lower than that. If it is lower than ideal, then maybe building in a bit of a plan to spend time to work on the credit and improve it to a point where you're going to approach lenders and be in kind of like a favorable position. I think people often forget things like bootstrapping can really affect your credit score. So we're not really taught this in our kind of educational system, where there's a course that says, let's teach you about your credit and how to take care of it. So I think spending the time just understanding where your credit is will position you well to know what options are out there and where to start looking. Kind of like Susan said as well, doing your research. With the Futurepreneur component, we do support young entrepreneurs who are 18 to 39. The loans are collateral free with a pretty favorable interest rate, and again, co-lend with the BDC, also with a favorable rate. So if you're looking for, like, maybe it's your first business you're starting, you've already gone to a traditional lender and have been turned away because you haven't launched yet, kind of knowing your options that are out there, there could be something that's the right fit for you. And one last piece, because I forgot to mention in the beginning, the loans that the Futurepreneur offers also comes with the 2 years of mentorship. So a lot of younger entrepreneurs who are ready to launch, you're really excited to do it, but you kind of have that maybe missing component of confidence of like really pulling the trigger and going. Maybe you're missing that support system a little bit. Taking a loan with Futurepreneur, you will also get kind of that hand-matched mentorship experience too, for a 2-year period. So really having that champion in your corner who's there to help you and support you is kind of a unique feature where many younger entrepreneurs feel that little boost of confidence that helps them kind of pull the trigger and go for it.
Thank you. Thank you. From your own experience, Mikisha, anything you would like to add that you might do differently than you did when you started?
I would still do what I did before. I went to our local entrepreneur center in our city, which was its back, so Brampton Entrepreneur Center, and that's where I started my journey, where I was able to get some coaching, some advisory, and even people that were assisting me in terms of making my business plan, looking into social media marketing, really understanding my website building. And then that's how I actually got introduced to Futurepreneur, was through BAC. So I know most of our cities have like an entrepreneur center, and I think that's really helpful because one, it's free of cost. You can sit down with an advisor, they go through so much information with you, and that's how I felt ready to do my next step with Futurepreneur. And I feel like Futurepreneur kind of cleaned it up a little bit more with me and really gave me the insights that I was missing when I was doing it with BAC. So I think that's a great way for people to really be connected to a community, but understand other ways of building your business plan without going directly to the bank and them telling you, hey, you need a business plan.
Yeah, thank you for that. And if I may add one thing, also look with your advisor where you can get grants, but do not rely on grants on your business model. Take advantage of them, but don't build a model where you require grants to be having a successful business model. If sometime we see that and we are advising people on that biz. Okay, great. Now we got funding, and we worked very hard to get to the funding. Looking for what is the best way to manage those funds that now you inherited to ensure long-term success. So let's start with you, Sarah.
Sure, yeah. So I think it's about sticking to the plan that you created in that planning phase. So hopefully as you guys are starting your businesses or maybe in that ideation phase, you're going through the process of developing a business plan, financial forecasting. Once that piece is done and you've got your loan or your grant or whatever it may be, don't like stash it in the cupboard and forget about it, right? So keep that plan out and try your best to stick to the plan. So, you know, you'll have put together a financial forecast that sort of outlines, here's what I intend to spend on my marketing per month, here's my rent cost if I have a physical location. Whatever those costs are, then of course startup costs in the initial period are going to be a little bit higher. So once you've got your money, I think it can go quickly. You mentioned that, Makisha, earlier as well. Like, it can disappear fast. So if you're not careful, you can kind of get caught up on spending on other things that maybe present themselves as opportunities. So I think it's just about going back to the plan that you set out, sticking to it as best you can, while of course being realistic that we're going to pivot, right? You know, those risks in your risk assessment section of your business plan might come up, and you've got a contingency kind of maybe dollar amount that you've got ready on hand for that. So things will change, of course, but at the core of it, you've got a plan, you know, be accountable to it and be confident that you've created this path for yourself that makes sense. And I think that will really serve people long term to kind of stretch that dollar out.
Yeah, thank you, Sarah. Susan, anything you want to add on that?
I'll definitely add on that. You know, Sarah, I agree with a lot you said. And so I'll add two things. You know, I had said budget was exactly what you were talking about. Make sure you have a budget in place for those expenses and how you will do things like your marketing and so on. But the two other areas I would say is, you know, you want to make sure entrepreneurs need to separate their business and their personal expenses. That's very important for long-term success in how you're running your business. And I would also say build a strong cash reserve. You know, when we're talking about long-term strategy, having reserves are very important. And, you know, what taught us that was things like, number one, the pandemic disasters that we've gone through, where, you know, we saw a lot of entrepreneurs just not having any plan in place, not having any reserve put aside. At minimum, 3 months, max at least 12 months reserves is necessary for, you know, any challenges that may come into business. And it's also good for growth and expansion. So I would say make sure you have that. You know, I also want to say we did see in our own program during COVID where entrepreneurs were not saving. They didn't have the reserves, and that really allowed us to build our micro savings program where, you know, when an entrepreneur receives loans through our program, a portion is going into building up that reserve. That's that behavior that we want you to have so you can have that. I'll also say good strategy, mentoring, advice is important. A lot of entrepreneurs, they get the funding, and funding could be your loans, your grants, or even your own revenue. And what happens after that, they sort of sit back. You have to take advantage of a lot of the workshops that's available out there. We host quite a few. You know, we have CRA come in January, February, March to help you with your taxes. We will do budgeting, bookkeeping, whatever it takes, and marketing and sales. So you can't afford to sit back once you have the funding in place if you're looking at long-term success. That's the time that, you know, I often say it's time to hustle.
Thank you, Susan. Makisha, you've gone through it. Any live experience that you can share with the audience?
Yeah, absolutely. I love that my last name is Banks, and I feel like I don't know nothing about banking. So it's great that I force myself to learn a lot about banking and learn about budgeting, forecasting, and again, doing my own bookkeeping. I think a lot of us just start getting receipts and we throw it in a box and we're just like, yeah, I'll come back to it, or I'll hire an accountant. But at the end of the day, you're still responsible for your numbers and you're still responsible for for your income. So I made it an alarm clock that every single week I did my accounting. I did my own bookkeeping. I learned about my QuickBooks. I learned about how to do my accounts receivable, because when I had to shut down my location because I didn't have the cash for it, I realized, okay, so now things are getting real. You need to learn how to do your bookkeeping and do it properly. So that's when I took a class every week, learned about it, did my bookkeeping. So then that way now I'm ahead of the game versus you're running after it. So that's what I would say. It's really understand your books, so that way it's not like, well, my accountant does it. So what is your accountant to do? So you want to make sure that you know exactly it, so that way if you do have conversations with the bank, you can explain your bookkeeping.
Thank you. We're almost to the end. A few things I would like to add, and as part of the conclusion, we didn't have a chance to touch about AI, but there's a lot of opportunity to leverage AI. We talked about mentoring and whatnot. That's important. So there's a lot of people around you to do that. On AI, don't be afraid to use it and leverage it. But at the same time, do not just rely on AI, because we see a lot of people and we see business plans that have been AI created and it comes across and you can tell. And that is not helping you. It should be a tool as many other tools in front of you. And I just want to conclude by thanking my fellow panelists. But we think about your funding strategy, think about managing your capital, and make sure that you own not only your business, but how you manage the financing that will help you achieve your dream. That's very important. And I hope that, thank the panelists for providing you some insight. Please see them afterwards. We're there to help you. And please seek support, both financially and non-financially, to achieve your dream or your idea that you have. Thank you very much. Have a great evening, everyone.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you.
So good. Thank you to our panel. That is such valuable information. And I know, finances can be a bit of a thing, right? Like, we're entrepreneurs. We like to do the fun stuff, like the creating and that. And then sometimes process stuff gets a little bit lost along the way. Numbers might not be your thing. You might not be a finance guy, but you've kind of got to make it your thing, and you've got to find trusted advisors. You have to have people on your team who will make sure that you're watching that bottom line, because you cannot take your eye off the ball if your finances are off, you don't have a business, right? So as boring as it can be sometimes, we need to pay attention. So thank you to that incredible panel for sharing that. I also now want to take this opportunity. We have a very inspiring conversation, or keynote actually, with Jen Harper to close out the day. And this session really highlights Indigenous representation, sustainability, and innovation through the incredible journey of Jen and Cheekbone Beauty. So Jen has redefined what it means to build a purpose-driven brand, proving that business success and social impact truly can go hand in hand. So please join me in welcoming Jen Harper to the stage. Jen?
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Good evening, almost. I am Jen Harper. I am the founder and CEO of a color cosmetics company called Cheekbone Beauty. We are paving the way, or carving a trail in the beauty industry, to bring products that are clean and safe for humans as well as the planet. So that's really what sets us apart as a brand at Cheekbone Beauty. We started 11 years ago this January based on a dream that I have, and I'm about to share that with you in just a second. But I always like to forewarn everyone that I do talk a little bit about addiction and suicide in my keynote, so if anyone's uncomfortable, please feel free to leave if you have to. So, how does someone who's selling seafood in 2015 then build a brand that's now available in Sephora, on the shelves of Sephora here in Canada, and the shelves of JCPenney in the United States, and of course from our e-commerce platform, sell millions of dollars worth of product that we ship around the world? Oh, thank you. It's a really crazy, wild story journey. So I'm going to take you back pretty far right now, because when I had that dream, it's January 2015, and I have to always share this part because it's really an important part of the story. So I woke up, literally middle of the night dream. All I remember from this dream is 3 Indigenous girls giggling and laughing because they had literally made a mess of themselves and they were covered in lip gloss. So I woke up and I grabbed my laptop and I start writing out what is part of the foundation of our brand to this day. And one was the idea of to figure out how to make a lip gloss, and the other was use a portion of the profits to do something to support my Indigenous community. So at the time, I had just learned about my grandmother's experience. So my grandmother, her name is Emily Paul, she's on the screen. She survived the residential school system. So I'm 38-year-old Ojibwe woman living here in Canada, and I had no idea what that meant. But I learned that that's what my grandmother had survived. And since then, I've learned this term called generational or transgenerational trauma, when a group of people or a person are faced with an event that they are not equipped to deal with, and nor should they ever have to. And in my grandparents' case, this was the residential school system. So she was taken from her community at the age of 6 years old. If you have children, you can just imagine how painful that would be for a young person and their family, and was forced to stay in this residential school till she was 16. And if she tried to speak Anishinaabe-Moan, which is the language of my Ojibwe people, she would be physically beaten and punished. And so after learning this and recognizing that, oh my goodness, I used to believe that my family was just super dysfunctional, I had no answers or reasons why. And 2 months before having that dream, I myself had gotten sober. I had battled alcoholism for many, many years. And November 26th of 2014, I got sober. So this November, I'll celebrate 11 years of sobriety. And then 2 months later, have this dream. So, and this is crazy, like I'm selling fish at the time. I worked for a seafood company, and my entire career up until this dream had been in the food industry. So worked in hospitality, hotels and restaurants for many, many years in the Niagara region. Then I went on to work for Cisco Food Services, and they are just broadline food distribution for hotels and restaurants. And then I finally started working and specifically focused on seafood. And so that was my life. That was all I knew. And then when I had this dream, I literally believed, and I have, that this was the next part of my career, this was the path, the journey, having no experience in this space. And I remember, and I have a little, it makes me chuckle now, but I think when I started to tell my family and friends about this cosmetics company that I was building and working on, I look back now because that's insane that somebody who has no idea about an industry thinks they're going to start a cosmetics company and so boldly put something like Sephora, the biggest beauty retailer in the entire world, on my vision board of that's where I'm going to sell my products. And so my family and friends would just encourage me. No one said this was crazy, this is stupid, you have no idea what they're doing, which they absolutely should have, because they were in fact absolutely correct. I've stated numerous times over the past couple of years how embarrassed I am of how I started this business, but nobody said anything. And here's honestly what I think. Nobody's ever admitted to this, but I think they were like, she's sober, so let's let her just think she's not drinking, this is taking up some of her time, and let's let her just think she can build this business. And thank goodness they did, because I've learned since then that those early days of your idea or the thing that's brewing inside of you are so critically important that it's super, you need to be super careful about who you share that with, because they could completely, because they love you, they're well-meaning. If people that my family would have said to me, you're going to waste so much money, you have no idea, if they had laid out all the cons, and I looked at the pro side, and there probably wasn't very much except this passion I had for this idea, I would have believed them, and I might have stopped. And so I'm grateful for my journey of sobriety, and I'm grateful when I learned about my grandmother's experience, because to this day, I am completely empowered by this woman's strength, that she survived that, and that despite an entire system trying to beat our culture and our language out of her, she left there. She went on to have 8 children, my father being one of the oldest. And my entire family, I just went back to the res for the long weekend and spent time with my family, and my whole family speaks Anishinaabe-Moan. So understanding and knowing that, thank you. My uncle Gabriel, he teaches Anishinaabe-Moan at the University of Minnesota, and when I go there, I just know they're talking about me when they say Jennifer, because I don't understand it. I know, of course, a few really important words like miigwech, which is thank you, and ani is hello. But the journey is not easy. The journey of an entrepreneur is an absolute, the wildest, you know that wooden roller coaster at Canada's Wonderland? The one, I can never remember what it's called, and I know there's something like it at Darien Lake because I've been on it, and it's this where you don't even feel like you're securely locked in because it's so old, but you're still going up and down, and it's like rattling you, and I know at one point on one of them, I literally feel like I was going to fly out of the seat. That's what this feels like. And you're on this journey because not only are you building this business, but your whole life is happening still. So I am a mom of 2, I'm a wife, I'm an auntie, I'm a daughter, I'm a community member, and I'm a citizen of planet Earth. And so all of those things still play a big role as you're on that roller coaster, that journey. And really tragically, on that path, it's 2016, it's September, and I get a call on September 20th, really late in the evening. So immediately you know something's wrong, and it's from my dad, him and I have always had quite a tumultuous relationship. So getting a call from him at 11 was really odd, and I knew I had to answer, because normally if someone called me that late, I would just hang up. But I answered, and he said, and he told me that my brother had taken his life earlier that day. And immediately, up until this point in my life, that was the most painful experience I have ever had. Sadly, last year, I lost another brother, John, to a fentanyl overdose. And the pain doesn't get easier with losses in life. But I've chosen to make meaning out of them, I guess. I feel like it always feels so strange to say that losing BJ is this good thing, because honestly, if I didn't have a reason why Cheekbone Beauty needed to exist and go on, I might have given up on that roller coaster ride. But while he was still alive, I remember we're literally driving, so my family's from a First Nation in northwestern Ontario, almost on the border of Manitoba. Like, we have to fly to Winnipeg and drive back into Ontario to visit. Kenora, Lake of the Woods, it's such a beautiful part of Ontario, of this country. And him and I are driving down the highway, and I'm telling him about this business. And this is probably like, after I had that dream, I would spend the next 2 years doing everything I possibly could to learn about entrepreneurship, what that even means, like building a business, from finance to marketing, everything. And I read over 100 books in 2 years. And so I'm sharing with him all of this stuff and like all of the kind of products I want to make, how we're going to build the brand. Like, I would tell him stories about how, you know how at IKEA we say all these words and we don't even know what they mean, but that's Swedish. And I'm like, I'm going to make Cheekbone Beauty, and I'm going to make people say words that are Anishinaabe-Moan or indigenous languages, and they're not even going to know it, but they're going to learn these words. And that's how I'm going to honor our grandmother. And then I'm going to name things really important parts of our culture so people can learn about us on a bigger scale. And they're not going to learn about us just from the media and all the horror stories and the sad stories from our culture and our community. They're going to see that this is an incredible business, and people that come from our communities, that come from our reservations, can build incredible businesses that really support our Canadian economy. And I know when I was telling him those things, he was so, so proud. And he said these words to me: our children need hope and they need help. And I think what you're doing, Jen, is going to be great. And so on this journey, my brother is my why, his children are my why, my entire culture of First Nations, Inuit, Métis people, any indigenous tribes, they're the why, and our kids are the why, and the next generations are their why, because they need to see people like me in places we've never been before. And I really believe from the bottom of my heart that representation will save lives. So, back to selling fish to landing on Dragon's Den with this brand that's a color cosmetics company. So this is an experience I always share just because it pushed me completely out of my comfort zone. Believe it or not, I absolutely abhor public speaking, and this was the first time I had pitched Cheekbone Beauty to anyone ever, and I chose to do it to 6 dragons on Dragon's Den. I know you heard from Michelle earlier today, and she was one of them, and gave the best advice of that I received that on that episode for sure, that I was too early, that giving up equity is just not the right thing to do at certain stages of your business. Although, albeit, I had no idea going on the show at this time what the heck I was doing at all. Like, even to this day, I can stand here and confidently tell you, I have no idea what I'm doing with many things, but then now we're like, how many years later, I really had no idea. And thank goodness, like, I distracted them, because my kids make fun of me. They were like, Mom, you were on TV for like 7 minutes and you were crying for 6 with my crying. So they wouldn't ask me any math questions, so that I was grateful for that. But I always just share this because do something that makes you so bloody uncomfortable that you want to squirm, because it's going to make you stronger. It's going to make you practice that pitch that is so hard to do. It's going to help you nail that 2-minute, that 1-minute opportunity you might have to be in front of someone who's really important, has money that you need to build your thing. Because since then, I pitched, obviously, Cheekbone Beauty to so many more people. And what people don't know, the backstory, is I had met Raven Capital, first Indigenous investment impact something long fund in the world. And I convinced 3 dudes to invest $1.8 million into Cheekbone Beauty after being on Dragon's Den. So thank goodness, because that money was needed. And it's really rare. There's stats, we've all heard them. People of color, we don't get funded, rarely ever. Women, really not a lot either. I know an Indigenous woman gets invested and the numbers are like 0.0000. So I happen to be one of those people. And I'm really proud of that and take that really, really seriously. I have a massive fiduciary responsibility to Raven Capital to make them their money, plus hopefully much more back one day. But it's a great relationship because they believed in this vision. So when I talked about how embarrassed I am of how I started, and because I knew nothing about the beauty industry, this is how I started. I think we all know, because of like globalization, like we can literally have a product, any industry made anywhere, but you as the, like essentially the person who's buying it may not have a clue how it's made, where it's made, supply chain, ingredients, packaging, and have zero control over those things. And so that's how I started. So I had that dream that night, literally woke up and Googled how to make a lip gloss. YouTube, of course, pops up because, you know, we can fix cars based on YouTube, but literally, you can make a lip gloss in your kitchen. I could not do that. I'm married to someone who's in regulatory and compliance, and they're like, that's disgusting. You would never make something in our home and sell it. And then the next thing that below was this private label, white label. And I was like, oh my God, well, this seems super simple. I'm gonna buy this lip gloss and throw this brand, because that's the one thing I knew I was always pretty decent at, was branding and marketing. And I was like, okay, fine, I got a product, let's go. And sure enough, like literally, and people were like, I don't know, people were just so excited that this Indigenous brand existed. And I'm really proud of that. And I'm grateful for all the people in the early days that bought all these products that I now know are really bad for us and the planet. And I'm sorry for selling them all to everyone that supported that, because I know we reached like $1 million selling this product. And then immediately started getting questions from customers like, where are you sourcing the mica? Why are you using black plastic? Do you not know that black plastic will never be recycled, no matter what anyone thinks? Like, it's actually the worst color of plastic we could possibly make, because it's never going anywhere or being turned into anything else. And that beauty packaging, like, we all know, we think we're putting something in our recycling bin. Well, most likely it's ending up in a landfill because it's too small to actually be pulled from our recycling bins. And I mean, I could talk to you about waste management, because and unfortunately I know way too much about it, but that's really boring, so I'm not gonna get into that. But all of those things, literally everything, is people are coming at me, and I'm literally like, felt sick. I'm like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Like for probably that was probably one of the first times along this journey. Now there's probably been about 18,122 times that I've said, oh my God, I don't know what I'm doing. And still woke up the next day and kept going and figured it out, because that's what entrepreneurs do. But immediately knew this wasn't going to work. This wasn't going to be the brand that I wanted to become, this global brand that's valued at $1 billion one day. And I always put that crazy thing out there, because the same year that I remember building Cheekbone Beauty and launching, excuse me, sorry, was there's three brands that were valued that high. IT Cosmetics or IT Cosmetics, I can never remember. Can you bring me that water? Sorry, I'm going to choke to death. Was sold for $1 billion to L'Oreal, thank you. And also then like Glossier was valued at $1 billion, and another brand that, Drunk Elephant, and another woman founder. Thank you. Excuse me. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna put it out there. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna build a brand that's worth that one day. And to get to there, that $1 billion valuation one day was not going to happen with somebody's private label stuff that I knew nothing about. So, as any normal person would do, you would decide to build your own lab, right? And you would decide to hire chemists and scientists, and then launch an entire new roster of products, and do everything which feels so backwards. I never recommend this, but I always say, like, I had to start somewhere. I had no money. I had no idea what I was doing. So we had to start in that private label route. And then eventually, by 2021, when we launched into Sephora, we were a completely new brand with all new formulations and new products. And the first one that I launched and had started working on in 2018 was our Sustain lipstick. And I literally went around the world to make sure that I was sourcing the best ingredients that would go in that lipstick. And if you follow me on social media, you have seen me eat my products, because they are 98% naturally derived. And I know that they're so good for me and this planet that I am confident they don't taste good, so I don't recommend it, but that if I eat them, nothing bad will happen to me. And so that is the product that I am now so proud of. This is a photo. It's a very important photo. It's the first time I actually paid for professional photography on this journey of building Cheekbone. So this costs $3,500. Back before this, I used to take only pictures with my phone and upload them to that $29 a month Shopify website, and that's how we started the business. But we have to start somewhere, right? But I always share that just because it's where you start. What sets us apart? I know I've named numerous things over and over again, but again, how we name things. We built this lab, we hired scientists. I now do a lot of formulation and have learned like chemistry, which is really wild, because I failed grade 9 and 10 science, but if they were actually teaching us how to make cosmetics back then, I might have paid attention. We're a B Corp certified company, which is something that I'm super proud of. It just means we have this legal obligation to both people and the planet, and it aligns so well with our Indigenous values. And this innovation lab is such a special place because it's where I get to go a lot of times and be alone and make and create. And I'm personally, for the last year and a half, have been working on a whole new category for Cheekbone in skincare. And so I'm really excited for next year because we will be launching some skincare items to the brand. Thank you. Let's hope it works and is good first. We'll clap then. Amazing things happen on the journey that I would have never even dreamed of. This is a photo of a competition that we won called the Idea Competition with Bell Media, and we won $1 million in ad spend as a small business with 6 employees here in Canada. This is Madeline in the photo. She literally, I never share this with HR, she's on the Gardner Expressway somewhere, because when we won this, it meant that we had massive amount of media, a full-on commercial that ran for Q4 in 2021, the same year we launched into Sephora. We were on bus stops, billboards across the country. It was an incredible moment. And I share this because I remember feeling so scared when this happened, because Sidley was this agency that created the We the North campaign for the Toronto Raptors. So Madeline shows up, and at the time I had sent the team, I'm like, go find us a new marketing agency. Madeline comes with a creative agency, like not at all what we were looking for. Anyway, I pitched them, but I'm Googling and I'm like, oh my gosh, like who did she bring to this meeting? I knew like dollar signs. I was like, we can't afford these people. So I thanked them for their time. They're like, no, you don't get it. Every year we get to pick a brand that we want to do pro bono work for, and we've picked Cheekbone. And I'm like, wow, yes, immediately, yes. And so then a few weeks later, they come back with this competition. I say yes again, not knowing any details, because, you know, I joked earlier that I get emails, I just don't read them. I know that you've emailed me, I just haven't read it. So again, not reading all the fine print here. I said yes, and then they come back with all these campaigns that they had helped and make for us. And Write the Story was one of them. I'm like, that's it, that's the one. They're like, this is gonna be about, you know what? This is Indigenous people telling their story. We want to tell our stories. And we felt that it was just such a, if you have 90 seconds, watch the commercial, YouTube, Cheekbone Beauty, Write the Story, you'll get to see what we made. And for that commercial to be made, 95% Indigenous made, from the directors, the food service, everything was shot up in the Yukon. And that was the most inexpensive place, apparently, where we could shoot as well. I was like, really? That seems really far. But anyway, it was. But Sidley came back and they were like, Jen, look, everything's covered. We've got this, don't worry. The only thing is, you're gonna need $150,000 for the hard costs. And I'm like, I don't have $1,000. Like, where am I getting $150,000? And then I paused and I'm like, wow, okay, so Sephora says we're gonna launch there. They're really smart. I think they know what $1 million in ad spend will do. I'm gonna go to them and ask them for the $150,000. But I was so terrified to do that. But what's the worst they're gonna say? They're gonna say no, right? So I did it, and of course Sephora agreed. They paid for this, and this actually segued us into store. So our immediate deal with Sephora was we were only gonna be a .ca brand, but this put us in 5 installations in 5 of the biggest Sephora stores in the country, and we sold 1 lipstick, and it was an epic moment, and there was like a commercial, and we'll probably as a brand never get to do this again, because it's like, it was such a massive experience. But my request to you is never not ask, because you never know what's gonna happen. Again, we won this in 2022, the next year, because of that lab that I built and know nothing about science. We worked on this project, and I'm so freaking proud of this project, and it's finally coming to fruition. But this is a 5-year project, and we actually had been taking active ingredients. So actives, for all the non-skincare people in the room, are those incredible things that you would put in your products to actually make improvements to your skin. And we are headquartered in the Niagara region in St. Catharines, and Henry Appellum is just down the road from my house in our office. And I said to our friends there, I'm like, can we take your waste? And they offered up their waste, which happens to be from Baco Noir, which is a grape that you can get nowhere else in the world, only in the Niagara region. And it's a hybrid of a European vine and an Niagara vine. And I'm like, oh, the story we're gonna be able to tell. And anyway, we've proven that it works after 5 years of working on it. And those active ingredients will go into the future skincare that I've been working on for the last 1.5 years. And so I'm so excited. And we land on this list of Canadian businesses, number 4 spots of most innovative companies in the country, with Shopify was in the number 1 spot. And it's just something that you have no idea when you start. When I had that dream all those years ago, I had no idea that exciting things like this would happen. Again, like, celebrities just love Cheekbone Beauty. I don't brag so much anymore about Blake Lively, but that's her at the Super Bowl with her friend Taylor Swift, that they're not friends anymore, but anyway, she loves our Unify multi-pencils. Of course, JVN is a huge fan, Lily Gladstone, Jillian Harris. And on my vision board, way back when, after that dream,
I remember flying into the United States for something, and I was at the airport, and I picked up this magazine called Entrepreneur, and I'm like, one day I'm going to talk about cheekbone beauty in it. And if you don't believe in manifestation, I believe in it heavily and deeply, and that when you literally put those things out there and you work your butt off, because it only comes with really hard work, amazing things will happen. And I got to be in Entrepreneur magazine on this list of 100 women of influence. J-Lo was number 1. And I'm on the, I don't know my number, but I was there. And Kim Kardashian is actually on the page beside me, but her picture was smaller, mine was bigger. Amazing. Thank you. And I'm just gonna finish with one more quick story, because I think we're really out of time and you probably all wanna go home anyway. So I said from the beginning of building this brand that representation matters, and I've said that. I've said it over these years so many times. But this moment, this is where I felt it this day, and I want to share this with you. So we've grown at Sephora. We started in those 5 doors. We're now in 75 across the country and growing. And we started with 1 SKU, and now we have 26. And this year, in 2023, we did this incredible project, and I got to go in June and visit all the Sephoras. But this day, I'm in the Eaton Center, and we have an event that night where I'm going to put blush on customers. And I remember walking into the Eaton Center that morning, and I look up and I see this giant billboard with my $3,500 photo. And I had no idea, because we didn't pay for this. So I'm like, obviously Sephora paid for this, but it was like cheekbone, only at Sephora. And I'm standing by the fountain in the bottom of the Eaton Center sobbing, because I'm a crier and I'm not ashamed of it. So I'm publicly standing there, because never in a million years as a little girl, I lived in St. Catharines, grew up with my mom. But when I was in grade 5 and 6, I moved to Scarborough with my dad, and he lived in native public housing. And I would love to go to the Eaton Center, because I'm a girl and love to shop. But never at 12 years old did I ever think in my whole life that I would have a brand that would be available at a store like Sephora. And then that night, this little girl who was 12 comes in, and I'm putting blush on her, and she's like, already got this amazing spunk. And she's with her whole family, her auntie, her mom, and her little brother. And she's telling me about her TikTok account and how she has to shut it down because she's going viral. And her brother's like, why are you lying? It's not happening. You're lying to this lady. They're just being cute siblings. But I'm driving home back to Niagara that night, and I'm like literally felt it like in my cells, what representation means and how much it matters. Because I thought about that little girl and her little brother are never going to wonder what's possible for them, unlike me as a 12-year-old, because they just met a woman who looks like them and who comes from a community that they come from that has a business available in a store like Sephora. Thank you. No questions. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, now here's let me just see if I'm supposed to cue something. Yep, oops, wrong one. Okay, wait, fun fact though, before we go to this, is that, so Jen, you mentioned that you could eat your products because they're natural. Well, her husband is actually on MasterChef Canada right now. So I think his challenge should be to use your cosmetics as an ingredient. Uh-oh, are we getting some? Oh, there we are. I guess that was like a no-go. Nobody likes the ingredient thing. Okay, well, that was a great way to close out the day. A huge thanks to Jen Harper. What a great story about the power of purpose and perseverance and staying true to your mission. And it's a perfect example of how entrepreneurship and meaningful change work so well together. Huge thank you to everyone who joined us for the day, who joined us at the Expert Lounge, to the Entrepreneur Support Zone, to the pitch competition. We hope you've had a great day. And now we're really excited to announce is this right? Okay. We are very excited to announce the winners of the Startup Global Pitch Grand Finale. It's the moment we've all been waiting for. So I'm going to welcome Isabel Nolan back to stage. As you know, she's the Director of Programs at Startup Canada, and she will announce the winners. Let's go.
Hello again. All right, we're about to put everyone out of their misery and announce some winners and give out some cash. Thank you so much, Julie. All right, so the prizes, as you can see, are up here. We have our People's Choice Award, $2,500. Then we have third place is winning $7,500, second place $15,000, and first place will win $30,000. So to help us announce who these winners are, we're going to welcome back to the stage our judges. So please welcome Paul Gasper, Director of Small Business UPS, Armin Nazuri, Regional Vice President of Partnerships at EDC, Robin Ginau, Area Manager, Small Business Banking at TD Bank, Founder and CEO Jamie Savage of the Leadership Agency, and Carla Brions, Founder and CEO of Immigrant Entrepreneur Canada. All right, so we're going to start off by announcing the People's Choice Award winner. So maybe we'll do some like drum roll in the audience. The winner of the People's Choice Award is Ranah Chavoshi from PhyCo Technologies. Woo! Come on up, Ranah. Okay, I'm going to pass it over to Robin for number 2.
Excellent, thank you. Okay, where am I?
Oh, here, I'll get you here. My apologies.
Sorry, I'm blind as a bat.
Here we are.
Excellent, thank you. So our third place prize was sponsored by our partners at eConsulate. We are grateful for their support of Canadian entrepreneurs. Starting with our third place winner, who will receive a cash prize of $7,500. Drum roll. And the award goes to Adrian Simone for GrownStone. Right up, Adrian. All right.
All right, next up we have Armin.
All right, so the second place winner, title slide, it says. I'm reading exactly word for word, I shouldn't. Anyways, next let's move on to the second place winner, who will take home $15,000. And the award goes to Samantha Ong, Joeydolls.
Okay, before we announce our grand prize winner, figured I'll take you over for the next 15 minutes, talk about the importance of corrugated boxing. Is that okay? Is that all right if we do that? Yeah. No, I think we've waited long enough. So obviously it's my great honor of, along with our fellow judges, to announce this year's winner, the first prize of the impressive $30,000, which goes to PhyCo Technologies.
love to get a photo with all of our 10 finalists on stage. So if you could make your way up to the stage, please, that would be wonderful. Come on up, and we'll all just get in tight here for Jillian to get some photos for us. Give her a round of applause to all of our finalists, please. Thank you all so much. I'm passing it back to Julie, I believe.
Not gonna lie, it's a bit like herding cats when you've got a bunch of entrepreneurs in the room. That's it. Well done, everybody. Great job. What an incredible display of innovation, talent. Huge congratulations to all of our pitchers and especially our winners. Your hard work and passion truly inspires all. It was amazing to see the entrepreneurial spirit shine brightly here today. Each of you is a testament to the future of innovation and a business in this community. I need to take a moment to just quickly thank, did somebody steal my clicker? Yeah, thanks guys. I need to definitely thank our special, amazing partners, our presenting partners. I've gone ahead. Anyway, I'm going to start with our presenting partners for the tour. We're, of course, UPS and Pizza Hut Equal Slice. We've got Scotiabank as our main stage partner. We've got our keynote speaking partners as Idea Mississauga and Visit Mississauga. We've got our program partners, Competition Bureau, TD, Econsulate. Our event partners, thank you, BDC, Constant Contact, Futurepreneur, MasterCard, Government of Ontario, Power Pay by Dayforce, WagePoint, Women's Enterprise Organization of Canada, and of course our Entrepreneur Zone partner, Support Zone partner is RBC. Our ecosystem partners, thank you to Brampton Angels, Brampton Innovation District, Canada's 2S LGBTQI+ Chamber of Commerce, the Conrad School of Entrepreneurship and Business, Essential HR, H&R Block, Immigrant Entrepreneur Canada, Irish Studio Booth, the John F. Wood Centre at the University of Guelph, League of Innovators, Owner, 5 Redo, Ripen, Sheridan Edge, The Forum, The Peak, TMU, and Zensurance. And of course, a big thank you to all of our entrepreneur support organizations that exhibited today, and a final thank you to our marketplace entrepreneurs. Really appreciated having them to check out. We would also love to get your feedback on the day. What did you love? What was valuable? What topics do you want to hear more of? Please let us know. You can scan that. We always want to just make it better and better. And it's the tour's coming again next year with stops, exciting stops around the country. Follow us on our social media for upcoming announcements, and make sure you scan the QR code because you want to register your interest. We'll give you all the information as it comes up. And while the Mississauga sessions may have come to a close, we encourage you to take up advantage of our flagship programs for you early stage entrepreneurs. Just check out our website, startupcanada.ca, to find out more about our Startup Global, Startup Women, Startup Government, Equal Slice, and more. So thank you for sharing your thoughts. Mississauga has been an inspiring day. I have to finish with 2 things before I say goodbye. One is thank you to Terry, my favorite tea guy backstage, who kept me full of tea all day long. Love it. Thank you, Terry, the carpenter. This whole crew back here, awesome, awesome, awesome. And also, I thought we should probably finish with a bit of Babe Ruth, too. So Babe Ruth also famously said, The loudest boos come from the cheapest seats. Well, here at Startup Canada, we are not the cheap seats. We are cheering you on, loud and proud on your journeys. So stick with us. We are following along and really wishing you all the best, and we will be your cheerleaders along the way for sure. So again, thank you everybody, and we'll see you at the next Startup Canada. Woo-woo!